Yes, 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 I am muted. I see you guys in the bottom of the green screen. Oh my God, what I said was just so golden. All right, so hello. I'm so happy to be here with you all. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Welcome to day 3 of the Ultimate Star Beings Conference. We have made it halfway into this experience, to this ceremony together, and I'm just so excited to be here with you all and to bring on my fellow good friends and host MCs in just a second here. So go ahead and please let us know how you doing, how you feeling. Everything is welcome here. What's going on with you? How you feeling today? We're live on like 5 different YouTube channels, on 4 different social media channels. We're live on the Portal Extension Instagram, and we have all these people here in the room as well. For everybody tuning in to all the platforms that's not the webinar room, to sign up for this conference and to get the replay access, go to portaltoascension.org. You can come in the webinar room and engage with us here, and go to upcoming events and take a look. There's the first event, so go ahead and sign up. And I'll just love to see how you all doing. I want to take a second here and just kind of connect with you all and reaffirm the intention of why we are here. And if you feel compelled to, we do it every single day. Go ahead and say where you're from, on or off planet. And actually, it might be even more exciting to say where you're from off planet. What frequency, vibration, what planetary system, what galaxy do you feel a resonance to? Okay. So the reaffirming of the intention here, as we're beginning this event, and today I was just like tuning into just the energy that we're creating here, and we're really ultimately getting ready for a post-disclosure world, right? The world as we know it has the ability to transform in a very fast rate. It could take a while. It's up to us how long it takes there, but ultimately it's going to transform. And the reality of not only the way this kind of like a simulation is working, right? We're breaking through the veils of the physical realm into the subatomic realm, into a reality that everything is vibratory frequency. Our perception of who we are, how we exist, what solidity is transforming, right? That coupled with the true history of humanity coming out to the surface, right? And then that also with the fact that we're not alone in the universe, and there's something more profound than we could have ever fathomed that is going on, that is creating these cycles of time, creating these incarnational realities that we've been within, and has connected us to the cosmos at large, right? There's so much going on out there. So what we're doing here, we did a free event on January 1st. It's on our YouTube. Bridget Renee Holiday, Geraldine Orozco, Alia Light Codes were there, and it was called How to Prepare for ET Contact. That was kind of a taster of these 4 days, because that's ultimately what we're doing. Is the only way we could, if you really want to come down to like the root of how to prepare for ET contact, well, it's the inner work, right? And that's why so much of this has to do with how do we get to a place of inner peace so that we can create outer peace. And the outer peace is what's needed for the galactic community to even want to interact with us, right? And why do we want this? Well, there's a few institutions in the world that are controlling the masses that can be transformed. Energy, right? Electricity, energy, free energy, right? Religion. I mean, don't need to go deep into that. Organized religion, the power structures. What do these beings know, and what do we've been downloading at this event, and the people speaking here about what real source is, what real God is, right? An expanded awareness, not based on fear, right? Food and poverty, travel and transportation, right? As Alan says, as other people say, we don't need petrol, right? We don't need oil. We can transform not only our consciousness, but our bodies using technology that actually a lot of these governments already have. And so this is a very, very, very important experience that we're going through together. And we're having a lot of fun doing it. But ultimately, it's kind of going to be the new reality very soon. And so what we're doing is just taking steps towards that reality, right? And so I just wanted to express that of why this event has been created. So let's go ahead and just take a moment now, and we're just going to have a little bit of silence and just connect with our intention. And as you are putting your intentions for today, same intention as before, or whatever intention you want, I'm going to go ahead and bring all your hosts onto screen as well. So let's just take a moment, everybody, and just center yourself. I'm just taking some time to really move into the experience for today because people are still coming on. We want to make sure we have as much people as possible until when we get into this. So just take a moment, maybe put your hand on your heart, and maybe your other one on your belly, 2 different brains in our ecosystem of our body. And actually, let's take a moment to just feel what it means to be human. Because we're not trying to leave, we're not trying to go anywhere. We're trying to bring heaven to earth. Well, we not trying to, we are bringing heaven to earth. Some people say I'm from earth. Some people say I'm from space. And I say, don't you know that earth is in space? We are a part of space. Just take a few breaths. Feel the blood coursing through your veins. Can you feel your heartbeat? Can you feel the oxygen going in and out of your pores, in and out of your lung? Do you feel the wind across your cheek? Do you feel some strain in your muscles? Just observe yourself as the human you are, as the vehicle that you are in. Let's take a moment to really honor our vehicle, our human bodies. Give gratitude for all the functions that occur within our bodies for us to be able to be alive here now and to be an embodied soul having this experience. On your next breath, start tuning into your intention. What is your intention? It doesn't have to be the same as last 3 days. It can be different, changes. This is a big one, guys. This is a big intention. Let's really get creative with what we want, okay? Then open your eyes and then go ahead, guys, and start flooding the comments with your intentions. And let's go ahead and bring on the crew here. We have Michelle Anderson, Tamara Richardson,
Woo!
Victor, hello, brother, Alan, and the Joan of Angels. Hey, guys.
Yay!
It's back.
Day 3.
You're muted, Jen.
How you guys
Hey,
feeling?
I'm so happy to be here.
Yay, you're back.
I
You're
am.
back and you're our first presenter.
I know. Is that exciting or what?
We're going to have a lot of energy this morning.
Oh,
with
yeah.
you. Victor, how's your sinuses? You look better. You look good.
Actually, it's not sinuses. It's just a little head cold, and I'm taking care of it. I'm dealing with it. I'm healing myself, and it's
That's
going
good.
away. So,
Well,
Aw.
sending you love and energy.
Thank you.
Michelle, how are you
Thank you.
doing? You're like amazing. You're just such a soft-hearted, kind person.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing well. I overslept and I was like, oh my gosh, it's day 3. I need to jump up.
Wow, long days. You, Neil, and I, we were at the very end. We're like still hanging on vapors at the end, like
Yeah.
10:30 at
9.5
night.
hours yesterday.
Every
9.5
last shot. What was it, about 10 hours, Neil?
Yeah, we went for 9.5 hours yesterday. It was a long one.
9.5.
It was
Yeah.
long. Alan, how are
Definitely.
you
So
today?
as soon as it was done, 10 minutes later, I was out.
Yeah,
I'm not good enough.
not me. Yeah,
I
I
had
had
some
to
dinner at 11:30.
Yeah.
Not a big dinner, but I had to eat.
I-
Alan,
I-
how are you doing?
I'm doing really good in San Diego at the TCCHE conference, and Nita
Cool.
Marjani will be speaking soon. But I'm also here. It's always nice to be in more than 2 places at once. So here we are.
Alan,
That's funny. That's
you're
actually my goal
phenomenal.
all the time.
you are the closest thing I've ever seen to bilocating, because
So funny.
you are in many places at once.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be these days.
Yeah.
Anyway, great to
So we
Right
got some
now.
messages coming in here. Let's read them out. So Marcus is saying, I am willing to allow. Karen is saying, I was so jazzed I went to, after she was done yesterday, she was so jazzed, she went to listen to another podcast.
Exactly.
Kind-heartedness, sending energy and healing to anyone that wants it. Peace, love, and abundance. My intention is to remember, for all of us to remember, connect with the higher self.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Mhm.
Freedom for all with ease and grace. Kundalini awakening. Meet my intergalactic family. Peace and harmony on earth. To be the change in the world with other star family.
Yes,
Thank you, everybody.
yes.
I'm enjoying Love, Light, and Magical Universe. All right, so let's do 3 So It Is together, guys. Okay? In 3, So It Is 3 times. 1, 2, 3. So it
So it
is.
is.
Yes.
So it
So it
is.
is.
And
So
so
it
it
So
is.
it is.
All right, let's actualize all these intentions. So it's been an interesting ride, right, Michelle?
Say that again. It's been an interesting ride. Yes. You know, it's Joan, you weren't here yesterday, or Alan, when I was saying that I feel like I needed this retreat for myself personally to reboot, because I had been feeling very heavy, you know, hearing about 2024 and so many people talking about all these really strong astrological implications. I'm doing my next 2 shows on Awakening Code Radio with 2 famous astrologers who are going to be talking about what that actually means globally and how to make it positive. And just being here and listening to each speaker and doing the activations. Sandra Walter yesterday was just off the charts with her activation. We went really deep with that. And Bridget Renee and Anna Starr, all of our speakers yesterday were really on point and amazing. And what I found it happening with me is an excitement for the future, hope for the future. I felt inspired and reactivated and re-energized. And Joan, I loved what you said the other day. You said something about how you're getting younger and you're youthing. And I have been witnessing that with you personally for the last couple of years. When I've seen you in person, I'm like, what are you doing, woman? You look great. And I know that you have had some rough challenges to get through. And a lot of times challenges bring us down and make us feel, at least for me personally, sometimes I feel a little bit haggard when I'm facing all of the challenges that I faced in the last few years. And yet with you, you have this renewed sense of purpose and passion, and it's emanating throughout your pores and your skin and your hair and your presence. And I'm always telling you that you always look radiant. And I can feel that there's something about the energy of this container that we are co-creating together with every single person here. Making this cohesive container is uplifting and elevating. And I'm going to claim that it's making us all younger.
Yes, yes, yes.
Can I respond to that? Because you know, this is what I teach, how to know your purpose and your passion. Yeah. Because the moment you start to know why you're here and what that's about, the excitement fuels your body to move forward no matter what. And, you know, I've had a lifetime of tests and challenges like everyone, and they're all designed to get you so committed to doing what you're here to do that honestly, I couldn't imagine any other way. Like Portal to Ascension. This ascension, it's my life's work to work in this kind of environment and that is what you see. So that is the key to youngering.
The key to youngering is know your purpose and live it.
And live it and live it. And I can't even tell you the people around me are not, you know, my family, friends, they're all in an old stage, like, oh, we're old and leaving and getting ready to retire. And honestly, we're not meant to retire, guys. We're meant to keep doing us forever.
Right.
I totally agree.
We're just starting, Joan. We're just beginning.
I love you, Alan. Yes, we are just getting started.
I've got to share something with everyone. This coming Wednesday is my 71st solar return. And in Hebrew, 71 is ayin Aleph. Ayin means the eye, the third eye. Aleph is the beginning, the first letter, number 1. So
Ooh.
on Wednesday, I will be beginning to see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
You know, you're not
Yeah.
even middle-aged yet,
I
just so
know.
you know, and the new dynamics and the new coach monarchs said it right. You know, be
Yeah.
prepared to be having your 150th birthday party with all of us.
100%. And the Yuga cycle thing that I showed yesterday, actually, the ancients, including in Greece and Kabbalistic scholars, say that every Yuga cycle, the age limit doubles, and every Yuga cycle is twice as long as the one before. So we left the Kali Yuga, 110 years was Kali Yuga, 220 is the Dwapara Yuga age limit. You know, people can transcend that as well.
Yeah.
But we're
That
going to be.
slide was really impactful. Thanks for clarifying that. I'm going to go back and look at I took my phone and took a shot of what was on the screen when you put that slide up, Neil. That was
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
The
an
other-
eye-opener.
The other reference to that Ayin Aleph is that it's an angelic reference. And I've been having a series of very vivid and remembered dreams the last few weeks about being in the presence of angels.
Mhm.
And in one of them, I was attending an angel academy, and it came to graduation day. And I walked into this huge temple, and there were 18 angels sitting around in a U-shaped form. And it was our obligation to go in front of each one of them and make eye contact and see what type of message we received. And I went through the entire process, and then finally, I sat in front of the main table and was given my assignment. And my assignment was I was to be an angel to other angels, to comfort and help them on their paths.
Ooh,
Woohoo! Beautiful.
That's
Nice.
so
And you're doing that right now. You're already doing that.
That's
Your
an archangel right
presence is
there.
wonderful. It's you are a very unique person, Victor, and you're so creative, and you're so loving, and you know, not only do you have a great radio voice, I mean, there's so much there. You can tell you spent your whole life on this ascension process, and that's why I think we should all look for 2024. This is the time that we get to shine, and the more that the nefarious things that go on and bad behavior, people are under that. It's just going to make them turn to people like us so we can pass along better information, so we can create a better world. And everyone is here right now for that purpose. And it's there's no timeline. We're eternal spiritual beings. I mean, if you want to speak of our bodies, I mean, we could look, we're on Yoda time. You know, I mean, look, we have our holy homies know that we have work to do. They're going to keep us. I have been unwell this whole time. I got horrible. It's a whole different thing, but I'm here because spirit will hold you up. You know what I mean? They will hold you up, and regardless of what's going on, they will be here for you. And I've seen that time and time again. Times that I've had the flu and I've been on stage, and then I was like the best, channeling thing I've ever done. I mean, so. We have support. We have our personal staff, our spiritual staff, and part of that spiritual staff, I think that what's exciting to me is it's grown in my eyes because I have a big staff, not only spiritually like we all do, but we also have a star staff. You know, we have different planets that are behind us, and you can tell. I have to have validation because I train as an evidential medium. So I will go outside and I will look at ships because I said, show me you're here. I need to know this. And it could be through like a dream you have. You get validation in a dream. I mean, it could be any form. It could be a butterfly, but I want the evidence. And what I love is that Portal to Ascension, one of the channel messages I got, it was like totally didn't expect it, from Commander Astor, was that they showed me this room and they showed me a screen, and they do it often. They watch Portal to Ascension. I'm sure it's not the only one. Okay. But they have a screen that comes down and they watch different people do things, and they're entertained by that and very pleased because they see us as family, but they see us kind of like children, like their younger version of themselves, and they're delighted by it.
Oh.
Well, Tamara, this is the year I think we're really going to get the revelations. And that's why I'm
Yeah.
really excited. Raquel Springs, you were talking, Michelle, about the
Mm.
dire predictions. Raquel really, I think, has a really positive take as an astrologer on 2024. And it is this year of transformation, awakening. I know they say that every year, but this is a change from the last 3 years that have been preparing us for a new time and some new realities. And we're taking off. Neil, the
Okay.
portal is
Yes.
opening.
It does feel like it's
You know,
building.
I got a comment on my YouTube yesterday to something you said, Alan, and they were saying, Alan says the new earth is coming, and man, I hope he's right. We believed this for so long. We're discouraged. I mean, she was discouraged. She says, like, I hope he's right. And I think that's the truth. People have gotten to that point that they're just on hope now. But I think after the weekend, they're going to have, through this weekend, they're gaining more confidence in the outcome that
Yeah.
we
It's not about
collectively-
hope. It's about knowing, there's lots of wars going on. There's lots of awful things happening. But this is, I think, the last hurrah for those negative forces. I mean, and the planet is coming together as a unified whole. I was just hanging out with Bruce Lipton. He says when we have a synergy of awareness, when we all realize we're part of the same super organism of humanity, then we will speak with this one voice so we can speak to the other ones to form the next level of superorganism. And that is hopeful. But beyond hope, that's just logical science. It's evolution. That's where we're coming into.
But don't you think there has to be a level of discomfort in society? I'm talking about globally.
Yeah, low stress.
There has to be a level of discomfort to like, okay, I've had it. And even when someone changes their life personally, they have to have a certain amount of distress, an unwanted emotion to go, I'm done with this. I don't want to do this anymore. And I feel as a society, humanity, that we're, even with the I don't think everybody has to be on the bandwagon, but I still think normal people are jumping on this bandwagon every day. But I think we have to be at that point, and we're super close. And then we go,
Yeah.
okay, we're the change. And we've been saying we're the change. And now some more people are going to go, okay, let's go.
It's
Well, that
interesting.
goes to the whole awareness that everything that they do to try to create more ignorance and more division backfires and awakens more people up, actually.
It's
A good
interesting.
example is a 3-year experiment that happened just recently. And then also, and then I would say also even the ET thing, trying to tell people there's a threat out there and all this, all it's really done is have more people aware we're not alone and set that as the default now for us to build upon. More and more people are now open to the fact that we're not alone. And that's what really needs to happen. We need to all shift our consciousness into that awareness, and then it will soon be a normality for us. But I see that in between all ages, if we look up the map again, going back to the Yuga cycle, look at the map, look at the in-between times. Those are the most chaotic times in all of those civilizations across the planet. And it's because the systems start crumbling because the frequencies cannot maintain it for the next dimensional experience. So that's why, like, when I see chaos, I see hope, really, at this point.
Well, so many people. There's so many people coming forward, like Kevin Briggs in the chat, who's right to Joan particularly. I know my mission is to help facilitate the reveal globally of our ET Star family ambassadors' presence. Exciting times ahead for our species, for humanity. And Kevin is a channel for these higher levels of consciousness.
So guys, we are running late, so I feel we should get right into the program now. And I'm going to share everybody the schedule really quick. So let me just pull it up for you all.
The updated schedule.
Yes. Okay, here we are. We are on Sunday, day 3, and we're going to be starting out in a second here with Joan of Angels. We're basically 10 minutes behind schedule, but we will catch up with time by 2 o'clock. So we have Joan of Angels, Alia Light Codes is coming on next, Zoe Davenport, Akura Melchizedek, Raquel Springs, and then we're going to talk about some upcoming things at Portal to Ascension, the cruise, Glastonbury, and then we're going to close out with Emily Gosh today. So another jam-packed filled day of a lot of awareness and beautiful experiences.
Great.
Okay, ready to get into this, guys?
I'm
Yes.
excited to hear from my favorite angel.
I can't contain myself.
Okay, Michelle, it's all yours.
Oh, I just am so honored that I get to introduce Joan of Angels. And I've noticed that a lot of the MCs read the bio, and that usually hasn't been my way, because I like to highlight what I know about the person. But Joan, I was reading your bio last night, and I want to read it in case any of our watchers haven't read your bio yet, because you've done so many things, and I've watched you wear a lot of different hats, and you do it all with elegance and ease and grace, and just such a warmth that it makes me feel like I'm always nurtured when I'm in your presence. So I'm going to read your bio. Says Joan of Angels, intuitive guide, oracle, spiritual luminary, broadcaster, best-selling author, and visionary artist, is best known for the messages and art she brings forth. Using her intuitive skills, she offers wisdom, clarity, and a deeper understanding of living a healthy and vibrant life by awakening your unique gifts and the skills to achieve your dreams and manifest them into reality. For over 40 years as a chiropractor, most people probably don't know that about you, speaker and coach, she has inspired, counseled, and uplifted people from across the world to align their body, mind, and spirit as they remember their purpose and step into their destiny. Her work allows the leader within you to emerge and removes lifetimes of obstacles and challenges. In 2013, she was guided to paint 33 angels in 30 days. I remember that. Thus launching her work as an artist and a channel for those divine beings to assist humanity. She is an intuitive and soul mastery coach, mentor, and works with people who feel the call to awaken to their best self. The Soul Awakening Sessions and the Soul Mastery Signature Coaching Program is for those who need support, guidance, structure, and the inner tools to discover their best selves, let go of what holds them back, and move forward with courage, grace, and ease. Subscribe to her YouTube channel and step into the miraculous with Joan of Angels. Each week, she explores concepts on opening our heart and shifting into that higher dimensional vibration. Joan, it is my honor, and I get giddy knowing that you're going to be presenting next. So thank you for all you do for each one of us. Take it away.
Michelle, that was so beautiful. Every time I see you, I'm just awed. So thank you very much for reflecting back to me who I am. I think today what we're going to do is reflect back to everyone who we are. And so I'm just very grateful, Michelle. And Neil, I just love you to the moon and back, or to every galaxy and back, which I think I've been there with you before. But for living your soul purpose. And for every one of these panelists for living your soul purpose and then reflecting it back to all of you. So I love you guys. You're all my family. I came here this life to help people remember. I know that. That's exactly my mission. And how do I know that? Well, because I struggled for years not knowing who I am. And I remember being 28 or 29 and just thinking I was going to die before 30, because I did not know what I was here to do. And I look back and it's so strange now, because I'm so clear that my life's purpose was to be me, just like your life's purpose is to be you. And being us as a starseed, being us as a star being or a celestial being, means learning how to align our body, mind, and spirit to be that greatness container that we are. Learning how to be a fifth dimensional frequency being in your third dimensional body is an art form. And it's also a lifetime challenge. So when I was 29, I was a member of the movement of spiritual inner awareness. I had full blown gone into an ashram, and I go to this workshop one night, and we were always supposed to put out your intentions. So I want you to do that before we start. What are my intentions? What am I seeking to gain here? What do I need to know about myself that I can step into this higher frequency? And that's what we're talking about today. So when I was 29 and I went to this event and I said, I want to know what I'm here to do, and I was very specific, I heard a voice that night, and that voice said, go to chiropractic school. And that was a long time ago, but I said yes. I didn't debate it. I said yes. And I had a reading this morning. Someone did a reading for me, and she said to me, Joan, you will find your way if you just say yes to all the opportunities that present themselves to you. And so that's my first wisdom. I got it from someone else for me, but it's true for all of us. It's in our yes. It's in our willingness to say yes. So, everyone commented on my youngering these days. Well, I'm youngering because I've said yes. I've said yes to the continued life adventures and continued doors open, and you can too. That's been my mission as a chiropractor. So I'm going to change my name to Dr. Joan of Angels now, because I think that gives it a little bit more clarity, and it combines my doctor self, because as a doctor, you actually learn to take care of people. You learn to be that leader that has the answers. And it's quite an interesting thing to do. If you don't have confidence, it becomes difficult. But that's for you too, guys, to learn how to become your own authority of who you are and why you're here. So I went on to become a chiropractor. And through that, I began to learn how to turn on people's power. And that's what I do this life. I turn on your power. I help you remember, and I turn it on. And I used to do that after every adjustment. And now I do it after every session. It's like we have just turned on your body's ability, your psyche's ability, your body, mind, and spirit's ability to maneuver. And so, guys, that is what I do. You can check me out on YouTube. You can check me out at joanofangels.com. Get that ebook, because it's the way to start in that funnel, in that series, so you're always in the loop about what we're doing, and so that you can get to the next stage in your life. So I do have a presentation. I think we'll look at it for a few moments. Star being mission activation. Oop, I have it up here, but I forgot to do this. So we're going to do present. We're going to do share screen. We're going to do entire screen. Window. Of course, having practiced this for a long time, you'd think that I had it easy. I do. Here it is. And now we're going to start from the very first slideshow, play from start. And it should there. Okay, perfect. So let's go back a little bit. There. All right. Your true essence. So guys, your true essence is you. It's this whole of you, and decoding it is the biggest mystery we have, because we come down here and our memory is wiped blank. We come down here for a mission and purpose. We come down here as volunteers, but as you all know, what happens is the veil of forgetfulness, and that's purposely designed to make it so that you get stronger and you never forget why you're here. Okay, so I have not been able to share this yet. StreamYard is sharing a window. All right, I don't see my slideshow. So pathetic. You've done this before, my sweetheart. Share screen. Window. Share. Let's see if you're sharing now. Well, we're going to forget about the slideshow. Oh, wait, here it is. Neil, I think you have to put it up there, because I see it in the studio and I don't see it on the screen. So, Neil, if you're here, if you could put it up, that would be great. Because it says I'm sharing. All right, forget that, guys. So let's start by looking again then. That's sad. Okay, so I want everyone to just start to take a deep breath with me. I'm going to get we're going to toss the presentation. Who needs it? Just breathe in and out with me for a moment, because I really want to start to raise our frequency. So taking a deep breath in, sending your roots down to the center of the earth, and going down, and then again, taking another deep breath and sending your antenna up to the heavens. We ask right now that we all start to remember and start to be infused with the beauty of our souls, with the beauty of who we are and what we're here to do, as we begin to release what no longer serves us. Because one of the things of learning how to become who we are is to start letting go of that which we no longer are. And a star being, a star seed, a celestial being, has quite a mission here on the planet. Our mission, and this is kind of interesting, is to be the virus that interrupts the system. And I find it very interesting. Corona, back in 2020, when they first called it Corona, Corona means light being activated, the crown. And that activation went viral because Corona went viral before they changed the name. But what was going viral? It wasn't a disease. It was actually a wavelength of our light going viral. And as we start to tune into what a star seed does, you know, we're down here on a planet where the masses of people are programmed. They're programmed to live within this matrix, to live within their box. But a star seed has unlimited potential. That's the beauty of being a star seed. You have the unlimited ability to learn to tap in to your 5th dimension, 14th dimension, wherever you want to go, connect with other beings that work with you, and still be present here on this physical 3D body. And that's the hardest part, is to not get trapped in a 3D body and to remember always that we're walking in the presence of our higher selves, of the star family, of the celestials. So the ways we can start to remember that, so we are a virus in their system. But the challenge is this: we come in this planet and our memories are wiped out. Why are they wiped out? Because the system, or the dark energies, or the opposing energies, whatever you want to call it, are committed to you not fulfilling your purpose, because they know that if you begin to have memories of your higher self, then they can't trap you in the chaos of the 3rd dimensional frequency. There's no way, because you know better. You could sit back in a state of discernment, which is the term of the year, discernment. You could sit back and you could look down upon and see what is going on, not just for yourself, but the planet. So you have a unique ability and a mission to actually disrupt the system, and a mission to come in and to begin to remember, no matter how much the opposing force, the agents of whatever you want to call them, the dark, the other energies, the cabal, I don't care what you call them, they're there to challenge you so you could be who you are. Ah, look at that. It suddenly came on. Perfect. So we already have an answer to what is my life purpose. Your life purpose is to step into being authentically you, no matter what is thrown at you, no matter your past. Now, your past is in a wheelbarrow. Think of it as a wheelbarrow or a trunk. It could be a truck, it could be a train. It could be pretty heavy because it comes along with you and it just slows you down, gets in your way, causes you to overload. So our mission continues now to start letting go of everything that keeps you from stepping into that personal power. When you master that and you start to bring those memories in, you are living your purpose as a star seed, as a star being, a celestial being, a higher dimensional self. So it begins with confidence in that and in your memory. Okay, now that I'm on here, I think I could set it up so it looks a little better. Good. All right. Here we go. I'm going to continue to have that, I can see, but don't worry about it. All right. So what were you born to do? You're born to remember. You're born to unlock your keys. These keys come in the form of clues. Most of you already know what you're here to do, but you don't acknowledge it. Those visions that you have inside of you, those moments when you go, yes, 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 that's the way I want to do it. That is your true self speaking to you. What happens is we have what I call miracle busters, people in our life who are designed, who are there just to challenge you and push you off your path. But it's in that yes. So the clues come from your visions. It comes from your celestial starseed template. And your wake up comes from these DNA and light activations. I do those DNA light activations in the sessions that I have with people, the soul awakening sessions, and the group sessions that I'm going to be launching soon. Those are things that we do. Also, even in this show like this, one of the reports I get from my work presentations, and I usually do this, I say, look at where you're at when you first turned on the show today. On a scale of 1 to 10, what was your vibrational frequency? Were you feeling rusty, kind of old or tired or beaten down? Or were you at a 10, on fire, passionate? Look at where you are on that scale of 1 to 10, and it'll tell you where you are. And then we'll pay attention when I'm done, and let's see what your vibratory frequency raises up to, because I am kind of known for that. It is in my genetics to unlock people and to really get there. So we were born to forget. It's quite a game that we play. And that's why I say that I'm going to be living 150 and beyond, and that I'm just getting started. Victor is just getting started. All of you are just getting started. We can actually shift our DNA to be timeless. Once we open up that veil and we start to find ourselves, all right? And that is exactly, and we do it by releasing, that wheelbarrow of crap. You came here to succeed. You would not have been allowed, we talk about, Dolores Cannon says, oh, all these volunteers come down. Oh, that's so great, all these volunteers, we love them. But the truth is that I don't know, the truth about the volunteers is that before we came down, we may have volunteered, but we also had to be chosen. Not every volunteer was accepted, because they had to know that you would complete your mission. Why? Because the times we're in right now are pretty hairy, pretty frosty. This is the change point. This is the big hurrah right now in the period of time that we are here. And so they interviewed you, they screened you, they wanted to make sure you could succeed at what you came here to do. And I want you to know that you passed that test. Every single one of you listening now or listening in the future, you will succeed at the mission you signed up for, because they knew, and no matter what was happening, that you would transform it into the fuel to fuel your mission. So already I'm proud of you. What did we come here to do? We came here to help humanity break free from the patriarchal and the religious control system that is here, because each of you is encoded with new information about the times we're in and about the galaxy and the planetary star families that we have. You came here to elevate the timeline that is here, to destroy, literally destroy, be the virus in the system, to destroy the old timeline, to remove mental implants and programming. Any worshiping of the ETs as gods, we're here to remove that, because we know who they are. And again, I just love this. You're here as a virus. If you remember anything, just remember you came here to disrupt the system. You have a star being celestial template, which is your soul contract, which knows what you're here to do, which holds the blueprint of all of your energies, which has all of the skills that you're here to do. All you need to start tapping in. And if you're going, well, I don't know what to do, then reach out to any of the most amazing mentors that you've been meeting here. Reach out to me, reach out to any of the panelists, reach out to any of the speakers that you connect with, that you have a resonance with. I remember a few months ago on an Atlantean conference with Tamara, and I'm sitting there going, oh my God, she has to mentor me. I have to talk to her. She's my teacher. And I felt it. So if you get a soul resonance that you are drawn to someone here and you know you need help unfolding your template, and believe me, all of us need help at one time or another, because this is too vast for us to understand the big picture and how it all fits in. So what's another thing we're dealing with is what we call compliance genes or implants. And the fun part about was being in Egypt, and I remember talking to Viviane Chauvet about the compliance gene that was inserted by the Anunnaki gods into, or by whomever we want to call them, the compliance genes inserted into our DNA coding. Not only the compliance gene, but that gene to shorten our lifespan. So once you know you have these, we can free our souls by removing those compliance genes, removing those alien implants. And Victor, we want to remove any programming of a shortened life. We want to reinsert new programming. And one way to put in new programming is to begin to affirm, I am free. I am limitless. I have no restrictions placed on me. I am capable of long life, youngering, transformation, transcendence, becoming an interdimensional being. I am living my dream. I am living my vision. The more you affirm that, the less powerful the old programming will be. What's the spiritual warfare? Well, it is a spiritual warfare. And we all know that. We feel it on some point. When you listen to that voice within, and when you hear your guides, whatever you call them, it could be, again, your star family, your angels, your departed loved ones. When you listen to those voices within that comes through clearly, and you follow that clear guidance, you will always be on your superpower self path, on your highest soul level. But when you hear that path, yes, and you get that heart singing, and then someone says, well, why are you doing that? And you question yourself and you don't do that. That's when you go on that other path that causes more disruption. So the key is, number one, knowing you're here to succeed no matter what, letting go of what gets in your way, awakening to your memories of being a disruptor in the system, and remembering the skills that you came in with. And that's all of your psychic skills. It's your remote viewing skills. It's your skills of telepathy. Practice them whenever you can. I remember one day with Neil last year, the year before, when we started traveling, and I was practicing moving energy. Just practicing. You guys can all do this. And it was a very hot day. It was Calistoga, California, and the flies were out at this restaurant, and they were attacking our table. And I don't know what prompted me to do it, but I said to Neil, watch, I'm going to get rid of the flies. And I start doing this. I didn't know I knew how to do it. Honestly, I just followed my intuition, just started doing it, no restriction. And I created this force field around me. I'm not sure if Neil was included in it now that I think about it. And the flies stayed away. And then suddenly one fly came in, and I'm doing this, and he comes in, he bounces off. Oops, hit the lamp there. He bounces off like he hit a force field. So you too can create this. And another way to do this, by the way, is spoon bending. Go to LightNet. They do spoon bending on YouTube, or on Zoom rather, but I went in person in Sedona. Using your mind, learn how to harness the power of your mind, and that will teach you how to anchor and hold in these frequencies of light. So what is our true mission here? Well, it's to learn to raise your frequency of light. It is learning how to become that powerful being that you know that you are. So how do we raise our frequency of light? I have a very fast, simple way. I taught it in a class yesterday here in Scottsdale. It's on activating miracles, but I'm going to teach it to you today. So I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to imagine in front of you that there is a dial, an old-fashioned dial, low, high. So when the dial is off, or it could be off, on. I'm sorry, go away. So turn it off, turn it on, off, on. So take a look at your dial. Where is it? And now start to turn that dial up. Literally, turn it up from low and get it up to medium and then get it up to high. That's one way, and a very simple way to do it. The second way to do it is another way to do it, not second, there's so many ways to do it, but another way to do it is a process I call wing fluffing. And I do sessions on wing fluffing, guys. By the way, I think I'm the only person on the planet who actually works with wing fluffing. But what is wing fluffing? So wing fluffing is when you start to step into the power, purpose, and presence of yourself, that you begin to walk in the world with that power, presence, and sense of purpose. And that will keep you young, by the way, and that will extend your lifespan beyond 3 digits, beyond 99 or 2 digits, getting up there. So this presence is also designed to call in your angelic ones and your star family. They participate. Sometimes they're interchangeable. And we know many of the star beings, the early ones, the Sumerians, when we see these tablets, they all had wings. And so some do and some don't. Some angels have wings and some don't. And so we have wings. And that's what I want you to know. All of you have wings. Your shoulder blade, another word for it is wings. And that's actually in the medical journals. They call it your wings. Isn't that funny? And I have friends who are angels on here on the planet who will talk about how they remember coming down to the planet and having their wings torn away. We've had many traumas on the planet being this extraterrestrial being or being a star being here, being a light worker. Many of those lifetimes were disastrous. Disastrous in the sense that they had bad endings. Not that they were disastrous, because we came in fully embracing our power and our gifts as oracles, as healers, as herbalists, as wise women, wise men, as druids, etc., magicians. But the society was challenged by that, and they had a mission to keep us down. And so we have memories of that. And those memories are what keeps you from embracing this full power. So let's start by releasing any old memories of pain that came from being an ultimate star being. In other words, you were tortured for being the most powerful being on the galaxy. You were a powerful, always in all these lifetimes, powerful beyond measure, with skills and talents. So let's just bring our shoulders back a little bit and chest out, and that way you can breathe and breathe it in. And I want you to imagine right now the presence of 2 guardian angels or 2 star beings, whoever you're most connected with, who's your family out there, and feel them coming in with you, and start to take a deep breath with them. And so now we ask right now that we begin to let go of everything that no longer serves. So letting go of any pain, letting go of any memories that we've had of being less than, letting go of anything, other people's opinions of ourselves, other people's curses, letting go of our own self-judgment, letting go of our self-criticism, letting go of our self-doubt, letting go of any violations against us by ourselves or by those we know or those unknown to us. Let go of any thought forms that we have attached in our auric field that are like this. Let go of the cork that's in your throat chakra, placed there by the patriarchy so you couldn't speak. Let go of that, because you've been almost like an enslaved tied up, hostage down here until you learn how to breathe in so bigly, that's a new word. Breathe in with such a big breath that any chains around you are broken, that compliance gene is pushed out, that those implants are removed forcibly because you have pushed them out. Or perhaps a hand will come and pull them out for you. We're letting go of any implants. We're letting go of any voice other than that voice of the divine, or the voice within, or that soul voice of ours, our higher self, our beautiful higher self, who knows what we are here to do and allows us to access that wisdom at any time. Your soul mission is right here, waiting for you to just go, oh, wait, perhaps I'm supposed to listen to that voice that said, follow the yellow brick road. Huh. My mom said not to follow that road, that it'll take me to destruction, but I don't know. I'm getting that feeling that voice is right. When your heart, now how do you differentiate voices? The voice of the divine, the voice of your higher self comes in a way that makes your heart sing. The joy that gets flooded within you. I was in Egypt a few months ago with Neil and Alan, a fantastic, best time of my entire life. And we're talking to someone who lived in Scottsdale. And he's talking about Scottsdale. And suddenly I had an aha moment. I had been telling everyone, oh, I'll know. I'm not ready to settle down. I don't know where I want to be. And I'll know the minute I know, because I'll know. I didn't know what I would know. I would just know that I knew that I would know. Hope you understand that. And sure enough, as he's talking about Scottsdale, my heart starts singing. And I hear a voice that says, Joan, Scottsdale, and that got my attention, guys. And I am, well, right now, today, I'm talking to you from Scottsdale. I'm doing a fair here, showing my art for some of the first times my art's coming out in the world, because I'm listening to that voice that says it's time. In Scottsdale, just like that heart singing that I had. And you know what? My heart is still singing. I know it's the right decision, at least for now, but you won't know until you know. So you let go, letting go of anything that keeps us from knowing who, what, where, and when. Now let's start letting go of the alternative timeline that is the negative controlled timeline. Let's let go of any timeline that keeps open portals for other lower frequency entities. Let's see ourselves now walking the positive ascension timeline. I am unlimited. And you repeat with me at home. I have unlimited possibilities. My visions will take me where I'm supposed to go. I listen to the voice of my guides. I am on full power. I have turned up my light. And I want you to turn up your light right now. Now imagine that switch, you are turning up your light. So bright. If I turned up my antenna so bright, you could be able to see it. And as we turn up that antenna so bright, I want you to imagine right now that your antenna is connecting to my antenna. And your antenna is connecting not only to my antenna, but to Neil's antenna, to every panelist here, to Alan, to Michelle, to Victor, to all of their antennas. So that from the portal to ascension point here on Zoom or on StreamYard, now that energy is going out around the globe to every other antenna of light, all of you listening in the future or now. And we become a magnet, not just for miracles, but for activation. A magnet for people to remember this high vibrational frequency that is here to raise and uplift not only you, but all of us. Because when you raise your frequency, you have the power to raise the frequency of the energy of everyone around you. I think that's the most exciting thing. We are viruses in the system because our frequency can be so high. It can impact so many. It can shift timelines. It can shift your DNA to the most powerful of level. Who's here? Who's with me? Who wants to become a high frequency being, managing your 3D body, not being managed by your 3D body. Is there anyone here that really wants to step into your highest dimensional frequencies so you can do what you came here to do, even if all you know is that you want to be a light bearer? You want to walk the path of the divine. You want to walk the path of the light. You want to help heal and inspire and shift the frequencies for millions and billions of people upon this planet. I say yes. And that is what I am doing here on the planet. I was named Joan of Angels for a reason. I've been instructed to call the Angel Brigade, to call every one of you undercover angels who've been sort of like a little bit afraid of the bigness of this, to join up, to join with me. Let's go, let's circle around the planet, spreading miracle seeds and love seeds and light seeds and high vibration seeds, so that who you are can be manifested here on the planet in full presence. That is your star being ultimate star seed mission. Now, I offer a lot of things that you can participate. You can have a soul awakening session with me. You can check out my cosmic art activations. And by the way, in a month, I'm going to have a real art storefront for you, a gallery online. You could check out my cosmic soul art activations that I do in the form of personalized art portraits. That's quite a deep dive. In fact, on my Instagram, I think I've put a recent one that I've done, or I put it up on my YouTube channel so that you can see samples of these art activations. People get very inspired when they see how powerful they are reflected back to them. So that who you are in the higher dimensions, when you can touch into that, you will fly, my loved ones. You will fly. So check me out on joanofangels.com. Be my friend. I answer all emails. I love you. My mission is to help you remember. That's why I'm here. And that's why I'm going to be here for a long time. 100 years more, maybe 200 years. We don't know. We have that ability. So who's ready to go for it? I want to see all your yeses. Also want you to say is, okay, I have a bet with everyone that I change your frequency, that listening to me will change your frequency. If your frequency has improved, put it in the chat. Put in what your level is on a scale of 1 to 10 and how much you felt it shift already. And so it is. Thank you, guys. I'm so appreciative for being here with you. I love sharing my wisdom. And yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Remembering, Joan, that's the key, remembering. And listen, on my 100th birthday, I'd like to come to Scottsdale because I understand now that you were a chiropractor. I've been very maladjusted. Can you help me?
Oh, my love, you're so cute. So I now do mostly spiritual chiropractic. I work with people online to align your body, mind, and spirit, because I forgot to tell you that we actually can activate every cell in our body to work in harmony. You come before that, Victor, and we'll do it together. But yes, and you know, we have a switch. It's right here between your brain stem and the upper part of your neck. It's your angel celestial switch. You can call it whatever. It's innate intelligence. When we adjust that and turn that on, not only do you get your angel wings, but it allows full memory to start to flow through you. It connects your innate intelligence to your body intelligence.
I feel it snapping and connecting. I feel it snapping and connecting right now.
I love it. I love it. And I love you. I listened to the whole presentation, loved it. And I wrote down, I loved when you said here to disrupt the system. And then right after that, you were talking about how you felt such a resonance with Tamara on the Atlantean conference, and you just knew she was your mentor. I totally, all of a sudden, I just felt this whoosh. Like, isn't that the truth? That when you feel a vibrational resonance with somebody, that's why I say there's no competition. When we consciously collaborate with each other, there's no competition because there's so many people on the planet that we feel a vibrational resonance with people. And that leads us where we need to go. I took pages of notes, Joan.
I love you. I want to be on your show soon. But it's true. There's no competition. And like for instance with Tamara, listen, we've known each other's for lifetimes, people. We've been around the block, and so when we find our soul family and we have that connection, that's who you want to work with. You don't want to work with someone that you can't even resonate with just because people say, oh, she's great, you should love her. If you don't love her, she ain't for you. You work with those that call you, and you're going to meet a lot of people on here today. So, wow. I'm so honored. I know that you're behind schedule, but no, there's no such thing as behind.
I want to make a comment. Joan, you always bring the energy to a place, even, and you talk to me, personally on the side. And I know, like, when you had your toe issue and your toe was broken and you were traveling, you were in Egypt, and it was a mess, but you were a trooper, just kind of like Victor. And then, I've had issues. I'm in pain right now, but I'm here. I'm happy. Okay. And it's this body, we forget we have these bodies and we can do things senior over it. But, and you just kept pushing on, and you bring the energy even when your vessel doesn't always feel like it. I think that's a good message. But I love in your thing today, people that you always are energetic. But what I love about you, Joan, is that you'll just say things like a kid, and you'll go, well, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh my God, where did that come from? But you're so genuine. It just pops out. You truly work with your heart. But I like when you said virus, and some people, might think it's negative. But I think what you did is you took a negative situation and the word virus, and you said, we're the virus. And you can, if you don't like that word, okay, fine. I like the concept because it was a visual. I was like, okay, I'll give you a virus. We're the virus. But I like, because you're sassy, and I like that's your counter. But we can look at it like we're spiritual rebels, and we're invoking love, and we're putting that in. But I like how we are a disruption to the system, whatever word you want to use. I thought that was fantastic. First of all, I've never. That was brilliant. You saying that we are a disruption to the system, and I'm just going to go there. We have been knocked off for doing it in the past. Okay. And I'm not, a lot of people get like real PTSD over this kind of stuff, past lives, the wars, with the Orion, Lyran wars, the Atlanteans and Lemuria. Okay. We've had issues. Okay. But guess what? We know that deep inside, even if we can't remember it all, but that's why we're coming together, and our talents and our superpowers complement one another. And there's a synchronicity, and there's only one Michelle, there's only one Victor, there's only one Joan. And that's why there's so many of us. There's not enough. There's still a big planet. There's enough to go around, but we also need to remember to ask for help. And when Victor said that, we need to be humble enough to say, look, I need a little help. And because we're doing a lot, all of you star seeds and light workers, we're doing a lot, and you need to ask for help for people that are on here. And also the panelists, we help each other out of love, because that's what we do, so we can keep going and fighting another day, the good fight. So you're an inspiration, Joan. I just get so excited when you speak, because you bring so much vitality and energy to the scene of wherever you are, and you just infuse this energy, and this that's truly who you are.
Playful. She's playful, and she's filled with joy, but she tells it like it is. And I love that you connected our antennas. How fun was that she gave us the visual to connect our antennas, so that each of us together are harnessing that energy to uplift and inspire and raise the frequency on the planet. Isn't that the real job here? And I believe what we're doing here on Portal to Ascension in this Starseed retreat is we're shortening the time span of when Neil talks about these Kali Yugas and how the darkness comes before we move into this new system of being, this new way of being. It's my intention that through the work we're all doing here together, we shorten that time frame so it happens quicker.
I'm with you. I'll
Absolutely.
piggyback that. Okay, so I'm going to go with what you're saying because I think that's powerful. Okay, Michelle, that pause is powerful. It's because when we look at a linear timeline, sometimes things take a while to get where you're going.
Right.
You look at a map and you go, okay, it's so many miles. But with the work that we're doing, it can be a memory, an instant ability, a superpowers, an instant whatever, or an instant cognition, like, oh my gosh. And we are receiving help too. We're not just in this, not only we're getting help here from each other, but help from our star family, the angelic realm. But you're right. It doesn't have to take long. And what we've seen has been drawn out. This nefarious, whatever's going on, has been drawn out. Everybody's like, okay, I'm bored with this. This is not fun anymore. And this can happen very quickly. And I think that it has to do with our intention. Our intentions is what is creating this new world. And I think that it's exciting because we're on this, sandbox playing, and we're deciding what this new world is going to be. And we need to be very deliberate about what that is and what we want and what we don't want.
By the way, Joan, I forgot to mention before that they gave me the angelic name Aviel, Aviel, Aviel.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Abiel, nice.
Aviel, that's beautiful. Oh.
Have a blessed and beautiful day, everyone. Honestly, just take this as a jump start to the rest of your day. I'll be back online hosting tomorrow and sending you all a lot of love. Thank you you just
Namaste.
filled my
Have
heart.
a great rest of your conference, and lots of paintings sold because they're so inspiring and uplifting. Thank you so
Namaste.
much, Joan. We love you. We love you.
Love you. Oh, she's so much fun. And what a beautiful soul.
Yeah, and Victor, I want to thank you, Victor, for I noticed in the chat. Yeah, a lot of times you're saying your poems out loud to us, which we so appreciate. But I really appreciated that you reached out to Francesca and gave her the quote from Rosa Parks. I have learned over the years that when one's mind is made up, this diminishes fear. Knowing what must be done does away with fear. How many people are in the room going, wow, that is a profound quote that we can take with us for the rest of this retreat.
And for those who don't know who Rosa Parks was, she was the woman who refused to go to the back of the bus. Wonderful story. Read about it. Rosa Parks.
Right. Can you imagine the fear that she had? And she did it anyway. But if it's for the greater good, then it supersedes that. So that's you always have such good quotes and poems. I can't wait for your wisdom nuggets today, Victor. All right. So
I don't see Neil, and I'm wondering, Neil, are we ready to bring on Althea?
Yeah, we're ready. She's here.
She's in the back of the room.
Yeah, let's flow into it. You want to introduce her?
Well, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going to introduce her. Yes. There she is. Hello, beautiful. I am so excited to meet you. I had never learned of your work before Neil assigned me to be your host to introduce you. I actually am wondering where your name came from, Althea.
Hi, Michelle. So lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for having me. So, it's a Greek name, but it's also a healing flower as well. So, it's the funny
goddess of truth.
Yeah, she was a goddess of healing. She did healing work, but she also was quite like a stern sort of like motherly guide and presence as well. But as every Greek tragedy, there was quite a tragic story behind it. She had the son who was sent to war, and someone came to her for help. She wasn't able to help them. She got cursed, and she wasn't aware of this, but the curse was that whenever she burned this log, her son would die, and she didn't know, and she burnt this log and her son died. So that's kind of like the Greek tragedy story behind it. And then it's a healing plant with lilac and purple flowers as well.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. The name has big meaning in my life too, so I wanted to clarify that. But what I noticed about your your bio is you speak in first person, which I really appreciate because you use your I am in first person. And so when I read through your bio, I see that you do light language, you're a light language channeler, a galactic contact, Akashic and psychic healer, Reiki practitioner, Kundalini yoga teacher, and tarot and divination astrologer. So you wear a lot of hats. And you were born in Milan, Italy, and you've traveled and worked perfecting your craft worldwide between Italy, France, India, and New York before eventually settling in South Africa. Is that where you are now?
Correct. Yes, I'm in South Africa.
Wonderful. And I think that's where Michael Tillinger is.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. He's a good friend of all of ours here at Portal to Ascension. Have you met him?
Not personally, but I have been and on his site to do some activation energy work, but I haven't met him in person.
Wonderful. I hope you go to Adam's calendar and
That's where I was relocated about 3.5 years ago to do some grid work.
I kind of felt that. So your specialty is light language channeled in all shapes and forms, written down, sung, spoken, signed, and so on. So you also do a lot of timeline clearing on both an individual and collective level, and you channel higher dimensional frequency codes, 5D and up, and anchor them into the third, fourth dimensional matrix construct. And in doing so, that helps raise the planetary frequency, which is what we're all focused on here on this Ultimate Starseeds retreat. So your main energetic imprint is of rainbow ray spectrum. And you work very closely with the 9th dimensional Pleiadian being version of yourself and a 12th dimensional mantis being. That's why I felt such resonance with you. I think I just looked at your picture and went, I just want to know this person. So you've been coaching people for the past 4 years and helping them access their own psychic gifts and activating many to their own light language and higher multidimensional versions of themselves. So I'm encouraging people to connect with you for your sessions because they help with very deeply rooted trauma release and healing ancestral wounds on both an individual and collective level. I feel like that's so important right now. Let's clear the trauma. So you're also qualified to teach a wide range of energetic tools that have been given to you to help raise the frequency of the planet towards the vibration of collective ascension. And having been through your own extensive trauma and clearing, it brings you immense joy and gratitude to be able to be of service in the highest of alignments. So thank you for doing all the work that you do in the world, in the cosmos. And I'm so excited to sit here and listen to your presentation. And it's my honor to be able to present to you Alia Light Codes.
Amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for having me. Okay, guys. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for that beautiful introduction and that beautiful presentation by Joan. Really, really lovely. I always love coming on to the Portal to Ascension portal because I can feel the frequency. I mean, guys, I started feeling the frequency this morning already. I can literally feel the vibration. I can literally feel the light, the activations, and everything that is going on beyond what we consciously are aware of seeing. So how it works with me, I don't really generally prep much. The reason I don't do that is because there's so many different timelines that are consistently merging and anchoring into each other that I tend to kind of like go by fuels and then hop on and see, okay, this is what's needed. That's what's needed. This is what needs to be anchored at this moment in time on a collective level. So I will be doing some light language, but I want to really start by opening the space. So I just want everyone who's watching to just close their eyes and anchor into their heart centers. And I want you to just take a deep breath in. So you breathe in, breath of light. We hold, call in divine light within our systems, and we release. We take a second deep breath in. We call in the breath of life. Motivation, passion, creation. Keep that in and release. For a third deep breath in, we call in the breath of love. So we anchor within our heart centers. We stay centered, grounded. And we release. Okay. Welcome. So I'm just going to first start speaking a little bit about what's been going on from an energetic, collective, and individual perspective with the ending of 2023 going into 2024. So this is from what I've channeled, from what I've been moving through, and what I've been seeing through my clients as well. So obviously with the ending of 2023, very big collective release. Even if you're not per se purposely wanting to release stuff, it's going to have happened anyway, because you're picking up on a collective vibrational frequency, meaning a lot of people are clearing and releasing. It's probably going to happen on some level for you too. So the ways that it went is what I saw in my own personal experience. A lot of people gently and sometimes not so gently being removed from my peripheral, from my vibrational frequency field. Some of them not even actually allowed. And I saw that because I was traveling around and I flew back to Europe. I anchored into the European grid, which, by the way, guys, has raised its vibrational frequency a lot compared to last year. When I anchored into the European grid last year, I was in Milan and in Paris. I found it very dense. I found a lot of density. This year I found it lighter. I don't know what's been going on that side. Whatever the light workers are doing, keep on doing, guys. It's working. Like the grid was raised. So really beautiful news, really beautiful thing to feel and pick up as I flew in the airport in the end of November, beginning of December. Okay. So yeah, people clearing, releasing from your life. And I mean, how many of you, I don't know, I don't think I can take questions here, but if I could, I would. And how many of you have kind of like, to an extent, felt the friction, the trigger, and have also almost dreaded going into, your family dinners and your family lunches going into Christmas, because now you've been working on yourself. You've been upgrading your system. You're operating on a baseline vibrational frequency that is higher from what it was last year. And you now need to regulate yourself, your nervous system, your somatic body as well on a physical level, to be able to connect and see what's going on with everyone else, in your family that perhaps isn't on a similar journey or is operating from the 3D matrix structure, so good to hear about Europe. Okay, nice. I'm seeing that I can see comments and people talk. Great, amazing, guys. That if I am allowed to do this, I will leave a 10-minute space at the end for questions, because I really love interacting with everyone that's on. And I do find collective questions very useful for everyone anyway. Okay, so that's kind of like one of the first things that, I was very aware of when I anchored into Europe. And then in my own personal life, it was quite funny. Every time I fly back, I'm like, oh, like, who's going to be allowed in my grid? Hello from India. Much love to you. Who am I going to be allowed to see? Who's going to be, be able to connect with me? So paying attention to that. And also, guys, paying attention to, this is what they're telling me to say. Well done. Well done to everyone who got through the Christmas and the lunch dinners, who was triggered and who didn't react, and who was able to measure their own individual progress from where they were last year. If something that would have triggered you last year didn't trigger you this year, guys, you're doing amazing. Remember also, guys, the only constant is change. So it doesn't matter kind of like what's going on and navigating, you are still moving forward, even if you are moving backward. Once you start your ascension process, it's exponential. You can't go backwards. So get it out of your mind like, oh my God, I got triggered, I got angry, now I'm moving backwards. No, it's fine. You're still moving forward. You're still learning. There is no wrongs. There is really only lessons. Okay. So you do something, you react to something, you don't like it, it doesn't feel in alignment with the person that you are now. Next time, you're not going to do it again. You are learning from that. Okay. Yeah. So they're just going to be sending me through codes as as I'm talking. So that's kind of like one of the first things that I saw. Very big collective work on releasing the scarcity template. So this is what's happening going into 2024. So number 8, it's the number of abundance. A lot of the scarcity templates are going to release. Obviously, guys, you need to want this. It's not just randomly going to fall out of the sky and all of a sudden you're going to be navigating into abundance. But what I can say to you guys that you can start doing on a very practical level is working with your boundaries. Boundaries go hand in hand with abundance. If you struggle with your boundaries, you have energetical leakages. If you're not firm in what it is that you believe and you say, and in setting your boundaries, you're going to struggle to be able to uphold and maintain an abundant container. Okay. Really, really important, guys. When you're saying no, boundaries are the highest form of self-love. You are only in control of your own actions, emotions, and words. You cannot control other people. So if you say no to someone and they get upset with you, that is not your problem. They cannot guilt tripping you into being like, oh, you made me upset. I am not making you anything. I am just setting a boundary. You are choosing to get upset, obviously within the realm of compassion, patience, and we always operating from the heart center, guys. But just understand then moving forward, if you want to anchor into abundance, you're going to really have to set your boundaries. And what I find that is really useful that I teach a lot of people is actually to overstep them and then take them down a bit. If you struggle, if you feel like you have energetic leakages, if you feel like you're getting psychically attacked, if you feel like you can't say no, if you feel like you have the people-pleasing program, if you feel like, you need to kind of work on that, then overstep them, okay? And then take them down. It's going to be easier than you being here and trying to get here because you're not going to be sure where you're going, and if you're going and to what extent. So rather like overstep them and put them more. So really, really important. 2024 abundance, scarcity templates releasing. I mean, I know exactly when mine started releasing back in 2020 with the pandemic and everything, but it only was able to fully release about 2 years ago. I don't know exactly when that happened. And it's very funny because that happened when we actually had theft. We had a burglary and something happen, and really, really, really important ancestral talismans were removed from my life. And I was like, and then I was told, no, this needed to be removed for you to anchor into further abundance moving forward. And it needed to be cleared and released from an ancestral lineage and perspective. And that's the next thing I'm going to link onto and speak about. Okay. Ancestral, matriarchal, patriarchal clearing. So much of that has been going on. Woman, if your bleed is more intense or all over the place, it's because we are all clearing, even the men, but we are all clearing through our womb, through our sacral on a collective level for Mother Gaia. There is a huge, huge, huge release that is happening within the womb space, within the womb healing from the matriarchal lineage and family line. So very, very important to just be mindful and aware of that. If you are struggling even with like cramps or things like that, we are all clearing through the womb. Men have an energetic womb. They've all got a sacral chakra, so they're clearing there as well. They might be clearing for their mothers. You know what I mean? A lot of family contracts are getting dismantled and have been dismantled with the end of 2023 and accessing 2024. So it's quite interesting. Some of you had parents or family members and you actually ended up seeing them and you didn't think you were going to. It's almost like you had like a family dinner or a lunch and like all of a sudden like that uncle that never pitched up. That's because there needed to be some kind of dismantling and karmic connection cleared between the two of you or between him and someone else and her and someone else. So being mindful and aware that this is going to carry on into February, January and February. So we are kind of like still anchoring the November, December energy within the year of 2024. The year is going to fully anchor at the beginning of April. That is the start of the astrological new year. So until then, it'll dissipate a lot more. And like March will probably still be fine. January and February, you'll still be clearing energetically from what's been happening in December. So the scarcity template, the letting go, the releasing, the working on releasing all any attachments, and all this really, really big and important family stuff, okay? Ascension symptoms. Okay, where do I start? you might be having difficulty eating, or you might be finding that your eating habits are shifting. You might also be finding, guys, that you, especially women, but even the men, all of a sudden, the last 2-3 months, you've put on weight, and there's no actual logical explanation for you to have done that. Because the baseline vibrational frequency of the planet is rising, a lot of us are struggling, and I speak for myself as well, to stay grounded. So what happens is the system will put on a physical level, lower middle part of the body, to help you stay more grounded, more present, more embodied. So that'll dissipate itself when it kind of like when the grid re-anchors. So do more grounding, listen to frequencies that assist with grounding as well. So Fidget frequencies 369 is really good. They're all on YouTube. You can even play them overnight in your sleep, and it's going to help within your system. Okay. The astral space has also been really intense. I find that generally what happens is when you're clearing on a physical, the astral tends to quieten down. Sorry, guys. The astral tends to quieten down. However, what we had, especially in the beginning and in the first 2 weeks now of January, very, very intense astral space. Your dream space will be very active. Even if you're not remembering it, you're probably doing a lot of work. If you're waking up tired, it's because you're navigating the astral space. We are all now operating a lot more on a multidimensional level. This means that more aspects and parts of you are being integrated. More aspects and part of you are operating out there. So a really, 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 really beautiful work that I did recently with a friend of mine a few days ago was just of making sure that I'm gridded and anchored in and connected to all my multidimensional parts of self. So this is what they're saying to me now. The reason why you might be struggling with this is because as we anchored now into 2024, all this stuff that's releasing, it's releasing so that it can make space for you to be able to integrate the soul fragments and do soul fragment retrieval to become and start operating on a more multidimensional level within the 3D structure. You're already operating multidimensionally in the 4D and the 5D. You now want to operate multidimensionally on the 3D, which means you want to be able to do a lot of things all at the same time and do them properly. No, I'm joking, but you kind of get what I mean, okay? So really important astral space, apocalyptic timelines clearing as well. If you're finding yourself in wars with like dragons and fire and solar flares and earthquakes and tornadoes and volcanoes, it's not necessarily that that's going to happen. This is the problem. A lot of like channelers and workers are like, oh my God, I saw an earthquake. The world is going to earthquake. No, most of the time, in fact, guys, 90% of the time, it's apocalyptic timelines that are being cleared. What does this mean? It means that a whole bunch of us energy workers get together in the astral, anchor into this timeline, clear it so that it doesn't happen within the timeline that we are on now. Okay, so I find that there's specific months where more apocalyptic timelines are being cleared. January is generally one of them, end of December as well. And then there's times when not necessarily. So for me, when I operate in the astral and on that level, I'll generally see a few other energy workers. Sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 7 or 8. So most of you that are here are also doing this type of work, even if you're not consciously aware of it. What you can do is before going to sleep, set the intention to ask your guides if you can remember this, or even ask your guides like for guidance or questions or things like that. The astral space is a very powerful space where you can connect to other beings and to your spirit guides. The more specific the question, the easier it's going to be for them to come to you and answer it. Okay. Okay, something else that's going to happen this year is, guys, get ready for it because star seeds are going to go even more mainstream. Okay, it's going to be a huge year for those of us who are already on a public platform and speaking. We are going to grow exponentially. And this is why you need your boundaries set. And this is why you need to know when to say no. Because if you're going to struggle with that, you're going to get thrown out there and you're not going to know if you're coming or going. And you're going to really struggle to hold your own and people are going to step on you. So if you are in this line of work and you are helping, assisting, and whatnot, or if you want to get into it, this is the year. As I said, it's the year of abundance as well. For things to click into place and to be in order, please do the boundary work and release that as well, okay? So funny, guys. I'm in a place, this is in my house where I'm in, and I just picked a random mug. And for today, it said breathe. I do find that sometimes it's because of the multidimensional level that I operate on. Sometimes it's almost like my own brain can't keep up with itself. It's quite interesting. Like it's working up there, but then for me to relay it here, it needs to, come out in a specific way. So I find that sometimes breathing helps. Anyway, yeah. So this brings me to the next thing. Okay, so starseeds more mainstream. I'm not really allowed to say too much of that just yet. Yeah, but if you go on my Instagram and you follow me, I do lives every week. So in the next maybe like month or so, I'm going to expand and speak a little bit more about this. But just know that this is a beautiful year that we're anchoring in. Okay. Collective memory upgrade. This is what's happening as well. Lots of codes of memory are coming through. Lots of remembrance codes are going to be coming through as well on an individual and on a collective level. So we're all going to be remembering a lot of stuff. Again, your system needs to be ready, prepared, and open to be able to kind of like integrate the information, understand it, clear it and release it, and then let it go. We are, and I've said this before, I will say it again, we are clearing Atlantean karma and we are clearing Atlantean timelines as well a lot, and it's going to happen more and more and more. How do we know this? Because we are in a phase where we are learning to integrate and work with technology within a high vibrational frequency space. What does this mean? I've seen this in my own business, in my own life. The frequency itself of what could be your Instagram, your Facebook, your TikTok, whatever. I mean, I can't really speak that much with regards to TikTok because it's shifting a lot, but I can speak very firmly with regards to Instagram, its algorithm and how it works. 3-4 years ago, I mean, I was channeling light language. I don't think there were that many up there. It's grown exponentially now. And I'm finding that the more that people are posting light language with intention, with heart-centered compassion, people and channelers who are in merge twin union with source consciousness, so are operating from that space of unconditional love, the message is getting seen, the message is getting heard, the message is getting out there. Okay, so what we are here to do, while a lot of people are struggling with fear when it comes to AI and technology, it's because they are recollecting and clearing what happened in ancient Atlantis and in Atlantean timelines. So on a subconscious level, they're like, oh no, oh my God, the tech is going to take over. It's done it before. Guys, no, we have already entered the lower tiers of fourth dimensional positively polarized density, entering the ascension process. So it's not, we can't go back. Okay. The way we get to, I mean, and also it's not like getting to anywhere, like it's a process, a journey, but nothing that we kind of can do is going to stop it. So I think, okay, just be mindful and aware. So just want me to add this in of anyone or anything spreading fear and division, separation. And, if it feels off, guys, it's going to be off, it's off. And what's off for you might not be off for someone else and whatnot. We're different individuals navigating different experiences. But I think if you're in doubt, with what to believe, with what to listen to, with what to see, always tune into the heart. I find that sometimes the problem is a lot of people tend to bypass, they channel directly from here, but this is where we need to be operating from. Okay, guys. Memory upgrade, codes of remembrance as well. So what's actually happening? This has been going on for about 2 years now, but it's going to be more and more this year. Your memory, as you start integrating multidimensional aspects and parts of self, your memory is expanding beyond what would be your third dimensional density body. Obviously, you've got a light body, you've got an etheric body, you've got an energy body, you've got all these different bodies in a multidimensional aspect, and they've all got memory within them, okay? So you're now starting to integrate more parts of that. What does this mean? You're going to feel like, oh, I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, but I can remember what my grandmother told me when I was 3.5 years old. That's okay. I mean, mine took 6 months to a year to adjust properly. And still now, what happens is when you start downloading information and channeling, and everyone can channel, guys. I'm not special. Anyone can channel. It's just a muscle. The more you do it, the better you get at it. Anyone can be psychic. Anyone can speak to ET beings. Anyone can, channel and teach and whatnot. Like, it's just, anyone can do it. Okay. So as I said, it's a muscle. It's like, I don't know, playing soccer. The more you play it, the better you get at it. You're an artist. The more you draw, the better you get at it. Some people start kind of like already more present into that because they've done it for many lifetimes, like my case, but anyone can do it if they want to. Okay. So having said that, with the memory, what happens is you start storing stuff that you're not going to need that much in your, it sounds like in your, I don't want to say galactic, but in your multidimensional memory construct. Okay. So you're not going to be like remembering what you had for lunch yesterday, because that's not useful for you at that moment in time. And what you're going to start doing is you're starting to download all these codes and all this information and all these key concepts that have to do with sacred geometry, the quantum realm, beyond the space and time. And I'm going to speak a little bit about how to control time, because I think this is a very useful tool that you guys can use in your own life and experience. So as you start doing that, obviously, like, that's going to be more important than what you cooked your husband or wife for dinner a few days ago. Okay. So you have to make space to be able to integrate that. It's all then gets stored kind of like on this quantum memory sort of thing. Again, guys, please understand, I don't have any background training in physics, quantum physics, maths, or anything like that. All that I know, all that I understand is what I have channeled within my life. Yes, like, I'm smart and I've got good memory, but I don't have any basis in training in any kind of like physics or things like that, so sometimes the way that I explain things is just kind of like how I process them and how my own aspect of them. I mean, I might have done this, I don't know, I might have been a physicist or whatever in other lifetimes, I don't know. I haven't, maybe I should actually channel that. Okay, let me make a note. So I'm just going to speak a little bit about time, and this is something very interesting that I've been working with within the past few years. I held a workshop on this. When was this? I think on the 11/11 portal. Yes, in November. Held a workshop on this in November. And okay, so the concept of time is only linear and third-dimensional density. Right now, we have the 3D and the 4D overlap. I mean, they're all overlapping, but the 3D and the 4D are the kind of like what's most overlapping. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly explain this just for the sake of understanding the concepts of dimensional densities. I'm not going to go into soul density, but that's something different. So your soul density is separate from the dimensional density that you operate in. They're connected, but they're different. Okay. So in your 3D, you have the limitations of time and space. Time and space are linear. Time is kind of like counted, and then you need to walk to space and whatnot. In your 4D, your time construct is fluid. Okay. You can manifest anything instantly, but you still need to walk and fly to places. In your 5D, there's no limitation of space and time, which is your quantum realm, where you operate if you're channeling light language. I mean, even if you're doing Reiki, universal energy, and things like that. This is why I can channel here and you guys can receive wherever you are in the world, because it goes beyond the time and space concepts. And I'm going to, am I doing on time? Okay, I'm still quite good. And I'm going to speak a little bit also about how the light language works before I do a transmission for you guys. Okay. So what can you do to have time assist you to anchor into the highest of alignments and timelines? You can learn how to stretch time and bend time and operate beyond the concept of time. So I'm going to give you practical life examples that have happened to me and that probably have happened to you guys as well. You're just not consciously aware of it yet. You will be after you've listened to this. Okay. So, okay. So this was about, I think, 2021. I was flying. Oh, and by the way, guys, like brackets, I find for me personally, when I'm flying, my channel and the way I operate is more clear. And I didn't understand this. Like, my human mind was like, oh, because I'm closer to the spaceships, I'm higher up and whatnot. And then they were like, no, it's because there's less clutter. Because there's less people up there. So there's less clutter. When I'm, embodied here on Earth, there's like I don't know how many, I think 8 billion people, something like that, all with their thoughts and emotions and things. When you're up there, there's a lot less of them. So it makes sense. So anyway, so I was flying and I was pulling through some codes. I was channeling, I was writing some light language. I don't even know if it was 2020 maybe, anyway. And I looked at it was about a 2-hour flight, and I looked at my watch, and I remember it was 3:01. So I said, okay. So I sat down and I started writing. I mean, I must have written maybe like 8 or 9 pages of code. And at the time, I didn't write code as quickly as I do now. Like, I was channeling, but not as quickly, you know. And I'm talking about, like, it wasn't like A4 pages. I think it was A5 pages. So those little booklets. Anyway, I thought it was maybe like 20 minutes, half an hour. Well, it wasn't my watch. It was my phone. I don't really wear a watch because of this exact time concept that I'm explaining. I look at my phone and it's 3:03. 2 minutes have passed. And I was like, okay. And I was like, and I looked around to see, like, the plane was half empty. But my first instinct was to look around, like, are people seeing this? Like, what is going on, you know? So then when I tuned in, they explained to me that at that moment in time, because I was channeling code, that code needed to come through. And the way I pulled it through, it's almost like I stretched the time and made it slower. Okay, another example that I'm going to give you guys, and this is even more practical. This is a day-to-day example, okay? So let's say that I need to take my child to school every morning. She needs to be there by 8 o'clock, okay? Example, okay? The time it takes for me to get from home to the school, example, is like 20 minutes, okay? So, I don't know, traffic, whatever, considering to be there on time, I would have to leave at 20 to 8 or earlier, okay? There are times where I left at, guys, like, I'm not joking, at like 7 minutes to 8, and I still got there at 8. And I didn't understand. I mean, the way that I operated was, because I know that your own system is a perfect quantum co-creating machine. You can co-create what you want. So I always have the innate knowing and understanding of that. So what I would do is I'd be like, well, I'm not going to be late. Like, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to be late. Like, I'm just not going to be late. And I'm never late, and I was never late. And then when I sat to channel the time workshop, they said, it's time, sit, speak about this concept, explain people how to use it to the best of their ability. I was told that I was, with the power of my mind, because I was operating on these multidimensional levels, I was stretching the time. I was almost making it slower. So you can literally, guys, you can do it with your intention. You can do it. I find that there's a lot of almost like structures that keep people locked in time. One of them would be you're waking up in the morning and having to watch the news. I mean, okay, I doubt that anyone who's here right now watches the news, but you know what I'm saying, you know, or saying things like, oh, I need my coffee to wake up. Now you're programming yourself that you need the coffee to wake up in the morning, and that's it's anchoring you in a timeline, okay? You want to be able to be fluid. Why? Because if you are in fluid time, you can co-create your reality. They all exist. All the timelines exist. The timeline where you're abundant, you are happily married, you have the dream job, you have the dream house, you have the dream life. It all exists. You just need to anchor the frequency of it. You need to anchor within the frequency of it. You need to align with it, okay? So to be able to do that, you need to start operating beyond the constraints of time. So how do you do that? Again, you need to work on deprogramming. Boundaries really help, releasing attachments, letting go of what doesn't serve you. So the time concept to me is something really interesting. It's something really, really useful that I've been kind of like playing around and working with. So yeah, it goes back to remembering who you are, remembering your power, remembering you are an infinite being of light and co-creator of your reality, and multifaceted, and you can really anchor and co-create anything that it is that you want within your life. So yeah, I'll add 1 or 2 other things before I pull through some codes. Remember, everything needs to rise together: the mental, the physical, the spiritual, the emotional. You can't meditate 12 hours a day and then eat shitty food. Sorry for swearing. You can't, other side, exercise like extensive hours in a day and then not be connected to yourself, not be connected to your heart center, not be in touch with your emotions. Okay. So I think moving into this year, it is a year of embodiment. It's a year of remembering your power. It's a year of learning how to navigate this reality to the best of your ability, to a way that's serving to your advantage on a collective level. Okay. And it's not going to work if it's for ego. Like if you're sitting here and trying to manifest a Ferrari because you want to make your neighbor jealous, it's not going to work. There is something that I like to call the twin union with source consciousness. I cannot personally say when it happened for me. Probably it was somewhere around 2019, 2020. There is a point in everyone's life, or energy worker, or anyone who is in this line of work on this journey, where you come into a conscious understanding and a conscious activation and a conscious degree of frequency of heart chakra opening, where you merge back with source consciousness and you now operate from a level of unconditional love. It's not about you, it's about the collective. You operate on a level where you as the individual take a back seat and you start operating on a collective level, down to what it is that you're putting in your body for breakfast and how you are responding to the person that is, I don't know, painting the parking meter next to you. Okay. So another thing, I now explain how to get there. Release attachments, stay in trust, surrender, be gentle towards yourselves. It's a journey. Enjoy it. It's a beautiful journey. Don't resist, okay? Don't try. If it's not working, it's not for your highest alignment, okay? So I think the releasing attachment, especially to expectation, is one of the hardest ones. There are also healthy attachments that you can have, but that's for another workshop. With regards to me, before I go into light language, I just want to let everyone know that if they want to find me, my website is, I think they'll leave my links below. I think this is being live streamed anyway, but it's my name, Alia Althelucrezia.com. My Instagram is Light Codes by ALA. I do offer one-on-one activations and sessions. I will offer programs, 6 weeks, 6 months. I teach people to do what I do. I train channelers. I train energy workers in whatever technique and niche is good for you. I don't train you to be like me. I teach you to be like you. I teach you to bring out whatever gift it is or gifts it is that you need to offer the world. If you want to do what I do, great. I can teach you to do that as well. But most of the time, it's different for everyone. Okay. So, so I take people through that. I've got a lot of workshops on my website: how to counteract and neutralize psychic attacks, how to open and activate your third eye, the time workshop. I've got a Metatronic grid activation as well, working with the Archangelics and the number 4. I've got abundance workshop as well, how to co-create your abundance. I will be launching an abundance mentorship, but that's only in August. If you want to connect with me in person, I am going to be speaking at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles at the LAX Hilton in February. Everything is on my website. And then I'm also holding an in-person workshop in New York City on the 24/02/2024. I've recently just opened a Miami date as well on the 2nd of March. That one is on the 2nd of March. So I'll be in the States from the end of, from the first week of February. I am also taking one-on-one in person in Los Angeles and in New York and in Miami. So if that is what you want, you're going to have to either send me a DM or contact me through my website. I am almost fully booked, but I do have a few spaces and slots left for that as well. I think that's about it. Like, I offer a lot of stuff. I do timeline clearing, Akashic clearing, light language activations. I do kind of like coaching. I'll do cleaning, releasing, reprogramming, deprogramming, blueprint activation, implant removal. So I do a whole bunch of stuff, guys. Really, whatever you want to know and ask, you can come to me. I mean, if you want to, like, I don't really do mediumship, but sometimes people want, like me to do mediumship. So I can do that as well. It's not really like my main thing, but I can do that as well. So yeah. So I think that's it. I'm going to pull through some codes. Yeah, I had quite a lot of other stuff here I want to speak about, but it is what it is. What is needed now is coming through. So I want you guys to just close your eyes and anchor into your bodies as you find a comfortable breathing rhythm. With every inhale, you breathe in light. And with every exhale, you let go of all that doesn't serve you anymore. As we call on the Archangelic Collective, Michael to the south, Uriel to the north, Raphael to the east, and Gabriel to the west, we call on Archangel Metatron with his blue cloak of protection from above and Son of One to seal the grid from below. As we call on our higher selves, our spirit guides, anyone else who wishes to be present for the greatest and highest good, you're welcome in the space. Opening systems. Trana reatrea kie kumrase orokoto koro ishie. Taya tara kreate kasukut kuraya nara ia sira takra isira takra. Yeah, so these codes are going to help you guys just with being present, embodying Takurokoro ishira isirat and activating as you navigate, move through and into 2024, clearing, releasing, letting go, decoding, removing, detangling, expanding into more light, divine rays, anchoring into systems, blueprint structure, activating, opening, third eye, attuning, more light, divine rays, rayataka, treaki, umra, na, yasiro, kokoro, ishira, yataka, kura, kiki, roko, kokona, yasira, takra, takria, shira, tare, trakiera, taka, koroisia, Anayata Karasha, opening, expanding. It is time to open, expand the heart, step into Yatokoro Iya Shirataka Arya Isirate Taka Isharokoro Iya Senaro Kukuma Iya Ishira Iya Sirata. This will also help with the ancestral clearing Kikoro Katkarai Sinayata. Taina Reatrika Korokota Iya Shirayata. Triatare Akie Kumrasie Tokoria Triana Ratriata Kia Iya Ishetaka. Nayo Rokoi Seraitie. Triana Rakariat Creo Kuka Kria Ishirayata. Tieta Rei Creo Kukara Isie Kara Kriate Kumara Isirataka. Tre Nai Are attuning systems to more light, divine rays, anchoring. Okay, I have the angelic realms coming in, attuning. Narati Sarakira Pakara. More light, divine rays, anchoring, rays, rainbow rays, platinum white light, silver rays, attuning systems, activating, opening blueprint structure, heart expansion into more light, divine rays. Trayataka ishirayata, tainataka creatre ukumrase kurokotia ishirayata, triatrek kurasi naraya ishirayataka, crea ishira, releasing, letting go of self-judgment. Yo, this is a big one. It is time to let go, to be more present into the body, being more present into the body, being more present into the now, into the moment. We anchor. We are grateful to be here, to anchor into this new world, into this new life, into this new structure of Earth that is being integrated now within your systems. You can expect big openings within the heart, within your lives, within your career paths. Nta ia sietaka rea inchaya sie ukumai siara triatiak ni sietaka nai sietaka. It is time for you to let go as you are more present within the now. Ya una ya ishetaka koro isirat. You are learning to expand, to open and blossom like flowers. You are walking with the power of many lifetimes behind you, many ancestors assisting you. Big teams are present with you all the time. Please call on them, call on us. Ndaya ishie sasara yato kuma ishira isietaka triata kiarate ianishie sasasa sara ya ishira yataka ya ishirate kira ya sirate kura. You call on your ascension councils yato kuma aria ya ishie sasara yataka riatre aki kuma isira yataka nda riatara. It is time to trust more into the heart. Open up more, opening. Ya kuruhana ishe sara isira takarra isira sira takarra kukuku ishira siena takana ishina taka ntara ishira sira tokoro ukara isira. A lot of you are going to receive activations in your sleep tonight as well. Ntakara iya sia teka kokoro inchara sia taka rea tekara. Please remember to hydrate and drink lots of water. Nkara ya retreka no chira taka sira satata ishina taka ndriana takarra ratsia tukumra sira takra yeshira. Thank you. Kiyo nara yashena sietaka kriataria tre kukuro ishena ta yatria kira takaria sira taka kukuro ishira yataka. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of you are going to activate nuclear audience. Kia kukuro ishena siena takarata kukuno ishena si sazara ishira taka. Okay, ntishukuku ishena taka ishira takarra tria sira taka. Okay, you can gently come back and ground and anchor into the body. You can't see it, but I'm actually sweating, guys. And there's always a lot of beings when I do these talks that it's quite funny. It's the same when I go live. It's almost like they all want to come in. They all want to come in. They all want to speak. And I'm like, this is just me operating from my human self. Like, guys, it's one body. Anyway, so go follow me and go check my website. You're welcome. Thank you everyone for being here. I love you. I see you. I appreciate you. From my heart to yours. I think this is it for me. I think I'm doing well with time. Thank you for having me. And thanks, guys.
Woo. That was powerful.
Incredible. Look at the chat stream just filling up, Althea. That was amazing.
It is.
Coming
Look,
in.
body shaking, arm shaking.
Wow, I hear
wow.
Do you hear a buzz?
Yeah.
I wonder who's buzzing.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I glitched the computer.
You did. I hear the buzz.
I think it's actually your team because the buzz. I've gotten a buzz when, I think it's her transmission from the other side.
Yeah.
Did you see Francesca's question for you, Althea? She says, how do we connect to our light language?
Okay, so light language, first of all, it's important to understand that it's remembered, it's not learned. So it's really important to be able to conceptualize and understand that. It will be obviously easier to channel light language if you are a starseed soul that has come and gone many times. However, because we all have galactic DNA, to an extent, anyone can really tune into their own light language. Sometimes it'll be more earth-based, sometimes it'll be more galactic-based. This, I'm going to be holding a 90-minute workshop on this at the Conscious Life Expo in LA. So this is what I'm going to be talking about there. But I think ask, hey, sit, clear your mind, clear your heart, and ask, and just allow for the stream of creativity to come through. It is an expression of yourself and of your soul. There is no wrong or right within it. I find that automatic writing and kind of expression in that way tends to be the easiest. And don't judge yourself. Don't think it's going to have to look in a specific way. Remember, people that you see online are being channelers for years. When we started off, it looked like complete and absolute gibberish, I promise you.
Well, don't you think it's also to trust, just to trust and to not evaluate and just open up? I've heard people do their light language and it sounds like chirps. It's the avian language. It's like chirp, 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 chirp. And then everyone's different. And then what's cool is when you meet someone that speaks your language.
For sure, yeah.
And that was one of the questions in the chat. That someone asked about, do people understand each other's light language? And I have witnessed that they absolutely do.
For sure.
Yeah.
Everything can. So if you want to channel a crystal and you want to channel its light language, you can do that. You can channel the light language because it's a frequency. You can channel it for every subject, for everything. I mean, I've seen someone channel like a spider in light language. Do you know what I mean? So it's really an infinite realm of possibilities that goes beyond our linear time and space concepts.
Yes, you're right. That's a good point. It is. I like how you went into the different timelines and how we're functioning at different frequencies at these different timelines. And I love the example with the daughter. I've done that before. Like, oh man, I got to get to the dentist. I just got off an interview. How am I going to be there? And it should take 25 minutes. And I've gotten there in 10 minutes. And it's because what I do is I slow down time. I try to, and you think how? It's through intention. And I speak it forth. I'm slowing down time. And that's what I do. Like also what you mentioned, I thought it was really powerful and important. I mean, so much of it was, I really resonated with a lot of it. But when you mentioned about, and it made me laugh, how so many people psychically, and we know so many intuitives are on here, and we've all gotten visions of things in dreams and so forth, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I tell people psychically, and that's one thing I have a pet peeve with psychic readings. There's multiple options that show up. There's this timeline, there's that timeline. If I were to do a psychic read, I would go, well, this is one you might like, but you've got, it's your choice. You've got several. And so when people see these disaster type things, that could have been something that one of the timelines that may not even occur. So one of the things that I do, if I see that, I'll ask, why are you showing me that? Do I need to know that? And sometimes it could be just a wake up call. Like, it's important, keep going. Doesn't mean it's going to happen at all. And one of the things that I do is I take that and I erase it. And then I literally take an eraser and I erase that. And then I put in the picture, the image that I want to create in my mind. So because we don't want these things to put us in a fear-based situation. But what you said is so important. I hear it all the time. I saw this, I saw that. I've seen stuff. I've seen crazy stuff. I've seen where little Chinese men jumping out of airplanes on the East Coast. And I'm like, but I'm decided, no, that's another timeline. Not going to happen. I erase that. And so we need to know we do have control over it. First of all, to recognize it's just one timeline. Doesn't mean it's going to happen at all. And we are in control of that timeline. We are infused as co-creators. And if we want to, in various timelines, to go and change them. And I know a lot of us are doing that, especially in our dream time, that we're building the crystalline grids. We're doing all this stuff. We're changing timelines. We're working with our higher selves and all that. So I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I hear that a lot.
Did you do some activation on my microphone? I don't think it's buzzing right now. I hope it's not buzzing right now.
It is still buzzing.
It's still buzzing. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to log out and log back in. But very quickly, a couple of the viewers asked about creating healthy boundaries. What would you say to them?
Okay, so if it feels wrong, say no. like literally just it's as simple as that. And then understand really that when you're speaking your truth and you are speaking it from the heart and you're saying a no, people that are meant to be in your life will understand and comprehend that and support you. Sometimes not at the beginning, sometimes it takes them a while to figure that out. But the people who don't respect your boundary is not people that you want in your life anyway. So it's a win-win. But also really important, guys, when you're not speaking your boundaries and your truth, your throat chakra can get blocked. And it's not just about you. Sometimes most of the time, the other part needs to hear that truth. You might be taking a lesson away from them by not setting your boundary, by not speaking your truth. So you're doing a disservice to both parties. So it's difficult because we grow up in society and people pleasing, especially for women, and oh, I don't want to upset someone and whatnot. That's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to be authentically yourself. And then by that, you're shining your light, and who is meant to be with you will be with you, and who isn't will just kind of like dissipate and fall away.
Beautiful. So powerfully said. Susan in the chat says, thank you for bringing so much clarity and love, free of ego. Woohoo! I agree.
It's true.
And Althea, I really appreciate that you are working with the collective, and you saw that we were late and you cut your presentation short as a way to honor and get back on track for our next host and presenter. And I witnessed that in you, and I thank you so very much. You brought through so much powerful information. I put your website in the chat. I put your Instagram link in the chat. If any of you are in Los Angeles, go see Althea at Conscious Life Expo. Go to her website to find her when she's in New York. I know somebody's like, can't wait to go see.
Yeah, I know somebody's wanting to go to New York.
So we thank you so very much. Everything that you talked about, the codes of remembrance, I think were one of the key points, because you kept bringing us back to remember who we are, with such grace, with such elegance, no hierarchy there. As you stated, everybody can do this. It's like a muscle, and you do it so well. So thank you. We all really appreciate you. I know I'm not speaking just for myself. Everybody here is just lit up. I think that's the most chats I've seen so far. They just were rolling.
It blew up. Look,
Yeah.
when you were on the Seeking Heaven channel, what was it, a year and a half ago, and you did several things, you have grown so much. I'm like so proud of you. I mean, you're such a pro. You've gotten tighter. You've gotten more of yourself. You've gotten even bolder, which I find that hard to believe because you've always been bold. But you have embraced this even more so, and it is just beautiful to see you evolve. And I'm just like immensely proud of you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed our time together. I was so happy to see you were presenting.
Yeah, me too. I've had a blast. It's been a real honor. Yeah, I just I feel like that I've met my family here at Portal of Ascension, and whatever plans that I had, I have to giggle because the universe has other plans, and it's time to come out and be who we really are, and it's safe now. And you're helping make that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So much. I think we're getting ready to bring on Anastara to introduce our next speaker. We had a little switch in our schedule. And so I know you're bringing on Zoe, so I'm going to let you do that. And we're going to get back on track.
Wonderful. Wow. Amazing. Althea, I was not here for the whole thing, but I was here for the last 10 minutes, and I'm just still vibrating from all of that. What a blessing it is to be here today, beloveds. My name is Anastara Makha. I'm the mother of 1111 Unified and the 1111 Ascension University. And it has been such a pleasure to be here all weekend, joining you, our star family. We are all star beings, and we are the creators of our life. I have a deep privilege to introduce to you Zoe Davenport. She's a multi-dimensional channel, writer, speaker, divine oracle, and modern mystic, dedicated to being a catalyst to connecting others to their highest potential. Hey, hands up. I do the same thing. Yes, sister. Their highest potential, their truths, and their wisdom within. Through speaking, writing, and connecting with both groups and individuals one-on-one, she has assisted many in unveiling their deeper purpose and soul callings. As an adept seer of the infinite fields of quantum existence and higher planes of dimensional frequencies, Zoe has embodied the mastery of recognizing the highest potentials that exist within an individual. And she guides others in creating a fluid plan of how to ground these potentials and dreams into the present day reality. I am so looking forward to this. So part of this journey includes applying tools and methods to assist in releasing outdated programs, constructs, patterns of control, attachment, and expectation. So the deep and transformational path, together with Zoe, will allow one to embody sovereignty, as well as many other things. So Zoe, it is such a pleasure to have you here, beloved sister. I will let you introduce yourself further and take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Anastara. And oh, what a beautiful event that we are in. And it's kind of more than an event. It's a activation, a galactivation, an experience of the heart, of family, of connection, of co-creation, community. And I've definitely been tuning in and out the past couple of days and catching all the other speakers. And I just want to thank Neil and Portal to Ascension for just bringing this incredibly powerful, potent, rich experience together as we kick off 2024 and beyond. So yeah, it's been such a pleasure so far.
Amazing. Wonderful. Well, I look forward to hearing what you have to share with us.
Thank you. Yeah, beautiful. Well, hello everyone. And yeah, what a beautiful introduction. And I just want to set into the space the intention of becoming present and opening up our hearts to receive all of the beautiful wisdom, guidance that wishes to be shared in this moment of presence. And so just taking a moment to close your eyes and just taking a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Amazing. The ultimate star beings. So as I've been tuning into this and was asking my guides what would be the most potent, empowering, impactful experience to have, and they shared with me to go of the past and how I started to connect with the different galactic races and star beings. And it has been such an incredible journey, deepening the relationships with our multidimensional selves, our higher selves, and also our galactic star family. And I've had so many clients over the years always ask me, like, where am I from? Where are my galactic star origins? And we may have more of a connection to a particular star constellation and a particular race of beings. But what I have always been shown by these different star races is that we've had experiences in all the different constellations. You know, when we date ourselves back to the pure divine expansion of source, we've had so many different incarnations in many, many different realms and dimensions, and we continue to have those experiences in this power of now. So part of shifting our consciousness and awareness from third dimensional to fifth dimension and beyond is we start to unlock and have access to this multidimensional version of ourselves. And then it starts to get really, really, really interesting. So many, many years ago, I retrained from catering and hospitality into massage therapy. And this was part of the transition of my old third dimensional personality of self, of who I knew myself to be. And as I was going through my spiritual awakening, I was retraining and learning a lot of different healing modalities, such as massage therapy, reflexology, Reiki, Shambhala, energy healing, multidimensional healing, and so on and so forth. And one day I was massaging a client in a spa, and I was massaging his scalp. And with my eye, I could see these blue beings around the bed. And I'd never seen beings before. I'd started to connect with what you would know as angels and guides, and my higher self, and ancestors and elders, elementals. So more kind of grounded and rooted frequencies. I hadn't experienced these galactic beings until that moment. And they said to me that I needed to work with the client's crown to start to unblock the energy, because that was what was causing the issues in the body. And for a start, this was my first telepathic experience with such beings. And so for one, I'm kind of in this massage spa setting, suddenly having this telepathic experience, but then also very physically, visibly seeing these beings. And so I remember just holding this client's scalp, and this tone of sound activation wanted to come through my throat. I mean, bear in mind, this person is booked in for a spa massage, not a DNA quantum upgrade. And so I kind of did a very light little tone. And what I saw were these just beautiful patterns of pure divine consciousness flowing through this person. And so fast forward, that continued to happen. And as I continued to massage different clients, different beings would come in and have different messages to come through. So eventually I had to transition from massage therapy because my touch was so powerfully intentional that I was receiving so much information coming through, and started to deepen this relationship with the star beings, particularly when I was doing reflexology. What would quite often happen is I would be touching somebody's feet, and I would close my eyes, and I would be in the zone of working through the zones and pathways. And then suddenly I'd open my eyes, and we would be on this holographic spaceship. And I would see these light encoded kind of machinery, but it was like holographic. And it would start to shoot these different laser beams of light encoded information into the client. And these star beings, I used to call them the blue beings, many different beings that come in, were all around the client. And when I started working with clients that were also spiritually attuned and awake, they started to have the same visions and experiences that I was having before I was telling them what was happening. So for me, it was also confirmation, because I feel sometimes when we start to open up beyond the realms of conscious thought, of what we know this physical reality to be, it can feel quite interesting unless we are meeting more people having these similar experiences. And as we all know, we're all here together now for this purpose of knowing and understanding and awareness. But back then, there was just me. And so fast forward, it's so amazing now to know that I'm not alone, and that many of us all around the globe have been having many multidimensional visitations. We've been having many experiences of stepping out of time space. We've been having many experiences of collapsing timelines and astral traveling, and many experiences of landing on spaceships. So that was some other experiences I've had when I was going through the initial stages of my awakening. I remember sitting in a chair once, and I felt very tired, and I closed my eyes. And then I woke up on a white bed, almost like a hospital room, but I looked out the window and I could see the earth. And this woman with very tall ears looked at me. She had very long blonde hair, and she kind of jumped out a bit and thought, "Oh, you're not meant to be here yet. You need to leave." And I was like, I didn't even know how I got here. But I was physically there on that ship. So fast forward over the years, many experiences with different star beings. And as I developed my channeling and telepathic abilities, I've been able to have much deeper relationships with the different star families. And as such, what's come through over the years is different forms of toning, different forms of light language, and different forms of activations for my own cellular remembering. And then also when I'm working with my clients, reminding them how to do that for themselves. So it's been a ride, and I'm sure many of you all have these incredibly unexplainable, phenomenal experiences in your life. And I'm so pleased to be seeing that on the planet now, that disclosure is starting to happen. And those of us that have perhaps kept more of these experiences in the background for, years ago, are now feeling more freer to start talking about this with more people. The conversation more and more day to day with the general public, there is more of an opening to talking about different alien races and star beings and multidimensionality and consciousness, because we are seeing this collective shift that's happening, and each and every one of us is so incredibly important to be anchoring in the field of light through the heart consciousness, through unconditional love. And so, I feel that many, many different advanced races are future versions of us that have come to help us in this stage of awakening at the moment. And, physically, what we are seeing is some of the technology is going to start getting released into the planet. And, sometimes we can look at the physical reality, this third dimensional consciousness, that it's not happening, or it's not happening fast enough. So we have to remind ourselves that things happen non-linearly in a multidimensional capacity. And as we shift out of time space, as we shift into that heart consciousness and into the fifth dimensional frequencies and beyond, through expanding our own awareness of self, through our connection to people, places, and things in love and in gratitude and in joy, we will start to actually see that this higher timeline is manifesting into physical fruition, but it might just not be happening in our linear awareness of time, right? And it's much the same when we are wanting to manifest something. There's always a different journey that may have to take place before that physical manifestation. And sometimes that physical manifestation might not be our highest alignment and desire, and so it gets moved out of the field. And I just feel so many different beings all around us coming in to support us and help us on this journey. And this is something that I am constantly reminded of, and I'm reminded to remind us all, is asking for more support, remembering that we are a part of this collective consciousness, and that we do have infinite support from many different versions of ourselves and our higher selves and all of these different galactic beings of light. And my invitation for us all is, as we remember this, is to start building upon and deepening these relationships to these galactic star beings through the opening of the heart, because the opening of the heart is what opens up that portal of consciousness. It what helps to open up our multidimensional toolkit, our telepathic abilities. It helps to open our third eye. And my guides are also reminding me to share with us that it is also a practice as well. I see many clients that they're always slightly disheartened when they've tried to connect in. It doesn't happen straight away, and it doesn't. It is a practice of daily reminding ourselves that we are multidimensional, that we can drop in. And so that's why events such as this one are so amazingly, powerfully, impactfully important to come to, because it keeps us elevated state of consciousness. And what happens when we stay in an elevated state of consciousness for long enough, that starts to become our new known reality. And the reality of what we had known that is not of our highest serving, that is not of our highest conscious choosing, will start to dissolve and dissipate. So this 2024 linear timeline of space that we are having at this moment, that we are experiencing, the invitation is to continue consciously choosing that we are those co-creators, that we are those divine beings, that we are connected to infinite realms of information at all moments, at all times. And as we start to remember ourselves as that starts to become our new known. So I may talk in tongues and riddles and things, or repeat myself. And it's because when I'm talking, I'm bringing in information from the cosmos as well. So I would really love to guide us through a connection technique with our star beings. I feel them all like gathering around, almost like we're around a big campfire and there's marshmallows and hot chocolate. It's like that kind of like beautiful, childlike, playful energy, yet very powerful in our connection to the stars, to all of who we be. And so I feel that this will be a beautiful gift to the community and to help us get more into alignment. And I love doing these types of practices every day to remind us of the potential. Okay. So when you're ready, just closing your eyes and allow yourself to be super comfortable. So just tipping your chin ever so slightly in towards your chest, bringing your crown, the crown of your head up towards the sky. And imagine that a string is kind of pulling your crown up ever so slightly. So you feel a lengthen your spine. And then just feeling where you are on your rooted axis. So see if you're a little bit far forward or a little bit to the left or to the right or back. So just adjusting your root, little joystick, so you feel yourself fully centered. And maybe do some shoulder rolls, releasing any tension in the neck. And not kind of like sticking your chest out, but just finding that beautiful, soft, relaxed space. Chin in towards the chest ever so slightly, feeling the length in the back of your neck. Softening your gaze, softening your jaw. And bringing your internal awareness into your third eye. And feeling that connection to the cosmos. And feeling that connection to the Gaia, to the crystalline core of Gaia. So if you want, send a root of energy, of intention from the base of your spine, from your root chakra, all the way down into the crystalline core of Gaia, grounding and anchoring you into this space, this moment, this time, this presence. And focusing on your breath, breathing in through your nose for counts of 4 and breathing out through your nose for counts of 4. And if your mind starts to wander, just bringing it back to your breath. Observe the thought. Bring it back to the breath. And feeling that connection through your crown chakra to the cosmos, to the infinite source of energy that is you, within you, and all around you through time, space, all versions, connecting into your higher self. And setting the intention to call in your star family. Your star family, the multi-dimensional galactic beings of light that are here to serve and support you on your human incarnation at this time. And feel their presence of love surrounding you now. You may feel a tingling, you may feel heat, you may feel cold, you may feel emotion. You may feel nothing, but you may see something. See it, sense it, make it up, using your imagination. Invite in this beautiful, divine love consciousness of your star family. Whatever beings they may be, from all races, all versions. And we lovingly speak out of the field, all beings, all energies that are not here for the highest good to go home and evolve now. Show me. We call in the highest frequencies of light of all star family that are here for the highest available timeline. Focusing on your breath and using your breath as your guiding and activating tool. Bring your awareness fully here into the heart, into your awareness of self, dissolving your version of who you were and bringing your awareness into who you be as a divine multidimensional being of light, fully activated in your divine human template now. And if you want, placing the palms of your hands up towards the sky, being open to receive any downloads, any light encoded information, messages, visuals, patterns from your star family. Feel all of this energy around you, within you. Feel that remembering of your connection to your divine truth, of who you came here to be. Feeling your consciousness raising. Feeling your frequency expanding to meet your star family of light. that they are within you and in your field now as your aura is expanding, visualizing yourself taking up space, opening back up to who you be. Remembering your breath, being in observation of any thoughts and bringing yourself back to the present, back to your connection, to your divine truth, to your divine knowing. And opening your mind's eye to see beyond, to see who you be as you are, as a divine being of light. Remembering your breath, allow yourself to continue expanding beyond what you have known yourself to be before, taking up space, feeling yourself elevating, opening up, inviting in deeper the star family. And feeling all of the divine love, all of the divine wisdom and guidance surrounding you. Not needing to know all the answers, but setting the intention. What do you need support with? What are you remembering? What version needs to dissolve to be who you are stepping into now and letting that go home and evolve? You may feel a brightness of light, visualizing golden light in your third eye, golden energy running through your energy centers and every single cell of your being. As we bring into the awareness, 3-dimensional consciousness, 4th-dimensional consciousness, 5th-dimensional consciousness, 6th-dimensional consciousness, 7th-dimensional consciousness, 8th-dimensional consciousness, 9th-dimensional consciousness, 10th-dimensional consciousness, 11th-dimensional consciousness, 12th-dimensional consciousness. And breathing in you, holding that breath, and breathing out. Allow yourself to remain here. Stay in the field, stay present, stay in connection to your divine truth, to your star family, to your higher self. Allowing yourself to receive more of you, more light, more energy, more breath, more prana, more of your allowance. This is how you create your connection to your divine print, is to allow more of who you are, allow more of who you be. And as you allow yourself to call yourself into presence now, I am the divine presence of light. And speaking these words out into the universe, I am the divine presence of light. I am the divine presence of love. I am the divine presence of gratitude. I am the divine presence of joy. Continue to using your breath, breathing in that beautiful golden light frequency, that prana, that life force, reawakening, reactivating, remembering your truth at a cellular, atomic, and subatomic level. And as we bring you this message of light, we come to you as the Star Council of Light. And it is our pleasure to bring to you a message of joy and love. we understand that it is a continued journey of remembering your truth and remembering how to connect to your expanded self as a divine human being and your galactic version. And we remind you to start using this time space that you come into presence with the frequency of star families to allow yourself to go beyond your edges of what you have been comfortable before. When you feel that you need to move your body, or that you need to move your hands, or that you need to open up your throat chakra, for there is activation in allowing your body to feel the multi-dimensional aspect of you. And it is to allow yourself to be more embodied in your physical capacity as your multi-dimensional self. And this is how you start to understand yourself living multi-dimensionally and allowing yourself to activate your telepathic capacities to bring through the versions of you that are here to support you in the physical incarnation of where your consciousness is at. But we remind you that your consciousness also resides on many different planes of existence and versions of realities. And it is through your breath and your practicing of connecting to divine presence within your open heart portals that you will be very accustomed to connecting in very often. And we ask you, reminding, to play more with the different energies, for it will not feel normal to your human to make some of the noises that you will be guided to make, or some of the movements that your body is learning to work with. For this is part of the upgrades of what you have the capacity to expand. For it is already who you are. So just take a deep breath in. And holding that breath all the way up to the third eye and the crown, hold the breath. Breathing out through the mouth. Breathing in. Holding that breath up into the third eye and the crown. Take one more sip in. Hold. Breathing out through the mouth. Breathing in for 4. Breathing out for 4. Breathing in for 4. Breathing out for 4. Returning your breath to normal and just sitting in the peace and stillness of you. Feeling the divine presence of you. Of who you are. And in this space of connection, of innocence, of unconditional love, setting an intention of how you wish to continue expanding into this truth of you and your connection to your star family. And as you feel yourself as light, anchoring this light now all the way down through your body, and down into the crystalline grid, and imagining your light anchoring through the crystalline grid of fifth dimensional consciousness of Gaia, into all of the Gaia portals, lighting up, feeling all of our energies expanding all the way around the world, and sending all of this love light frequency into the earth for all beings everywhere. And all the way down into the crystalline core of Gaia. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. And then rubbing your hands together to create some heat. Just placing them over your eyes, feeling the heat. And then just slowly, gently opening your eyes and greeting the light, greeting the day. If you want, just bringing your arms overhead, taking some stretches. We just went straight into it. I had this whole thing planned, and I was laughing with Neil before that. It just, my guides always come in, they're like, "You're not doing that." We're doing this. I'm like, "Oh, okay." Just seeing how everyone is feeling. If anyone wants to use the chat that is on live to share. I feel incredibly expanded yet grounded, and I really just love working with our Stan family in this way, because I find that they are always helping us to anchor this in to the physical body, anchoring this into the physical reality, helping it to make sense for the human in us, but beyond logic, so that we can feel it, so that we can feel the energy, we can feel the divine presence, we can feel the love. And whenever we are expanding in this way, it is dissolving and collapsing timelines that are holding us back in outdated soul karmic contracts that is not serving us and the collective frequencies and consciousnesses. And it is always a beautiful, beautiful reminder that we are all one, that we are all connected, that we have so much support around us all the time. So I'm loving some of the comments that are coming in. Denise is sharing that her throat and solar plexus felt like wanted to explode. Lots of gratitude. Jenny's sharing incredibly powerful, and being with family and star language frequency, much gratitude, most welcome. So grateful for this magnificent activation. You're welcome, Heidi. So much love and gratitude. And Wright is saying, feeling so grounded, expanding and vibrating. Yeah, me too. Me too. And essentially this is honestly I love saying this expression, my jam sandwich. I love, 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 love bringing us into expanded states of consciousness. And it's easy to do. And it's such a beautiful, powerful reminder when we take the time, we take the space to actually drop into our heart consciousness and open ourselves up. And, you know, that was such a beautiful, quick tune up. And, you know, sometimes when I lead these transmissions in live masterclasses, we're going for like 2 or 3 hours. So this was like a beautiful, like accelerated version of that. So just reminding us all, drink plenty of water, as you know, and especially listening to this whole entire conference of all the different speakers and amazing wisdom that we all have to share. It's all building upon each other in such beautiful, magnificent and powerful ways. And my guides are sharing as well, to really allow yourself to, don't be shy with the voice. Don't be shy with making sound, because your throat chakra, the activations that need to come through your own voice, your own throat, is actually what activates your DNA, because your DNA is encoded to your vibrational languaging. And so I know some of us can feel shy or scared. Do this in your own practice. When I started doing this years ago, some of the tones that were coming through, I'm like, I am never sharing that publicly ever. And then here I am years later running all these different frequencies, and sometimes it gets pretty funky, but it is part of that encodement, that it's reminding us to open up our truth, open up our wisdom, because sound is the frequency of the universe.
Yes,
right?
it is.
So
yeah.
Well, thank you,
Sound,
everyone.
frequency, vibration, mathematics. It is the language of the universe. Thank you so much, Zoe. I'm feeling
My
so
pleasure.
soft and just grounded right now. And your dialect, I recognized. We were talking about, can you understand each other's light language? And ultimately it is a frequency. And so when I understand it, I don't understand it in English. I understand it in my body. I get the full body truth bumps. And so I experienced that with yours. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is a practice, and it's something to, remind ourselves of, not just channeling something that's different, tones, frequencies, but to also remember that that is held in our daily language as well. So, for instance, one of those famous sayings, don't worry, is 2 negative words. It doesn't equal a positive. So I say, sure thing, or you got it, or okay. Right. And so reminding ourselves to open our language to new terms, and don't use that, because that is part of the old program. Don't worry is 2 negatives making a positive.
Yeah, aho. I'm
Wow,
so
what a
spacey. I just feel in this like infinite expansion of love consciousness. Like, oh yeah, we're humaning right now. We're having a conversation. Hang on. Let me get back into my human.
and that's partially what I teach and what I share. Our 1111 Unified last year was called Embody Your Ascension. It's like, yes, we can go out into those far off places, and yes, we can connect with our higher self, but how do we truly ground that and center that and embody it in our life so that we can share it with others?
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
And if anyone wants to have a free gift, I have a 2-hour Diamond Light masterclass for clearing subconscious programming. And I recorded this live a couple of years ago, and I've had just the best feedback from everyone that listens to it. And so I just keep it up on my website. I keep thinking like, maybe I'll do something else. And they're like, no, keep it. So anyone that wants to have something and go a little deeper with that, then feel free to visit the website, zoedavenport.com. And
I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah. livingyourdnacode.com is the free gift, correct?
No, so the website is zoedavenport.com.
Okay, got it. Maybe Neil can throw that up. Let me see if I have it.
I don't know where that website came from. Yeah, that's it. That's my website.
Okay. It says you can find your free gift here on your bio. So that's why I threw that one up. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could type it into the comments as well if he doesn't get to it. Oh, there it is. Zoe Davenport. Amazing. Thank you, Tamara.
And it's so great
Zoe,
to
what a
connect with you
pleasure
as
to
well.
have you here. Thank you,
Thank you.
sister. What a divine channel. And again, I'm just feeling so grounded and in grace at this moment.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. It was just so beautiful I could just feel the love presence of everyone, of all of us like coming together. And so just thank you to each and every one of you for for showing up and doing the work and practicing and connecting and being galactic and being multidimensional and, speaking and your truth and not being afraid to just put yourself out there into the world and just be your big, bold, beautiful selves. And people are ready to receive us. I'm having the most insane conscious conversations with people that I would not have expected to have been open to any of this, but people are ready, they're hungry for change, they're
Yes.
interested. So never be afraid to find an entry point to speak your truth with someone, because we're dropping seeds of intention with all of these people that are starting their awakening journey, right? And I've had conversations with people 10 years ago that I planted a little seed. They've come back to me. They're like, oh my God, I understand now. I'm having this experience and it makes sense to me. I thought you were a bit like out there before, but now it makes sense. I'm like,
Yeah.
Step this way.
Yeah, isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep holding the light up on the path, and
Yeah.
those who want to come can.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, sister, it's such a pleasure having you. Thank you for being here and sharing your
Thank
gift
you.
with the world.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you, everyone. Much love. Aho.
Amazing. Well, beloved, let's take a deep breath for that, because it was really transformational. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful sunny Sunday here in Occidental California. Yesterday it was raining all day, and I'm excited. I have a chakra yoga class later. A woman in the community rented the dome for a class, and so I'm just sitting here in my studio in full gratitude for life. Like, we are Star Family. We are connecting here. We are connected through our galactic history, through our past lives, through the present moment, right here, right now. What a blessing. So it is my distinct honor to also share with you our next beloved, Akura Melchizedek. Akura is a specialist in working with the multidimensional aspects of DNA. She teaches people how to access genetic information in their holographic blueprints in order to live to their highest potential. We're talking about a lot of high potential today. It is her passion to support people in healing their DNA by showing how to clear destructive DNA patterns from ancestral lineage, timeline, distortions, trauma, dis-ease, AI technology, and restructuring the fabric of DNA strands for vibrational alignment and activation with their wholeness, soul source mission, and purpose. She consciously organizes light structures of holographic information with biogeometry, Akashic field threading, hybrid genetic harmonics. Ooh, I like that one. And other multidimensional aspects. Akura is leading programs on the transformation of the triple helix DNA for the evolution of humanity and leaving a new genetic lineage of light for our future. Amazing. Welcome, Akura. So happy to have you here. Aurora, yes.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And to be creating in this way, and to be offering this free for everybody and for donation, because we are moving into a new type of economy, and that is the economy of ascension and grace. And we are family. And so it's important for us to make it accessible to everyone.
Indeed. Yeah. And thank you to Neil and the team and everyone who's been pulling this off, because I know how much loving devotion it takes. And that's another word change. Instead of hard work, it's loving devotion.
Yeah. And if people can, to really donate to this cause, because when you donate to Portal to Ascension and to us as speakers, we are able to bring more and more of our information forward, and to sit in spaces like this and share our transmissions and to share our technologies. I believe that what we are creating is relative to all the alignments that we've been talking about. They are relative to the way that we connect and commune with each other. We talk about being with the stars and beings, but it's like we also have to be that. We want all these technologies, but our technology with each other is the most advanced technology. Your body technology is the most technology that there is. The consciousness through your body, understanding the interdimensional aspects of the divine sciences, which is like the animation of light through the body of your consciousness, is the highest technology that there is. Nothing is going to trump that.
Mm-hmm. Beautifully put. Thank you, sister. Well, I'm going to just let you take it away. And I'm very much looking forward to this.
Okay, let's see if I can do this whole.
I'm here if you need me for tech support, okay?
I did go through orientation.
I know. You actually attended it, so.
Okay, so I hit the present button.
Share screen, yep, and then go to entire screen, select that, and click share.
Okay, share screen, okay. And I just don't know how to get my
Entire screen, go to entire screen.
Present, share screen. Follow these steps, do not skip. It says 2 monitors. I hit share screen, but how do I pull up my...
Well, when you click share screen, it should say 3 different options there. It should say Chrome tab, window, entire screen.
Okay.
See that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to pull up a keynote.
Should be fine. You just share your screen.
Did it work?
No. Did you click the share screen? No. Did you click share?
Yeah, let's see. Entire screen.
It's basically like 3 buttons: share screen, entire screen, select the screen, share. 4 things. Could you tell me what you're seeing?
What I'm seeing is a bunch of windows pop up, but it doesn't really have any of my presentation on it.
Do you see the tab that says entire screen?
Yep.
Well, if you click that, it's just you can navigate to anywhere in your computer and pull it up. It'll share everything.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it doesn't show your PowerPoint, it's going to show you the window you're currently on. Just select that, and then you can pull up your PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's just not happening though. I'm doing everything you're saying.
Can you tell me exactly what you're seeing, what's not happening, so I can walk you through it?
Yeah. Share screen. Share screen. Okay. Entire screen. Okay.
Now select the actual screen. Select that window right there.
Okay. Share.
Now click share. Yeah.
Okay. And it says Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. To fix
Okay,
it.
try it again.
Hang on 1 second.
Stand by, everybody. We'll get this figured out in a second.
Yep.
Oh, she left. Okay, so we'll wait for her to come back. She's probably resetting her computer, coming back in. So let's go ahead and wait for her. I don't want to get involved in the discussion, just so that we could have her come back and go right on. She's right here.
Okay.
Okay, let's try again. Okay, here it is. Yep. Okay, so
Okay.
navigate to your presentation.
Okay.
And I'll put that.
My presentation is right here.
All right. Yep, there we go. Go ahead and start it.
Okay.
And see everything.
Yay! Thank you, everybody. All right. Yay. Thank you so much, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. And Zoe Davenport was a beautiful opening to what I'm going to be speaking today, and that is the Royal Light Lines of Genetics and Stellar Navigation. And this is a beautiful picture of when we talk about the light body and we talk about stellar navigation, that these aspects are within our body, within our genetics. And how do we access them? How do we create more light through the light body? Where does that light really come from? And so we have an inherent light language inscribed in our bodies that we call DNA, and it's the divine natural access. That's my term for it, the divine natural access of our soul. It is the master ancestor, a quantum communication device, a soul communication device of cosmic intelligence, the inner intelligence, the inner tell of frequential tuning of past, present, and future frequencies in specific color frequencies, color coding of soul and body that have animation through the morphogenetic field of holocymatic DNA. And so what I mean by holocymatic DNA is that it's actually our DNA that is holocymatic. It actually is holographic and cymatic at the same time. And I know that a lot of us have really journeyed into cymatics, sound being made visible, voice being made visible. But this is the exact same thing, but it's with DNA. It is a sound and light as our genetics moving holocymatically and holographically in and out through dimensions. And so when we explore the stellar birthplaces of stars like the nebula in the high energy states that are fertile, womb-like, that birth matter, flowing ribbons of light start to happen, just like what this image is here. And I'm going to get really into this throughout the presentation. But if we were to bring royalty, the royal nature of what truly is happening here, our divine presence, the exalted presence of light as a garment within the body and around the body of a great intelligence of the universe. These are the royal light lines. They are genetic trails, branching, and familiar trees of life. We are going to follow these branches of our tree of life within our DNA, our genetic royal light lines, the inheritance structures of something that is hyperdimensional and is a living vortex flowing and folding the fabric of space and time. I'm describing these light vestiges as what your divine presence is wearing, and our infinite spectrums of color. And so through this conversation, I want to explore, when we talk about the light body and we see these different types of frequencies of color, what is the frequencies of color? What do they mean? Where are they created in the body? Where do they live inside of us? This is a hyperdimensional part of our consciousness, and it changes at every single angle and at every moment and is never still. This is what we consider like those lucid states of consciousness, but they really come from hyperdimensions of our color and awareness of consciousness. So we're going to follow these royal lines of genetics because this is the language of constellations, the constructs of stellation, the act of stellating light. This is what the light body really is. And so how do we go into constant stellation of our body? What is happening when you're staring at the stars and at night and you're looking up at the stars and you notice that not only is there some type of like white light that is appearing from the stars, but a lot of times we see greens and yellows and blues. And so I want to talk a little bit about what that light really is, about being a pure essence of consciousness. It's not just about stars kind of moving and creating themselves or collapsing. This is about an essence of the purity of consciousness as light coming through different planes of existence, traveling through the universe, creating basic star maps. And so each color frequency is a creation of frequency. And I'm sorry, each color is a frequency of creation. And this is a palette of frequential coding of the purest consciousness to become sentient matter, sentient beings, and to become form. And so what colors have we been exposed to most of the time? We've been exposed a lot to marketing and branding, and they have mapped out what colors can make you buy things and do things. And you learned a lot when you were in school about the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. But in between all of those colors, there are an infinite array of colors in the light spectrum and in the dark spectrum. So spectrums of light that you can see with the visual aspects of your eyes, and then a set of say, spectrums of color that you can see in the dark, where there is more of a bioluminescence that starts happening when you start to close your eyes and you move more into dark spaces. There's a whole adjustment of colors that start happening. So our eyes have become set to a certain palette of colors, and we have all kinds of cellular eyes within their body, and they're tuned to all different kinds of colors and cosmic phenomena. So our bodies, through the intelligence of connection, know when stars are born, when they are morphing, when nebulas come together. We have cellular structures within the body that are tuned to all of that information, because it's a part of creation, and this is a part of like the quantum messaging that happens between the genetic structures and our consciousness and the fields around us. These cells are creating infinite color frequencies and color patterns that are creating refractionary lines, rays of light that are bending light, creating interdimensional and multidimensional patterns of geometries. These patterns are forms and structures of our consciousness. So last month I did a talk about the mitochondrial DNA here on Portal to Ascension, and I really went into how we have what science calls mitochondrial DNA, and I believe that there's a spell on that word, and so I don't use that word. I use the mitochondrial DNA, and it is basically the full consciousness of being able to create matter. So CHON means carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and so we are able to dial the alchemical process of these elements in order to create matter through the access of our consciousness. And so this brings forth illumination, animation, and form. We think that the mitochondrial DNA, or that light, comes from outside of us in, and it has been my experience that the true source of our light comes from in us out. And this is where the mitochondrial DNA comes in, is that I believe it is the true source of light within our body. And that every aspect of our cellular structure from the mitochondrial DNA are aspects of stellation of our consciousness. Just like the appearance of sun in the solar system, our cells have its own suns. Through the mitochondrial DNA understanding, this is our source of our illumination. Within the mitochondrial DNA are chromosomes. And we learned a lot in school about what chromosomes are, but I have a different take after spending almost 9 years with DNA. And so chromosomes to me are, each of these chromosomes have structures of color palettes inside of them, and that they're already creating the sequences of genes that give large, more complex structures to our physical form, the illumination, animation of our body, organs, and the appearance of our light body. The light body is an axis of multi-dimensions in and around our physical body that are connecting dimensional structures of our chromosomes. And I know that's a lot, but if you just hear me out for a moment, this is the ribbons of light, the rays of light from one of our cellular suns. Just the beauty of the complexity that we are and the great technology that we are. So we're led to believe that mitochondria are actually still, and they're not. They're morphing. This is part of our morphogenetics. This is actually an image of mitochondria morphing, creating all kinds of different forms within the cells. And the incredible light that they create already. And we've been led to believe that we need oxygen and food in order to, for our mitochondrial DNA to come in and create energy, but that is not true. And I have a ton of scientific research where we have been creating energy before that even happened, that we were creating a lot of our own nutrition. We were creating a lot of our vitamins, vitamin C specifically, and that we had a different type of oxygen content at one time through our bodies. And so when you look at the chromosomal structures, there's zones of color. That's what this is really about. This infinite array of color spectrums that are happening through our body that we're creating with all the time, but they are the creationary elements of structure and form. It's light, sound, and geometry. This is an aspect of that. And so here's some beautiful chromosomal structures, and you can see all of these different types of light, but we kind of see this picture, and within those cellular structures, with those chromosomal structures, it's like little bands of light that keep bending and refractionary each other, and in that they create all types of geometries, and they create bigger geometries within the field of the chromosomal structures. This is how we get gene sequences, but it's so much deeper than that. It is about our light body. It is about our consciousness moving through our body as a divine technology. And so this light within the chromosomal structures is a beautiful palette of consciousness that we're creating, animating, illuminating through our body, and it's shining into crystals, are the crystalline structure. We talk so much about the light body and the crystals in our body, and it's like this is how it's happening. It's our time to give this to people so they truly can connect with it and understand it. It's one thing to say light body and to talk about crystals, but this is truly how it's happening. So there's an elegant system here of light and crystals that are creating intricate refraction patterns that are like little branches, like a net of light through the body and the cosmos and the universe. Through this divine connection, we start to understand how quantum we can be, and we are, through the connections of the field fabric of the body. We have quantum access. The mitochondrial DNA aspects of the womb and the uterus create an incredible toroidal field. And there are aspects within the womb, like the fundus. I talked about the fundus last time. I'm just going to touch on it again. Is a disc at the top of the womb. We have them in the back of our eyes, and we have them in several aspects of our organs that actually create like a dome, like a television screen, like a satellite within aspects of our body that then bounce light around and create a projected form inside of that area. So they bounce light, they refract light, patterns open up, and dialing a mechanism, a portal, a stargate for exalted states of consciousness to move through us. Our exalted states of consciousness, the deeper aspects of our soul, the highest aspects of ourself, don't come from above, they come from within. We are creating the constellations and the stellations of our genetics as star maps of consciousness. And the mitochondrial DNA was a set of genetics, our genetic inheritance that was meant to be passed with us in integrity from mother to child with all of these genetic star maps, so that we can be able to create matter in all its forms, in all dimensions, and have all of the alchemy within us. And so this is a picture of the fundus, that dome that I was talking about, that's basically like the ability to project an image inside the womb. And then here's an image of the golden ratio of the uterus. And I wanted to show you an image of how light actually refracts around, reflects, bends, and creates geometries and opens portals for these exalted states of consciousness within the body. And every cell is doing this. And so this, again, is the chromosomal structures coming together, all starting to move in these intricate patterns through the body. And so I have talked a lot about the incredible aspect of this dialing mechanism and portal through our body, and that our bodies are creating the constellations. And I was asking myself, how are we doing that, right? There's mechanisms here already within our genetic structures, within our consciousness. When we ask, we get the answers. And so I was led to astrocyte stellation. And so astrocytes are recognized as a type of cell in the nervous system that have all kinds of shapes, but the most recognized shape is a star with dendrites and rays pointing out that change shape. Think of them as sources of light or a mycelial network with growth that increases surface area of the nervous system. One role of the astrocytes is to maintain homeostasis in the nervous system and the body, regulating neurotransmitters. It's a kind of gatekeeper between the brain and the blood barrier. But there is a science that is imaging and photographing astrocytes during stellation, a feature of them growing different arms and appendages and changing shape. To look at an image of an astrocyte is to look into a multidimensional space with high surface area, like looking at a star map. And again, these are the star maps that are in our body. They're in our brains. They're in our cells. They're their DNA structures. And so this is another image of the astrocytes. And the morphological changes of the astrocytes, the stellation. A group of astrocyte stellation in our bodies is very much like a group of constellations. And I would say it is the constellations, the constant stellation of reality and matter, brain structures in a neural network in space, the size of galactic clusters. When imaging astrocyte stellation, they look like living plasma fields. Mycelia organizations, collectives of consciousness, and civilizations of genetics. There is such a thing as astrocyte scarring, and this leads to me to believe that when we have scarring within trauma within the body and brain, this is like one of the mechanisms that keep us kind of trapped in non-healing cycles or in healing cycles. The creation of the light body through the mitochondrial DNA, the source of light, the animation of that through the body and through the brain is the reconnection of that network for us to create matter into form, to create reality around us, to unfold reality around us. The stellation of our minds and our bodies together. When we see stars and planets, these are bodies of consciousness. They are point clouds of a larger consciousness. Each of these star forms creates stellar patterns for us as us to move through like stargates. We are dialing stargates with the light of our consciousness. Life and organic presence, synesthetic experiences, ethnogenetic evolution of our body, mind consciousness as a creative direction of organic technology. I give these talks as a way to tell people how incredible their consciousness is through their body, the embodiment of their soul. And to ask people to approach their bodies as the most advanced, elegant technology that there is. You are the telescopes, you are the microscopes, you are the spaceships. And you can train your body to see these in different ways with different frequencies to have an expansion of bandwidth, like what is described in plant medicines or shamanism, indigenous tribes that have practices of light, color, and geometrical realities. This is an amplification of cell variety, your ability to hear color, to see shapes that would normally not be able to. We call that sensorial access. It's the access of your soul, your senses, your multidimensional soul senses to describe larger collectives of realities. Those who are seeking innerverse exploration, mind and body, you can create technologies, shapes, building cities that bring the cosmos closer the way the light ship would. We talk a lot about the creation of ourselves through science, but this is like a psi essence. It is the consciousness essence. That is real science. The divine sciences of the animation of your body, your light body, your soul through this body, and the abilities that you have, your superpowers, are all encoded within your DNA. When we can communicate from this place, there is a light communion of DNA with every planet, star, plant, and animal. It is total coherence. When we talk about contact, this is the type of contact that allows us, this coherence allows us to have that type of multidimensional contact with other types of beings. And it is through the coherence of our consciousness through our body and the genetic frequential tuning to be able to have coherent communication. It opens corridors, basically, of space and time, like radio waves of connection, to have telepathic communication. In order to teleport between dimensions or to become an expansive, accelerated, amplified version of ourselves as DNA, we would go through genetic portals. Our portals are already in us genetically. We just have to access them. We have the stargates. They're in our body. They're in our DNA. And that we consciously facilitate these transformations. Instead of waiting for technology or waiting for people to tell you about ascension, your ascension is designed by your consciousness. This is an alchemy of consciousness as light, as stellation. This is how we traverse the royal lines of genetics. The royal lines, the purest essence of frequencies coding of God consciousness, the immaculate concept of all forms of divine love is the formation of our genetics. It is our birthright and our cosmic inheritance, our galactic inheritance. It is the incredible infinite instruction set of all form and life. This is the immaculate concept of communion, harmony, balance as the genetics of bliss and the infinite intelligence of synchronistically create perfection creation. I'm gonna stop my presentation there. Okay. And so I know I've shared a lot in this complexity of stellation through the body and in all of these ways that we are dialing portals through our genetics and through our body and creating the stellation, the brain body maps for us to move through interdimensional and multidimensional membranes. And it talked a lot about the chromosomal structures and these palettes of colors that are happening through the chromosomes. And what I would like to do today is, in the end, is to go through a little bit of accessing the color from the mitochondrial DNA, and bring in dimensional fields of color around us to stabilize what I'm connecting on. And the intention I would really love is that the mitochondrial DNA is that we're all able to access that information from our genetics, and that the star maps be open to us and the alignments happen. And also for that deep contact. I know many of you want to have contact. And for me, contact had happened through my body. It happened through the tuning of my DNA, through the coherence of my soul through this body. And then I had access to all types of genetics, not just human genetics, all types of genetics. And I was able to hear and listen and see, communicate, commune with all of these aspects. So I'm going to take a drink of water. I hinted earlier that there are these aspects of colors that you can see in the dark and that you can see in light. And in between them is a whole infinite array of colors, of conscious frequencies for creation. And so I would love to go through the 12-dimensional field around us and establish some conscious color frequencies. And I would love for all of you just to close your eyes, and if you have a beautiful blackout mask, or turn yourself away from the screen, right? We've been spending a lot of time in front of false light, and we, as human beings, are losing the aspect of real true light, sunlight, versus artificial light. This is partly why we have a lot of anxiety and depression, and then that we're not spending enough time in true darkness. That true darkness is the reset for the nervous system. It is also, dark DNA, dark matter, the antimatter. It's like all of these aspects of that infinite potential and possibility you start to access in that darkness. There's a whole array of colors that start coming online. They're like infracolors in the dark. And then you can start to see all of these different templates around everything, right? So you have color in the light, color in the dark, and when they overlap, there's a spectrum of being able to see multidimensionally. And you can train yourself to do this. So first, spend some time in true light, spend some time in true darkness. Okay, let your body reset. Let your own bioluminescence start to happen, your own creation of light through your pineal gland to start happening. And so now, if everybody would just love to close their eyes and just inhale and exhale, trusting our higher selves to co-create the highest frequential outcome of love and light, not only for ourselves, but for all of humanity and the universal consciousness, working through space and time in all timelines and dimensions, because this power is our birthright, and we claim it now with no harm to none. We ask the source consciousness of everyone who is here, who's going to watch, for the mitochondrial DNA alignments of their genetic star maps, the true intelligence of our great mother that was meant to be passed with us in integrity from mother to child in its purest form, to access all of the star maps, all matter for creation. the highest levels of divine love. And so we're just simply going to do some color bathing. Bathing our consciousness in color, aligning 12 dimensions of reality around us through the purest rays of consciousness as color, connecting us into our chromosomal structures, setting all of those little movies that happen to our intention to be amplified from our cells to these 12 dimensions. And the first color that we're going to visualize around our body is going to be a dark orange. And you can just visualize a beautiful, radiating dark orange color around your body, just a little off your physical body. And you can visualize it like your body, or like an orb or an egg, whatever feels more comfortable for you. But make sure that you get from the top of your head all the way to the bottom of your feet, and the front and the back. A lot of times we are disconnected from the information in the back of the processing of our body because we're moving forward all the time. So make sure that you get the back of your body all the way down. And then we're going to move into the second dimension access. And we're going to bring in a beautiful fuchsia color. It's kind of like a hot pink. All the way around our body, bringing coherence to the second dimensional access. And so now we have dark orange and we have fuchsia. And the third color, bringing in the third dimensional access, is going to be a lime green color. Just bring in a beautiful, vibrant lime green around our body. Bring coherence to our third dimensional access, space and time. Aligning our mitochondrial DNA, chromosomal structures. And then we'll move into the fourth dimensional access and just visualize a beautiful, vibrant turquoise around your body. It's okay if you start feeling a lot of activation in the body. And just breathe, inhale and exhale. And so we have a dark orange, a fuchsia, a lime green, and a turquoise. And we're going to move into the fifth dimensional access, or the field around our body, and it's going to be a beautiful medium blue, reestablishing our connection to this dimensional plane. And so we have a dark orange, fuchsia, lime green, turquoise, medium blue. And it's okay if you're not visualizing it. Just ask for it and it'll happen. Trust yourself. And the sixth dimensional access is going to be a beautiful slate blue. You might start hearing some frequencies in the ears as the tuning starts happening. Some of you will start feeling spinal tuning starting to happen. And then the seventh dimension around us is going to be sky blue. Sky blue represents freedom. And visualizing this beautiful, illuminated sky blue around your body, bringing coherence to the seventh dimensional axis, the mother kundalini, all of the chromosomal structures and star maps, and divine perfection. And then the eighth dimensional axis is going to be a rose gold. We use metallic colors at higher dimensions of life. It's like having little mirrors like glitter from the metallics, bouncing more and more light, creating and stabilizing those dimensional fields around us. And so we have dark orange, fuchsia, lime green, turquoise, medium blue, slate blue, sky blue, and rose gold. You might start to feel that your field of energy is outside of where you're at, your room, your house. It's okay. And then we're going to move into the ninth dimensional axis around our body through the pearlescent color. A beautiful, glitterly white with lots of pastel colors in it. Pearl essence, the mother of pearl. Bringing in the highest good. And so we have dark orange, fuchsia, lime green, turquoise, medium blue, slate blue, sky blue, rose gold, pearl essence. Our 10th dimensional axis is going to be copper. Beautiful color of conduction of our soul source intelligence through all of our field. And then we'll move into the 11th dimensional aspect, the field around us, and it's going to be a platinum color. Beautiful, like silvery white. And the last color is going to be gold, a super rich, illuminated gold. And so we have dark orange, fuchsia, lime green, turquoise, medium blue, slate blue, sky blue, rose gold, pearl essence, copper, platinum, and gold, bringing 12 dimensions of harmony, activating the mitochondrial DNA, the full genetic star map, the constant stellation of constellations through our body, activating the entirety of the light body, every cell receiving its new divinity programming upgrades, all genetics, organs, cellular structures, muscles, tendons, ligaments, uphold our intention, bring interdimensional and multidimensional contact of our true source, the true intelligence. May all of your soul senses be activated, your multidimensional soul senses, to communicate with your highest self as God consciousness, as eternal living light. And every cell within your body turning to light. Inhaling and exhaling. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Hmm.
I had to drink something to get grounded after that. Wow. Thank you for that transmission. Honestly, like I am witnessing more and more how science is explaining spirituality, you know, with quantum physics and all of that. And it's beginning to merge once again. It used to be unified concepts, and now they are coming back together again. And you just explain things in such a beautiful way. And I appreciate that so much. And I just love the idea that the portals of light are within our body, because it's so true. So thank you, sister.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, most of our scientific information comes from occult practices. And the word anatomy actually means to dissect. So what we're doing is we're bringing in unification again.
Yes. Exactly.
We're not separate. Your body is not separate. Your consciousness is not separate.
Yeah.
And it's not separate from the cosmos. It is the same thing. One of the cool things that I learned when I was doing research for the mitochondrial DNA is that we actually create water. Like, we create water. I had never read that, heard that, and I had to dig deep for that type of research. These are the things that are hidden from us.
Yeah.
And if we keep believing them we're less than, or that the technology is somewhere out there, and don't put the time and the devotion to to this right here. Like, I get riding around in spaceships can be great, but this is the stellar ship.
Yes.
Right? This is the most important stellar ship.
Yeah.
And the coherence of that brings forth everything else. And you don't have to worry about hijacking. You don't have to worry about implantation. You don't have to worry about parasites, because your field is coherence. It is pure coherence. This is what we talk about, the immaculate concept. That's what that really is, pure coherence.
I loved stellation and constellation, the universe within.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank
That's
you.
your tagline. That's your tagline. You have earned the name Melchizedek. I am actually, I'm really blown away right now. And to me, what you were doing is you were getting into those higher level Christ-like chakras and merging them, of course, back into your heart center. But when I do this, the NDE experience and go into that light, I actually go through not all the colors. I do like all those colors you mentioned. I have them in my house, all different colors like that. So you walk through different rooms, they're like that. But the golden white light, and it has like this essence in it, like these little glittery things. And then there's the one with the pearlesque, which I actually painted furniture pearlesque. There's different ones, but they have color illumination within them. And you're the only one that I've ever seen that's brought up the color illumination within the color and the moving light within the color. And me being a trained designer, I love color. I don't know if anyone knows me, but I usually wear a lot of color, but to me, the fact that we are color, when you showed the DNA and the color in it, that was powerful. Oh man. I mean, we are so much more, and you truly were teaching some ancient mystery school teachings.
Yeah.
Truly.
I have spent a good portion of my life on this path and understanding how my soul came into this body. And I spend a lot of time in darkness right now. Like I said, there are mechanisms that are important, that we have true pure light and true pure darkness for us to have this animation of our soul, that create our own bioluminescence, right, through our being. And I have put a lot of science and physics to this because it's important. It's a real thing. There's research out there. They're just not connecting it in a cosmic, spiritual, divine way. And so that's what I do. And I teach these principles through courses. And it's a devotional study. Somebody used the word practice. I don't like that word practice. It's devotion. It's devotion to the self and what truly you are capable of. And that when you get into these spaces of darkness where you have access to infinite potential and possibility, that you are able to be and hold what you receive there and then bring it through and then be able to create it, make it manifest into the physical. And there are spiritual principles to that. I call it the temples of creation. There are temporals of creation with light, sound, color, and consciousness that create a whole alchemy, interdimensionally and multidimensionally, that stabilize realities of form.
You just explained the angelic realm.
Well,
I get this stuff all the time, but I never got the science behind it. So I
Come on over.
I know. I can't wait to connect. I knew I liked you immediately when I saw you.
I know.
We've
already connected after
I like her.
the other day, yeah. And this.
It's amazing to me that what you just showed there. We have the whole grand design or evolution kind of theory. Chaos and randomness or grand design. Those are the two opposing realities. I'm realizing that the truth is almost always somewhere in between, right? Actually, it is pretty much always in between. There's a grand design with evolution, but as long as we keep some people thinking that it's on one extreme of evolution, the other extreme of grand design, we can never see truth, which is in the middle. And so we're evolving and we're being created, and the harmonics and the light spectrum shifts and things occur. But what you just showed is really the intricacy of what it is to be human. There's like some beautiful creation out there that's doing things that are just like phenomenal, how everything works, in our bodies. It's incredible.
And look at the energy and wisdom emanating from your eyes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And when I talked last time about these mechanisms that we have through the body, one thing that I talked about through the fallopian tubes was what people call the chaos theory. But when you really get into it, it's called the great attractor, right? And what it does is it keeps movement of toroidal fields that keep connecting energy, right? That dimensions and dimensions of light keep lining up. And the more that they line up, the more they become manifested, right? They're great attractors. So the chaos theory is like, it looks like the chaos theory on one level, but on a greater, more magnificent level, it is the great attractor.
I love that. I'm going to start using that one.
The chaos theory is the great attractor of what? Of the experiences that we have, right? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
The creating our own life. So for those who want more information about Akura, you can find out. Actually, it's Akura.
Akura.
Akurda.
But it's easier for people to say Akura, and like how I get people to remember it is like Akura Matata. Then like
got it. Well, I just dropped her website in the comments below, and head on over to her
if anybody's interested in like what the colors actually meant, because each color has what it really does for the body.
Right. Of
and
course.
I've spent a lot of time detailing that in my courses. The same with like all different types of geometry. And on the 22nd, if people want to come over to my email list, I'm going to release an hour-and-a-half video that I did on our retreat in November about the mitochondrial DNA that goes into great detail about these beautiful divine mechanisms that we have within us. I teach 2 courses online right now called the Holographic Human from Cell to Soul, which is a 6-month deep dive into what we're talking about. And then also a 3-month course for women called the Cosmic Womb, the Temples of Creation. And if anybody is interested in some DNA clearing and recoding, which we go into the actual fabric of the DNA and clear and recode and restructure the fabric with light and geometry, or if they're interested in a more personal mitochondrial alignment with a specific intention, that we can also do that too. And it is such a great honor to be here and to be sharing with all of you. And also, I believe in the economy of ascension and grace. So when it comes to me and my work, please don't ever let monetary stuff stop you. We will create something together that works. I believe that this should be open to everyone, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes if people have a serious devotional interest to these technologies of our consciousness. I'm here for you. I love you. We are in this together.
You too.
So,
somebody asked in the comments if you do private sessions, and I do see on your website that you can book a session there. So go ahead and click that link, folks.
And then also, I just got a message just this morning that I did something and Facebook doesn't like it. So they're taking down both of my pages, my personal page and my business page. So if you really want to be in touch with me, please go through my landing page and start connecting with me I send out, all kinds of, usually every month or two, a beautiful write-up about something and images and just speaking to what we're speaking to right now, the magnificence of ourselves. Please start coming that way. The platforms are just not working right now for me. And so I'm going to let that go. And if you really have a desire and a real interest to connect, that's the best way, or to email me personally.
One quick thing, sister, don't be discouraged. It happened to me right when the pandemic.
And
guess what? Things have blown up, but I also have connect with me privately. I have a powerful personal message for you. Why the dark things attack you. By the way, I'm really good at that, getting rid of that. And it's all going to be great.
Yeah, it is great, because in this last year, I've really been called to lead more in-person things. So we've got a lot of retreats coming up, a lot of gatherings coming up, and to move myself from being in front of the computer all the time and to create something else. And this is that perfect thing. It's that's what I'm being called to do. I'm not going to play with that. I'm not going to, put grids around and blah, blah, blah. I don't really care. They can have it. I know what I have. I know my connection, and I know when people need me, they find me. They always do. Somehow, some way, stuff happens. I know that. I believe in that. So, it'll happen.
Yeah, thank
Love
you
you.
for doing the work you do.
Love you too.
Yeah.
Love you all. Thank you, Neil.
Take
Bye.
care. Mhm.
Beautiful. And Akura, she's multifaceted. She was actually at the True World History Conference that we just did a month ago as well on ancient civilizations. And she spoke about genetics and DNA there too.
Amazing.
So I'm excited for us to get into the next guest in just a second here.
Yeah, Raquel.
Tamara is going to be introducing her, but Tamara's camera froze. So we'll wait
Yes.
for her to come in for a second.
Mhm.
And then we'll
I
get into that.
apologize. I apologize about my other Yeti microphone. Apparently, it cried to go home, so it went home, and I borrowed my son's. So that's what I'm using right now.
Sounds
Okay.
perfect now.
You sound a lot better now, Victor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting for Tamara, I'll just go over the schedule for the rest of the day. Oh, here she is. Well, I'll go over the schedule anyway. So up next, we have Raquel Spring, and then there's going to be a 30-minute segment, probably 20 minutes so we catch up with time. Alan and myself, we're going to be speaking about some upcoming experiences at Portal to Ascension. We'll talk about Glastonbury, and we'll also talk about the cruise that we're doing at the end of the year. And then we'll close out with Emily Gosh. And so today we'll be going until around 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 Eastern time.
Awesome.
Hey, Tamara.
Hey, I had to log out and log back in. So it's just, I felt like it was an energy thing we're talking about, but I'm back and excited to introduce Rachel.
Raquel.
Raquel. Sorry. Well, I'm glad we got that figured out. Raquel. All right. So whenever you're ready, I am excited. All right, there she is, Raquel. How are you? Beautiful being. Well, I'm excited to introduce you today. I haven't met you, but been looking forward to it. I've seen you in the past as far as your presentations, and excited to hear what you have today. So before we begin, I want to properly introduce you to everyone viewing today. We've had a very excited, very interactive audience, and people already chiming in on astrology earlier today, waiting. So let's get to it. So Raquel Spring is a fourth-generation astrologer, a renowned teacher, a luminary who stands at the forefront of the new evolutionary paradigm of the Aquarian consciousness through her visionary contributions within astrology and the conscious communities. Raquel was born in a very radical cult. It sounds like a story within itself, living in large communes with little to no contact of the outside world. At the age of 27, she left. Didn't want anything to do with God or spirituality, but then she, on top of all that, she found out that she had cancer. So she has had some time, and she is pierced through that, and she began her journey through this awareness and freedom, and she began her new foundation, which is in astrology, and her life with her ever-increasing spiritual miracles that she was experiencing. The astrology became very personal to her in a very intimate way. And she uses it now to reveal deeper truths within the eyes of the soul. And she's been captivated by the astrological language and the chronological organization of this cosmic communication. And she is also from a line of other astrologers. That's interesting. And has been on this path for some time. And I'm excited to present to us today Raquel Spring, and her website is raquelspring.com. So that's easy to remember. So, wow, what a journey. I mean, just the journey alone. So many people that give back to this world in service have had a story before. It's almost like they've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lives within this life. Yes. Can you hear me? Are you unmuted or muted?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh
Right.
gosh, I don't know what happened to my eyes there. Just ignore it. Keep going.
Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. And yes, I feel like we've all been prepared for this moment. So I definitely had a very unusual upbringing. I've experienced things that most human beings will never experience in their lives. And I've been through the darkest of the darkest of the darkest of the darkest in so many ways. And growing up, ever since I was a child, I've always known what I was here for, just like many people here today. And today I'm able to see clearly how every single one of my experiences were specifically tailor-made to help me become who I am today. And who I am today is a guide and a teacher and a way shower, just like many of you that are here joining forces today in this brand new era of awakening. So yes, I'm blessed to come from a long lineage of astrologers, at least 4 generations back. So I call myself the 4th generation astrologer, but at the very least. And I say that astrology runs deep, not only in my lineage, but also in my soul. I've been doing this for many lifetimes. So I'm blessed to be able to understand this language in the way that I do, which is very unique. And I have a very objective perspective, whether I'm looking at an individual chart or whether I'm looking at a general astrological event. I can map out the energies. I can understand their message. I can understand the synchronicities of all the connections and what they are pointing to next. So I'm blessed today to have a global community of astrology lovers and lovers of life, as I call it. And together we are navigating this transition. So I'm here to use astrology today and every day. I use astrology as a tool, ultimately a tool for the most important thing that we are all here for, which is evolution. This is beyond good or bad. Good and bad are paradigms in this dimension to help us with our ultimate goal, which is evolution. So I use astrology and many other tools to help you understand the greater perspective and your role in this cosmic transition. This is your evolutionary process in action. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for opening your hearts and your minds as well to receive. I always say that whenever I speak, whether it's in a personal session or in a conference like this, or whenever I speak, it's much more than the information that is being delivered. This is also an experience of activation. And you may feel that right now, even as I speak. You may feel your ears picking up on new frequencies, your body feeling new sensations. And really what's happening is your cells are becoming alive with the truth. So I'm here today to give you some perspective through astrology, which is one of my languages. And I'm here to help you understand the energies of this year that we're in, and ultimately beyond this year, moving forward. Where are we going next? Where is all this leading us to? And I myself spent such a long time asking myself that. I know that when COVID, the news of COVID broke out and came out, and everybody and so many, even spiritual leaders and teachers, so many of us were wondering what's happening? What's going on? What's next? And I myself asked that question because I have many, many, many people from all around the world and students and mentors that I lead and guide. And I remember asking, what am I supposed to tell people? What's happening? What's happening? And so it really became my soul's mission from that point on to really dive deep into the ultimate perspective and the greater picture of what's happening here. So in all my studies and researches and moments of contemplation and my internal work that I do as well, directly with Gaia and other stages of life and dimensions, I can see clearly more and more and more and more and more that this is the moment that we've been waiting for. This is the point of our trajectory that we've been preparing for all along. This is really that point in history that has been prophesied about, that many scriptures and stories and even movies have been created around. This is really a point in time that has been considered so blessed and so pivotal for humanity's evolution. Because this is where we are taking a massive quantum leap. This is bigger than most of us even have an idea right now of how big this is. So we're having what I've been calling this transition, and it's a period. It's a period this transition that we are literally moving from one reality into another. Now, you may have noticed how words like ascension and higher self and all these names and words have been becoming more and more common over the years. And there's so much hype around the different dimensions and higher selves and ascension especially. And when people ask me that, I always like to answer with my very practical perspective that ascension is nothing more, nothing less than the ascension of consciousness. This is what we have to keep in mind, because many people are, expecting some extraordinary event. And obviously, cosmic family is coming more and more to us, and we are more and more opening up to embrace them as part of ourselves. And there's so much happening, and there's so much shifting and changing. But the truth is that we are here on planet Gaia for a reason. And we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay right here until the job is done. And there's a lot of work to be done here. There is a lot of work to be done. And it all begins within. It all begins with ourselves. So this is, in truth, the true era of awakening. And what we are awakening here is to a new stage of spirituality, a new stage of truth, and a new stage of life as we know it. So everything is shifting. Everything is shifting. And I can break this down and map it out month by month, week by week, which I do in my community. But the truth is that we are looking here at a great transition, regardless of the events that are happening. This is set in place, divinely orchestrated, so that we can cross this threshold that has been marked in the cosmic clock. Everything in the universe has order. That's why we have mathematics. That's why we have geometry. All of these things keep creation in motion, in perfect order. And so when we understand this order, this is not about miracles or mysteries or woo-woo systems. This is just learning how to read. This is how I tell my family and friends that don't understand astrology. I just say, it's just a computer. Think of it as a computer program. That's what astrology is. It's a computer program, and it just happens that I know how to read that computer program. So we can take all the woo stuff out of it, and we're just reading the computer program that's showing us this cosmic clock, these junctures in time. And so this is no longer about having the luxury of saying, I don't want, or I don't believe, or I don't agree. This is happening so fast. We are completely shifting the way that we are viewing reality, the way that we are viewing ourselves, and of course, society as a consequence. And this is why so many people have not even been identifying so much anymore with their old lives, their old circumstances, friendships, partners, because everything is shifting. And so it begins with this ability to shift the way that we see things. And the very first step is to be okay with the fact that things are different. Don't try to resist or hold on to things if they're not working anymore, because this is one of the big pivotal moments is where we need to embrace the shift. We have no other option. This is part of the cosmic how do you say, like the schedule, the cosmic schedule. So we're just showing up for it, and we are here to support this transition. And this is why also many of us are also awakening to new gifts, new abilities, new discoveries about ourselves, which is very exciting. So the first thing I want to point out here astrologically in this talk is the fact that the planet Pluto is entering Aquarius. So many of you may have heard the term the age of Aquarius. Yes? By now, many of you may have heard the age of Aquarius. And we have all the ages, okay? You can think of all the 12 signs as energies that originally come from a group of stars called constellations. And these groups of stars, they shine their light the same way that the sun shines its light on Earth and has a massive impact on our Earth. The same way you can think of an infinite amount of stars together, shining their light together under a specific frequency that creates a theme, like what we know as the sign of Aries, the sign of Taurus, the sign of Gemini. You know, the light from these stars, they come into our atmosphere very purposefully. And there's a very beautiful mathematical calculation that we use to determine when our Earth, and it's a very specific point, it's considered the starting point of the entire zodiac, and where this beginning point, as it pertains to us, relates to the cosmos, as everything is in transition and evolving and moving. So this particular point of entrance, the beginning stage of it all, it takes about 2,000 years for it to move through one full constellation. And so this is what we call the ages, and this is just a natural pattern of evolution of Gaia and of all of life on her. So we go through these 2,000 years of evolution, and it just so happens to be that we are right at that cusp, leaving one age and entering another. I mean, we're so blessed to be out of all the 2,000 years that we could have been here, and many of us have been here, but we're here now at this final cusp between the old age of Pisces and moving into the age of Aquarius. So this in and of itself is a fascinating talk and study that we can dive deep into to understand more. But to keep this in this flow, in this train of thought that we are looking at this 2024 year ahead, we're going to get now another layer of this, because these energies, they never come alone and they never come at once. Especially when it's something so big like this, we're looking at a massive transition. So many different alignments, and you can think of this as there are many different stages, but one of the pivotal stages to initiate this was the 2020 COVID explosion. What was that? That was nothing more, nothing less than a catalyst. COVID was just a catalyst to literally stop us all in our tracks and say that part of life is done. Everybody go to your homes, have some time out, take a deep breath, because from this point on, everything is changing. I remember when the news of COVID first came out in 2020, and I had, of course, many friends and loved ones and everybody calling me and asking me as an astrologer what I thought about it. And I remember at the time the news was saying, you know, everybody stay in your homes for 2 weeks. And it was such a big deal. 2 weeks. Oh my goodness. And everybody was like, no, in 2 weeks, everything's going to go back to normal. And I remember looking at the chart and saying, it hasn't even begun. We'll be lucky if this is done in a year. I remember looking at the astrology and saying, I don't know what's happening, but this is not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, that was the beginning of the end, and a very necessary catalyst to stop humanity in our tracks from what? The previous age, which has been the age of Pisces. Now, the interesting thing is that the archetype of Pisces in astrology is related with many things like spirituality, which is why in these last 2,000 years, we had 2,000 years to awaken to ourselves as spiritual beings. This is This wasn't the case in the ages before that, but now we are awakening to ourselves as spiritual beings, starting with the birth of Christ, which was the beginning of the age of Pisces. And so with that, we had the development of religions and all these different types. Later down, the exploration of drugs and music and sex and all these different ways to start to understand ourselves as spirit. This was humanity evolving, understanding that we're spirit through the age of Pisces. And so we needed a god. We needed angels. We needed things to pray to. And that was our stage of evolution. But the Pisces energy is also associated with dreams and sleeping. Did you know that? So in many ways, we are waking up from the Piscean dream. We are leaving the Piscean dream and entering Aquarius. And Aquarius is a totally different energy. Aquarius is literally about waking up. Because the energy of Aquarius in astrology has to do with radical thinking. Aquarius is associated with the higher mind. So much so that Aquarius is the sign of the genius, the intellectual. It's all about using the faculties of awareness to reach that state of enlightenment. Okay, at its best, Aquarius is where we achieve enlightenment. This is why the words like awakening are so strong right now. This is because we're literally having a new level of God awakening within us in human form. So we couldn't jump to this knowing from where we were before the age of Pisces. We needed to go through the age of Pisces to understand ourselves and to develop this awareness of spirit, that there is more than just our physical senses. And so we came all this way, we came all this way to where we now realize that it's not about a god or an avatar or a master or a guru or even a teacher, but it really is about the individual awakening to our sovereign, godlike self. And so in many ways, this is the return home. This is the return home. And it's so powerful. So this is why many people now, including in society and in the world, are beginning a stage of rebellion. And this is where Aquarius is also associated with chaos and rebellion. Why? Because it's through the chaos and through the rebellion, through the disruption, that we then dare to be more. We then dare to step into new radical truths. If you have a strong Aquarius in your chart, if you know your chart, or if you know you have a strong Aquarius energy in some way, you will identify yourself to these traits. Aquarius, people that have strong Aquarius in them, they are not here to follow. Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, they're usually considered the aliens of society. And how interesting that the energy of Aquarius is quite literally associated with aliens. So people with strong Aquarians, they do feel very often like the outcast or the aliens of society, and they will either rebel themselves and remove themselves from others in society and groups and just be loners until they can awaken their own individual independent thinking. And then they will come back at their best to catalyze change in their circles, in their groups, in their companies, in their business, in places of the world. Because the energy of Aquarius is designed to think outside the box. That's why we need the rebellion of Aquarius. We need the chaos of Aquarius. We need the independent energies of being a loner. Because Aquarius is about stepping out from the crowd to think different. Because Aquarius is the one responsible to bring the new solutions from the future into society today. So if our planet is now aligning with this influx of cosmic energy. These suns that are emanating the frequencies of Aquarius for our next stage of evolution. We should all be asking ourselves, what is humanity ready for next? What am I ready for next? And this is going to be completely different than it ever has been. So we have all these different stages of how the transition occurs and every astrological alignment. And I spoke briefly about the 2020, how that was the beginning of the end, massive catalyst. And we've had other very key, very, very rare alignments that have been indicating new beginning, new beginning, new beginning, new beginning, along with the eclipses and so many other astrological events that we're understanding more and more that astrology is not a woo-woo science, okay? Astrology is literally a very powerful way of understanding our place in the cosmos. So you can think of it as watching the news or tuning into what's happening in the world. And when you tune into astrology, when you have a good mouthpiece, a good channel, that is understanding and interpreting these coordinates, these alignments in the right way, through wisdom, not just knowledge, but wisdom as well. I recommend that you listen, because this is the cosmic guidance coming to us of what we're being asked to look at next, to focus on next. So one of the pivotal energies that this entire year is revolving around is the planet Pluto that is entering Aquarius. So we talked about Aquarius as being a part of the new age that we're entering, and this is the bigger cycle of 2,000 years, if you will. So I have here the big chunk of 2,000 years. This is a big window. But in that big window of 2,000 years, many, 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 many other phases happen. So Pluto is one of our planets that he's the slowest moving planet, and all the planets, they will go around the zodiac, and all the planets have their turn in all the 12 signs, including Aquarius. And so the planet Pluto will take about 250 years to go around the zodiac and reach the same point as he was before. And so in this case, Pluto is now entering Aquarius, quite literally only a few days. We're only a few days away from this, so this is extremely important information. And we haven't seen this energy in 248 years. This is also synchronizing with a very powerful event that also happened about the same time, which was when the USA was given birth, when we signed the Declaration of Independence, and what a powerful event that was. And so this all happened at around the same time. So this is also marking the beginning. You may have heard this term before, Pluto return. The USA's Pluto return. Who here has heard of that? If you haven't, I will explain very briefly. Like I said, it takes Pluto about 250 years to go all the way around and reach the same point in the zodiac. This particular point that he was at was the same point that he was when we were signing the Declaration of Independence. This is the same point, 27 to 29 Capricorn. Okay, 27 is where he was at when we signed the Declaration of Independence. 29 is where the progressed Pluto for the chart for the country is. So we really have been in this return, which means closing a full 250-year cycle of evolution for this country. Whenever we have a return of a planet, a Saturn return, a solar return, a Venus return, a Pluto return, which is so rare, we are closing that cycle and we're beginning a new one. So feel into this for a moment, because we haven't had this opening since this country signed the Declaration of Independence. And this particular closing of the cycle is in regard to Pluto, which is about the soul urge for transformation in this lifetime. It's not even a desire. I used to say the soul's desire for transformation. I'm like, no, desire is way too soft for Pluto. Pluto has an uncontrollable, unstoppable urge for transformation. That's why Pluto's so intense. So the fact that Pluto's beginning now a new 250-year cycle at this pivotal stage of humanity and our evolution, it's so exciting because we are at this incredible juncture with having a clean slate. In many ways, okay, there is a clean slate because we have been, the last 2 years actually have all been about the closing of lifetimes of karma. That's why we've been having such intense dynamics in relationships, especially. We've been closing lifetimes of contracts. I've been supporting thousands of people for the last 2 years with this. The last 2 years have been all about this. The closing of lifetimes of karmic cycles. Why? Because we're cleaning the slate. We're not going to be doing karma anymore. Karma is not going to be a thing of the age of Aquarius. It's going to be a totally different model. It's a totally different reality. So we have to clean this up. We have to even settle debts, learn lessons, make choices, decisions, because we're all moving on. And I'm sharing this to give you hope that everything has been exactly perfect. Everything. The last 2 years have been so intense. I know when COVID came out and everybody was thinking that 2020 was the big shift. And I was like, wait till 2023. Like, wait till July to September of 2023. And honestly, that was the darkest of the darkest that I personally have seen. I haven't looked at the forever and ever, but I do look at chunks of time when I'm studying astrology and I'm looking at the messages coming in, and I'm like, if we can make it through 2023, we can do anything. And I was literally just encouraging my community and really just there with them. I have this beautiful mentorship program where every month we're checking in with what's happening now, what's the guidance for the next week, for the next month. And I will tell you the same way I tell to them, I am not going anywhere. We're all holding hands and we're doing this together. I'm using my gifts. We're all using our gifts to raise each other in this new stage of evolution. And don't lose sight. We are crossing this threshold. So 2023 was definitely one of the darkest, if not the darkest moment there of this transition. And one of the reasons was because of the lifetimes of karma and karmic contracts ending. And this was displayed all throughout the astrology of 2022 and 2023. That's what the entire 2022 and 2023 was all about. It was that pivotal moment of soul contracts ending, karma ending, people moving on, people transitioning in every possible way because the script is changing. And I can say this with confidence because not only I can read the messages from the stars, but I'm also blessed to work with hundreds of people from around the world. And I look at their charts and I see the same message evolving through each chart. At this stage, I am just the humble witness and messenger of it all. I am just in awe, like, this is way beyond me. I look at each chart and each soul and I see the same energy. We're working with the same energy that's coming into the planet and how that is evolving through each chart in such a unique way and paving and preparing for every stage of the evolution. So I've been referring to this as 2020 to 2023 was the first stage, okay? You can look at this all together as safely a good solid 10 years, okay? We're looking here at least at the end of this decade of like just pure, this is all about just letting the old go as fast as we can, because the faster it goes, the faster we can bring the new in, okay? So don't try to hold on. Even things like trying to help people that have already made their choices or convince others. And sometimes even be out there raising our voices. Sometimes it can even be a waste of energy. So let's be very mindful of where to really focus our energy on what matters now, letting what needs to go, letting the people that need to move on, not being even watching the news. I mean, that's such an old, I feel like I laugh every time I talk about, I always tell people, guys, let's remember, don't even listen to the news. Don't feed that. Now when I say, I start laughing because it just seems so obvious. I feel like for all of us, it's just like so obvious. It's so obvious. So let all that go. That's not where the real news is at. Find your communities, because the acceleration is going to start to come now faster than we can keep up with. So the second stage of this transition is from 2024 to 2026. 2024 to 2026 is where we see the very, very beginning, the very first few signs of the new coming in. And this is beyond exciting because we haven't had this yet. I remember last year, so many people were so excited with plans and new beginnings and moving on and starting new ventures and starting new businesses. And I counseled so many people reading their charts and taking them through their year ahead. And just, I would tell people, even in my videos to my community, don't worry if things don't fully pan out this year. Don't try to resist. Don't try to push things to happen if they are not flowing, because we're still in an energy of endings. We are not aligned with the cosmic clock yet to start new things. So I actually commend all of you here that have been, there are many of us that have been trailblazers, and we are trailblazers. So it is our role to keep pushing through while everything else is crumbling down. So that is very beautiful. However, there's something magical about understanding the key moments of action. And 2024 is one of them. So this is part of the good news that I have to share with you, because 2023 wasn't. Neither was 2020 or 2021. So, or 2022. So this year now is where it all begins. Okay. And it really begins. We're already feeling right now. There is such a feeling, sense of like newness coming in, a new energy, this sense of excitement that is coming in. And that's because we're feeling more and more the new energies coming in. But there's going to be a window that is going to be the most powerful window of the whole year. This is the window where I'm really encouraging people to just go with it. Just follow your bliss, follow everything you've been preparing for, find your tribe, allow yourselves to explore in the new energy. And this is a window that is from April till June of this year. And it doesn't mean that before or after we won't be accessing that. As a matter of fact, this is a year of new beginning. So the whole year will be this new beginning, us calling in the new beginning, very, very beginning of the new beginning. There's a lot more to come. Okay. So don't think, I have so many people that reach out to me with like these official, this is the new currency coming in. Help me spread the word. This is the new law, or this is the new, no, we're not there yet. As a matter of fact, I was just in a beautiful end of the year panel, the 2024, with many other astrologers. Alan Steinfeld was there too. And, you know, everybody was saying that they don't think that the elections are going to fully, that we're going to know by the end of this year who's going to be the president. So there may still be more to come. And I actually see this patch of the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025 as really intense ones. So there's going to be a new stage of humanity pushing through, right? Because there is this birth that's happening. You can imagine really a baby being born, and this is the baby of Aquarius, the new model for Earth and society. So we are in that stage of pushing. So we're still not over with that, but we are now aligned to call in the new. And April to June are the very best months for finding your tribe, finding partnerships, and setting into motion. This is really an energy to set into motion your gifts, your plans, your partnerships. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be collaborating together, new events, new retreats, new ideas, new books that people are going to be publishing or writing. And there's going to be a lot of energy now coming in this field of air. So what is air in astrology? We have the signs of Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius that belong to the air signs. And the air sign, actually, I'm just going to share with you here, the air sign also came in as a new paradigm for society a couple of years ago when we had a powerful conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter at exactly 0 Aquarius. Out of all the signs and all the degrees, it had to be 0 Aquarius. And Jupiter and Saturn, they conjunct every 20 years. And whenever they do, they always bring a reset to society. Whether it's a mini or a max reset, they bring a reset to society. So every 20 years. And then every 200 and something years, they change elements in where they conjunct. So the last 200 and something years, they've been conjuncting in earth signs. And that's why the last 200 years have been ruled by so much earth dense energy. Everything's so dense. And sometimes I look at cars and how they pollute the environment. It's just like, ugh, so dense. And, paper money and fossil fuels and all those, the focus on earth, the earth resources and earth energies, very tangible. And now that Jupiter and Saturn began, for the first time, their conjunction in air, denoting the next 200 and something years now, their resets in society are all going to be in the elements of air. So air is coming in now as another baseline to support our society. And so the energy of air is very different than earth. And this is partly where we're going to see society shift. Gone are the days of having to attend a public school. Everything now is digital. Everything now is internet. And this is where we're also being given room to exercise this new awakening of consciousness that's coming in. Because with the air element, we are going to naturally be more in tune with telepathy, for example, and with energy in general. You're going to see that the vocabulary is going to shift. And whereas even 5 years ago, or even, 10 years ago, it was like people would look at you with this weird look on your face if you talk to them about energy. If you say, oh, I'm feeling the energy of this, this cup of water, I feel people look at you like, what are you smoking? Like, you're so weird. Well, guess what? That's going to be the new norm now. Everything's going to be perceived in energy. Our devices are going to be operated through, now it's going to be solar energy and all these different aspects of energy that are coming in using laser technology and just technologies in general as well, which is going to be a new feature as well coming in this new paradigm, especially of Aquarius. So air coming in the picture now is extremely important. We need to be mindful of that. And so not only we have the next 2,000 years now coming in Aquarius, which is air, we have this other new stage now that Jupiter and Saturn began, officially giving us permission to reconstruct society for the next 200 and something years under the model of air. And so that's why we're going to see all aspects of the government, society, people, everything is going to shift to accommodate this new model. And then the beautiful, beautiful alignment of Pluto entering Aquarius. Now, the last time that Pluto entered Aquarius, this stirred a massive revolution all over the world. This is where everybody was ready to find their independence and freedom. Everybody wanted a voice. Everybody wanted the rights of this, the rights of that, and independence and freedom, and we're willing to fight for it. And then all the inventions, so many new inventions started to come in at that time, because that's the energy of Aquarius.
Aquarius is all about the new inventions. This is where technology comes in. This is where technology is a given in this stage of our evolution. And this is why also we're seeing so much attention and curiosity in things like AI, other technologies, and also cosmic family, galactic origins. I mean, this is like the next big thing. It's so hot. It's such a hot topic because Aquarius is the sign as well of cosmic family. The Aquarius, the energy of Aquarius is the sign of Aquarius is symbolized by what many people think of as water, but it's not water. That's why it's yellow. It's the stars. It's energy. It's the frequencies of the stars. And Aquarius symbolizes the stars. Out of all the 12 signs of the zodiac, the sign of Aquarius represents the cosmos. So this is really important to consider because this is a phase where the cosmos is opening to us. We are opening to the cosmos. I remember when I first met Neil, I don't know if you remember Neil, but I mentioned to you when I met you and I saw the incredible work you were doing. And I said to you, wow, you're right on time. You're getting this wave right as it gains momentum to become the next big thing. You are fully supported. This is what everybody's going to want to be looking for. Is contact with the cosmos, contact with the stars, contact with galactic family, contact with aliens. And this is just the beginning. Just the beginning. Pluto's entering Aquarius in a few days. And from this moment forward, the next few weeks, months, years, we're going to hear all over the place news on space travel that's now going to become accessible, some species, some new aspect of the solar system. We discovered a new planet, or all the stuff is going to start coming out so fast. And so I remember even Alan Steinfeld, I see you're here, my love. We went about, I think it was like a year ago or less than a year ago, we went to a grand opening of a movie that Ron had produced on aliens. Is so impactful, incredible too. And I remember in that evening, and others as well, there were many other events as well, but I remember that evening where people asked me all the time, what if we're persecuted for saying this? What if they want to kill us? Those days are gone. And I tell everybody, rest assured, I am telling you this as cosmic law. Those days are done. You don't need to worry anymore. There is no fear or repression around your life or having to hold on to this information a secret. No, we're in a completely new paradigm. And as a matter of fact, now it's the in thing to talk about it. It's the in thing to help people connect with it and to see it. So there's no stopping now. We've left those ages. And so you don't need to worry about that anymore. If anything, this should give you conviction to step fully into it. So this paradigm of Aquarius is opening up very rapidly for us, and we have to embrace it for what it is. Even our concept of spirituality is shifting. And I encourage my community and everyone I speak to dare to be different, including in spirituality, because we are leaving the Piscean dream, which in many ways has helped and supported us grow and evolve until this point. But now we're ready to wake up to more, wake up to a new aspect of creator in physical form. This is why we are stepping into sovereignty in so many aspects of strength and power and autonomy. So it's all because of this energy of Aquarius that's here now. And this is no longer about the masters and the gurus and all the beautiful teachers that, wear robes and I'm nothing against that, but it's the energy of the master and the teacher. No, we're all one living organism waking up together. And so the beautiful thing is that we are all figuring out that we are all uniquely valuable. We are all so different, but we need to work together.
This is no longer about convincing others or having an established rule or paradigm. No, this is about seeing God in everything and everyone. And from that place, we respect, we create together. Aquarius is about humanity. Aquarius is about community. Aquarius is about the connection with everything, not just Gaia and people in Gaia, but the cosmos as well. So that web that we see so often, this is what we are awakening. This cosmic web, these dots of light that are coming together now as one awareness, powering up together. This is the new paradigm. This is the energy of Aquarius that is assisting our evolution now. This is why we are seeing so much emphasis on community. And this is not even about living in community. I remember tapping into this because I was born and raised in a cult and living with hundreds of people at any given time from the age of 0 to age 27. And when I left, I was like, I don't understand why people want to live in community. Like, they have no idea what they're talking about. It is not as simple as people think. But for me, this idea of community is more the energetic understanding that we're all connected. And whether it's a town, and for example, here in Sedona, we are very much a community. Everybody has their different houses and work, but we all know each other. We're all a community. And we know that if we talk about one, it's only a matter of time before other people hear it. It becomes gossip. We understand that everybody has different personalities, different roles as well. And this is what the community energy is about. It's about understanding the connection with everything and everyone. So to wrap this up here, because I know time flies, and when I speak, I know we get in this vortex where it's just like, whoa, where am I? It's already time? Whoa. Okay, so summarizing, April to June is where we are given the huge big boost of acceleration to the air energy. So as Pluto enters Aquarius now in a few days, bringing revolution and freedom to our awareness. In April, from April to June, we have an acceleration of that energy. We have another catalyst moment that is going to bring breakthroughs for many. Things are going to start to accelerate so fast. People are going to be moving, shifting, taking next steps, all between this April and June phase. This is also where we receive an additional boost from Gemini, which is another air element. When this happens, it's going to activate Pluto in Aquarius. And this is going to send a signal to all to connect. This is where partnerships are going to be coming together, very exciting ventures, new beginnings, and people exploring their gifts with communication and teaching. So all of this is going to be really in focus in this period, so that from then on, from July and August and into the end of the year, we're going to have time to catch up with all the seeds that we've planted and all the connections that we made. And we're going to let the world sort itself out a bit. The dynamic astrologically is not as dark as it was last year. So I know that there's going to be big events playing out in the government and in the world. But as far as the personal, excruciating pains of death and rebirth, we're in a new chapter. And so for us, it's really about looking forward. It's about understanding that we are graduating into a brand new spiritual purpose. So 2024 is all about that. And this is what I want to encourage you with. So I hope that was clear enough for the time that we've had today. I don't know if we have time for questions, or if we have any comments or questions, or if we should just wrap it up here.
We can go for a few more minutes. Hey, Raquel.
Here, Neil.
Oh, that was such a great presentation.
Thank you. Hi, Alan.
Yes. Hey, great presentation. I love your vision of the future, because the Aquarian energy is not like anything we've seen before. And I think you're hitting home with that. Can you go on a little bit how this is going to be so different than any time that's gone before?
Oh, I can talk about this for days, Alan. You know that. And Neil, did you have another question too? So I maybe can tie it all in together, or no?
Just some comments that we can go back and forth on. So go ahead.
Okay, so we have to understand that these ages, they're very, very huge shifts, completely different shifts of paradigm. And we will see structures in society shift radically, radically. But it all begins with us. Nothing's going to change out there. And that's why I say for many people, it may be a waste of energy and our voices there trying to effectuate change on the outside if we don't fully understand what's happening within. So the first thing we need to understand is that we are literally waking up, even and including all the big spiritual leaders and teachers and all of us who've been on the path all of our lives. We're all starting anew. So it is very humbling and beautiful to see this. We're all starting from a very, very new beginning. So coming to terms with that first is the most important thing. Giving yourself time and space, if need be, to remove yourself from the voices, even of your own family, if need be, so you can find your new authentic voice, your new authentic truth that is blossoming now after all these 2 to 3 years of endings and closure of contracts. So that's a very first beginning.
So, so, so powerful. And you made sense of so much because I learned that my rising sign is 0 degrees Aquarius.
Oh, dear.
So I was like, wow, what does that mean for me? Because a lot of my astrologer friends were like, how are you doing? But it does feel like we're stepping in. I'm curious about Neil's astrology because of what you said. It's like we all found each other and we're all weaving this new fabric. But I probably took 10 pages of notes from what you were saying.
Oh, love. Yeah, I know. When the information comes in, it comes in. Yeah.
Dare to be different was screaming, and you just kept talking so much about all how big this is. I thank you for explaining that Pluto is the slowest moving planet and explaining, taking us to the beginning of what that looks like, that it takes 250 years to go around the zodiac. I literally that way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's very powerful when you understand it that way, and instead of just understanding it as an isolated event. Pluto's entering Capricorn. When you understand the actual story of the evolution of these planets, and it's just incredible. Everything makes more sense. But, the part of, dare to be different, for example, dare to be different is such a key part because we will not be able to operate anymore trying to be one more. Gone are the days of trying to be one more in a company or one more Reiki master or one more. You seem like nowadays everybody is rearranging the way that they operate and what they do and their services, trying to find new names, we have to be different. If we are one more, we're going to die with the crowd. The only way to make it is if we dare to be different. And to do that, we have to come to our authentic truths because there is no books out there. There is no teacher out there that is going to show us the way. We brought ourselves to this maximum point, all of our gurus and masters and teachers, and now it's completely new territory. Okay.
I love that. And when you say this is the moment we've been waiting for and that we're holding hands and doing this together, that lit up every piece of me, because that is the truest truth that I've been feeling for so long now, is when we recognize we have to work personally, we have to do our interpersonal work. Mm-hmm. And that's why it felt so challenging and dense and heavy and clearing all that stuff and letting go. But to see that here we all are, and we see in the chat how we're all holding hands and we're diving in the deep end with curiosity, with excitement, with expansion. And thank you so very much for bringing us to that awareness in language that really makes sense. It really, it was easy to wrap my heart and my mind around exactly what you were sharing with us. And I really keep saying I needed this. I really needed this.
Absolutely. You more than anyone, if you have that 0 Aquarius in your ascendant, you're feeling this transformation as one of the frontline leaders, my dear. It's like you were born for this. You're born for this. So you've been waiting for this moment. Profound.
My podcast partner has Aquarius at 0 degrees in his rising too, and he doesn't even believe in astrology. So I'm doing my next 2 shows on astrology to kind of help him see this. His birthday is next week, right after Victor's. His is on the 19th.
That's beautiful.
So it's going to be exciting and interesting, and we're already in it. And where were you with Alan when you were on that panel?
We were on the Scott Katama show, predictions for 2024. It was a great show. And Raquel has so much information. I recommend anyone having a private reading. She'll just illuminate their life in ways that they did not know before. So
Raquel, I have my sun in Capricorn and my moon in Aquarius, so I've been feeling it tremendously.
Beautiful. Yeah, the feeling, the moon is your feeling nature, your emotional awareness of things. So you're very hyper aware of this entire transition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd like to just, a couple of things that you said. The whole concept of daring to be different, that brings up in me the whole awareness that through the discomfort, we're able to transcend and go into a different reality. But it's also like getting over the comfort levels that we have and realizing that we need to uproot a lot of things, including our belief systems, the way we live, our institutions. And we need to dare to think differently about our whole society. You were sharing that Pluto being in Aquarius, and Pluto runs the underworld, right? And
Yes.
Scorpio, so I think Pluto is my planet, right? So it's like the underworld is, everything is coming to the surface now because the underworld is being uprooted, right? And that's what supposedly happened, minus the conspiracies around the Revolutionary War 200 years ago, right? And it's very interesting because the Yuga cycle thing that I was shared multiple times, we actually ended the Kali Yuga at the same time as Pluto was around there 250 years ago. And we entered the 200-year transitionary phase from the Kali Yuga to the Dwapara Yuga. So the Pluto underworld information was completely in alignment with the shifting into another age as well. So it's just more and more of these validations, things that crossing over.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And I will add also that I've been holding really high in my prayers and meditations, either the rewriting or something with the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence that we've signed. There's something that we are calling in change, or at the very least, the original intention of that Constitution. This is the time to do it, because we're starting a brand new cycle. So I am like this, astrologically, we're so ready for the shift. People are so ready for the shift. This is why I feel like us also using our voices to look at our rights, to really own our sovereign rights that are in the Constitution, and perhaps even having that looked at again and rewritten. This is the perfect time. This is the perfect
do you think it could be a rewriting or a constitution with the ET civilizations, where humans and ETs come to an understanding of each other?
I'm holding that definitely in the high regard. But honestly, Alan, I really think that it's a matter of, are we ready for it? I was speaking with a friend last night that it's just a matter. Honestly, I feel all of our galactic family just looking at us like they're almost there. They're almost there. Are they ready to be a part of the Confederation with us? Are they ready to be here in the meetings? Are they ready to get a handle of their emotions? First of all, like, we need to learn with so many things. That's why I say, let's focus on ourselves first, because that's when we can then say to the universe, yes, we're ready. Yes, we're ready to be one with the Confederation and align with the universal laws.
A new Declaration of Independence. All beings are created equal. All
sovereignty for all beings. Ooh.
But you have to also say how Aquarius relationship to emotion than Piscean ages, right? It's a whole different level.
Pisces is all about emotion. Pisces is all about feeling and Aquarius is not about emotion. Aquarius is about awareness. So this is where we have to master our emotions. We have to get a grip of our emotions and really rise to our awareness.
I love that. I would love for you just to, before we close out, if you could answer one more question. You were saying that when COVID hit, a couple of people messaged you and said it's going to be a couple of weeks, and you looked at the chart and you're like, oh, wait a second, we're in for a ride here, right? So just in that in itself shows that there was some element of meant to be going down, that you literally saw it in the stars.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are angry and wish this thing never even happened, even including the most conscious of people, right?
Yeah.
And also all the conspiracies around it, the corruption that happened and everything like that. So, but you're looking at the stars and you're literally seeing like, oh, it was already dictated basically that this is going to happen. So how do we reconcile the anger and the wanting for something not to have happened and the realization that this is exactly what the stars had determined?
That's Aquarius. You have to face the reality of what is and move forward. I mean, I know. What do you say, Raquel?
Yeah, it's easy for strong Aquariuses to see that. But I also understand, how so many of us that have been brought up and raised to reinforce certain values and work all of our lives in that direction, and then have all that swept from underneath our feet, and then be like, no, that wasn't it. You've been lied to all along. So, and then of course, all the losses and all the shifts, it's scary. And so it really comes back, first, it comes back to trust. You need to have trust in something. Okay. And to me personally, astrology is my go-to. This is not about God. It's not about good or bad, right or wrong. It is about a very accurate cosmic clock and just humbly listening to what is the next stage for all of us. So we're all working with this together. And we can't assume that we're not connected with the stars, or astrology is nonsense or whatever. So when we look at things like astrology or whatever system or tool that you're using, and you notice those messages, you surrender to it, because you also know that we've been bringing ourselves closer and closer and closer to this point. There's been prophecies, there's been countless of masters and teachers all over preparing us for this. And, I often ask myself, I know, yes, there's been many losses and many brutal things that have happened from COVID, but honestly, if you were the one in charge of putting the entire world into a halt, how would you do it? There is no good or bad or right or wrong. There is absolutely a team, for sure. I totally trust that there is a galactic team, and there's many people that are, looking at this, but and beings as well, not only people, but we have to understand this is about our evolution. This is not about the one member that left, or that even, maybe passed away, which I know can be very, very tender, but this is beyond. This is about the entirety of humanity, Gaia. This is about the evolution of the planet. So what is the catalyst that we need now to help us wake up? And it also happens that there's been so much darkness that has been buried on this planet. We all know that from the thousands of years, and all the sacred sites that have been built with all these patriarchal structures over sacred ones. So much in Gaia that is now being pushed to the surface. So we have to just be okay with how we are becoming aware of it, and not embracing it as our truth, but embracing it as the catalyst to our evolution.
100% agree with that. It is the catalyst. Everything continues to backfire in a way where it just wakes more people up,
Yeah, absolutely.
That definitely was a catalyst for us.
And I just want to mention, Neil, because Michelle asked about your chart. I just want to mention, because I don't remember Neil's charts, but I do remember sitting with him and saying, Neil, 2024 is your year. And I just remember seeing so much open up for me. I'm like, I want to be your friend, Neil. Like, whatever Neil's going to be doing. That was like in 2022 when we met. And I was just like, Neil's chart is just blowing up from this point forward. And I said, well, of course, he works with galactic and star beings and all these things. And that's what the world is opening up to. So it's encouraging.
And Raquel actually emailed me, I don't know, a week ago. And she said, oh, hey, I'm just checking in on you. Remember, your chart said a few things about 2024. I just want to see how things are going.
You keep close. Keep close.
And what it was something positive about what was an experience, and it was perfectly. I'm so glad that she sent it to me, because then it sparked into my awareness of my chart that I completely forgot what the session that we had, and kind of gave me some more inspiration, a lot of hope as well.
I behind the scenes, Neil and I have been commiserating a little bit on both of us having Scorpio suns, and my moon is in Cancer. I don't know what your moon is in, Neil, but I feel like I never used this language before. I just remember saying people used to put so much faith into their psychics and getting readings from psychics, but I had a feeling that this time would come that we would switch over more to putting our energy and our intentions and attention on what is our individual astrology and what is the global and the galactic astrology.
Yeah.
And you gave the perfect definition of this cosmic clock and brought mathematics and geometry in it. It was like I had the biggest light bulb moment today with your
Gosh, thank you, Michelle. Well, this is what in the mentorship program, I have a mentorship program where I teach and guide the students and everyone in there in these energies in this exact way. And every single month, also in the private sessions, you have this exact same experience. A lot of people, they call it downloading or channeling. And like, no, this is, I don't know what it is. When I tap into it, it's just truth. It's pushed out. I can't even stop it. And you have a full 2 hours of that just for you, just for you. So it's like your entire being is like receiving so many activations. It's a very powerful experience.
Well, thank you so much. And Neil, thank you for leading the way and stepping into your yes for 2024.
Right?
Yes, I do. A lot of hurdles to get here.
I feel like this event is a big yes for all of us. For the community.
Oh, yes.
Raquel, thank you so much.
Thank
you so much.
You are a powerhouse of astrological wisdom, love, and knowledge. Thank you.
I appreciate it. It's been an honor to be with all of you bright, powerful beings. And for anybody who doesn't know me and would like to get to know me better or maybe schedule a session or check out our community, you can just go to my website, which is my name, Raquel, Raquel, Spring, as in the season of spring, spring.com. So raquelspring.com is my website, and you can find me in there. All the messages go straight to my email, and I'll be happy to connect with you there.
Spring.
Thank you, Raquel.
Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you.
Incredible. How beautiful. You know, Tamara, you said yesterday, you talked about how we put these together and create the schedules and everything, but it's pretty much just intuitively done, not even like with any like structural organization. But I'm realizing today, after all the transmissions that we received, that there was definitely a theme.
Yeah.
And the last speaker is a continuation of that. Sound frequency practitioner. So I feel today has been a very healing day. A lot of energy being received.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I've got reverb. What's going on?
I hear you. We don't hear any
Have
reverb here.
Do I have a reverb?
No, you seem fine.
Okay, cool. As long as you don't hear it. Okay.
No, we're good.
Yeah, you have got a lot going on, and you've got a big yes for 2024.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to talk about now, actually. So Alan and myself are going to spend just a few minutes here, 20, 25 minutes or so, and I want to talk about what we have going on for this year. And then our last speaker for the day is Emily Gosh. She'll be in about 20, 25 minutes. So we're going with her. And I'll just keep all you guys up so we can comment on it. Michelle, Tamara, Victor, if you guys want to stay with us, and we'll have a conversation here.
Awesome.
All right. So.
Okay, great. But that was, thank you for bringing Raquel on, Neil.
Because, I know, right? Oh, it's such a great presentation.
Such an important member of the community and has such insight and a true Aquarian. But anyway, let's move forward. Yes.
And I especially love the Aquarius talk being about connecting to the cosmic family. And it's the perfect time for us to communicate with the cosmos.
Well, that's what Mary Rodwell's all about. She is they call her the alien lady. She's the, she's was a nurse. She was English. She moved to Australia, and she just like is the Australian authority on experiencers, what else does she? Everything. I mean, she does hypnosis. She listens to these little star children coming forward and spreading the wisdom that they have brought to the planet. She is such a valuable resource, Mary Rodwell.
Do you remember what she told us about space arcs in Manchester? Remember she was mentioning that?
No, what did she say there?
I don't know, there's something about some space
what?
arcs, about some ancient technologies that have been discovered all around the world through archaeological digs. We were only
space
inside with them
arc.
for like
Yes.
10 minutes. So she was
Yeah. Yes, the arcs. Yes. They're coming out now at this time in history. This is also part of the Aquarian age, is the arcs are reappearing. Is she going to be talking about that?
Yeah. So what I want to do, guys, in this time here, this is kind of announcements, Portal to Ascension, what's going on. Our new website I just approved it like yesterday, and now it's going to be the launch phase next week. And finally, 3 years, literally 3 years of coding the site, and it's here, and it's going to be amazing. So the site's going to look different, but I want to show you, for all of you who are new, and for those of you who are probably members but haven't actually accessed the website. Again, the face is going to change, but on the Watch Now page right here is where you're going to watch your replay. You're just going to click Watch Now, and it will take you to the videos of this, the replays of the videos. I don't have all my videos in here, and you're just going to be able to watch it here. You have unlimited replay access, and you can also add it to your watch list. You can watch it later. You can come back and watch it anytime. And for upcoming events, you just click Upcoming Events up here. Ascension Academy are for all the older events. So what we're doing is, because tomorrow you're going to get to experience Mary Rodwell. She's doing like an hour and 20-minute presentation. I believe she's the last person. And next weekend is the follow-up event to Mary Rodwell's presentation. So we've kind of funneled it in a way that Mary is the last speaker. She's going to speak about, a lot of her information and awareness. And then this one is past life contact with non-human intelligences. And then we also have Laura Eisenhower, since we're on the topic of galactic astrology. She's actually going to be doing a presentation called Astrology of 2024 and Galactic Awakening. That's going to be the following weekend. But what I really want to show you guys is our second annual conference in Glastonbury. Alan, do you want to talk about this and the experience that we had this last year?
Well, Glastonbury is one of those major chakra activation energy portals on the planet. So when we gather there from around the world, we're coming together as a sort of galactic community. We are activating the portal there. I mean, it's activated all the time, but we're bringing, I thought we brought a whole different energy to Glastonbury, which can be a little uneven sometimes. So a great conference, really intense information, and the people coming this year are fantastic. Tim Tactical, is that how you say his last name?
Tim Tactical.
He is fantastic. He's not come to the U.S., but he's been on Gaia a little bit. I did a great interview with him. He is an insider in the deepest way. He's met ETs. He's been in the presence of that. He has deep information I've not heard anywhere else, Neil. That's what's so fantastic about Tim.
And I have 2 interviews with him I did last month on my channel. Some of the best interviews I've ever done. The conversations that we had, the deep dives into the ET technology, what happened over the last 70 years, and Germany's connection to the secret space program as well. So he'll be joining us. This is going to be his first conference too, Alan, that he's ever spoke at.
Great. Yeah, no, he is a great resource for our community. And it's not just the German governments that he's worked for. It's the whole European Union that he's been a kind of inside agent for. So, yeah, he's great. Who else has come? Laura Eisenhower, of course, we all know. Adam Apollo.
Magenta Pixie.
Amanda Pixie. And who's that other woman? Oh, Maria Wheatley. She is a true gatekeeper. She understands the energetics of Avebury, Stonehenge. She's a great mystic, and she's a great intelligent intellectual mind. So she combines both the science and the mysticism. Maria Wheatley, I'm so happy she's going to be there this year.
Yeah,
that is great.
And she actually mapped out the geometry of Glastonbury and Avalon and showed how the ancient druids put certain structures that connected to certain star constellations. So she'll be speaking about that there. But let me just go do an overall picture here before
yeah.
we get into this, okay? So
Yeah.
Portal to Ascension, you know, I was born in England, moved to the US, right? Started doing events in the US. But when I had the first download in 2008 to do what I was doing, there was something in the back of my mind that had this feeling that when I go back to the country where I was born and put an event on there, it would be like an end of a karmic cycle. Also, it would be like really amazing to go back to, you know, where it all started and create a gathering. And I finally got to that point last year. So we went to Glastonbury, you know, the whole story of how it happened. We'll do on interviews on YouTube and everything like that. And it was honestly one of the most exciting, fun, interactive, adventurous events I've ever put on. We had, not only did we have the conference that was in like this ancient hall, looked like you were in a medieval King Arthur's castle, but we also did a tour of ancient Avalon the day before. We had this VIP party. We had a cacao ceremony at this apple grove, and Avalon is ancient Druidic, I think, for apple groves. So we did it in an apple grove there. And the way Glastonbury is, like, if you guys aren't aware of the history of Glastonbury, in Glastonbury, there's a ley line that goes from Egypt through the south of France into Glastonbury, and it's called the Michael line. Some people say that there's another line called the Dragon's Ley line as well, and it passes through. You can't even see it. On the back of this sign right here is the tour, right? Let's do a little show and tell, guys. Let's do this. The Tour Glastonbury. So this thing, right? So the ley lines go underneath this mountain. And back in the day, Avalon, Glastonbury used to be surrounded by water. And it was actually where, if you know the story of King Arthur actually went to Avalon as he was wounded in a battle to transition into the next dimension. And so Glastonbury was the outpost. Tintagel in Cornwall, where his castle is, which is about 2 hours away from Glastonbury, was where, you know, King Arthur was raised, and Merlin's cave is over there, and where Merlin supposedly taught him. But then Avalon is where he went into the New Kingdom. So not only do we have those ley lines there, but there's actually King Arthur's Abbey within 5-minute walking distance from the event is this megalithic abbey, right? And right there in front of us, you see right there, that's King Arthur and Guinevere's tombs. Okay, so and now some people believe that the monks and the priests of old put it there in order to create a story around King Arthur and Guinevere. Some people believe it actually is them. So what we do is we're going to be doing 2 tours, because we had so many people last time we couldn't fit them all. On the 25th and the 26th, we're doing a tour of Avalon, right? We're going to go King Arthur's Abbey. We're going to go to the tour, T-O-R, not T-O-U-R, and a few other spots there. And also we're going to go up to the tour like we did last time. So we started out on top of this hill with a group of like 60 of us, and we did a whole entire ceremony to the ley lines and to the spirits of the land. Then we walked down the tour to this area right here where the apple grove is, and we had a cacao ceremony with 60 of us in the cacao ceremony. This was the day before the conference, right before the Avalon tour. So we're going to do that again this year, but we'll do it 2 different days so we have enough space for everybody. And then we go into 3 days of the conference. And as Alan was sharing, these are some of the speakers that are going to be there at the event. We have Peter Knight and Sue Wallace, who are going to do a Celtic ceremony there. Joan's going to be there. Phil Gruber's coming. And this event, just like, it's right in the center of Glastonbury. So within 5 minutes, you can walk to all these sacred sites. There's even this place here called the White Chalice, Glastonbury. There's pictures of it. This beautiful garden that we get to walk to and go in that has also really ancient connections there. And the water there is high concentration in iron, right? So there's 2 different water supplies. One has a high concentration in copper, one has a high concentration in iron. One's the divine feminine, one's the divine masculine. And this water also goes underneath, you know, the tour. And besides all that, there's the story of of Mary Magdalene going and settling there with the children after Jesus died. So there's a lot of sacredness in that area, which is why we chose to do the event there. So our second annual one is going to be September 27th to 29th, 2024. And if you guys come early, you can come early and be a part of the tour there. And if you stay later, we're going to be doing a Stone Circle tour on the 30th, on the 31st. And on the 30th, we have post-conference workshops with Laura Eisenhower, Tim Tactics, and we also have, who else is doing one? Anno Apollo. He's going to be doing one there too. So it's going to be really fun. Alan, you had a good time, right?
It was great. No, England's great. We actually went to a crop circle. I went to a crop circle when I was out there. They're all in that Glastonbury, Somerset, Wiltshire area. And there's just a lot of energy. It's like everyone's a sort of mystic. All the English people I've met there, they really are open to this in ways that I think other countries are. Maybe some are, but the English definitely are.
Have you been there, Michelle, to Glastonbury?
I haven't, but my home, when people come to my house and see that it's got that castle feel to it, and I have
it feels like
whole
that
night. Yeah, a lot of people think that it's King Arthur's got a theme of Avalon and King Arthur, and it kind of does. And my husband definitely has that feel about him as far as his past lives. We've never dug into them, but I've never been, and many of my friends have been there. And when we went to the south of France, we went to an area where my husband was the only one that saw the red fish in the pond. And I remember saying to him, I think this is something for you to explore, this the Arthurian legend, because it does feel like it's in his field. But the way that you explain it with the pictures, even just that is very activating. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and I could see why that's a great trip.
This is how it started. This is
that's nice.
Us huddling in the beginning, being like, all right, guys, we're about to go on stage. This is 2 minutes before stage. And this is Alan seeing someone take a picture of us.
Aww.
Beautiful smile from Alan. This is the hall we were in. We're going to a bigger hall now. Bigger one next time.
Wow. How many people did you have there?
We were sold out with standing room only. I had to return tickets.
Wow. What was sold out?
The whole event.
200, 400?
No. Well, I wish Glastonbury had a venue that fit 300 people. They don't. 180 is the biggest venue in Glastonbury.
180.
Yeah. So we could fit 180 and we had like 200 and something. So
wow.
Yeah, it did very, very well.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was standing room. And we'll probably do that again this year, standing room, because
so we got a bigger venue now. We can fit like 20 more people.
Incredible.
Right.
Yeah.
Really dynamic. You'd like it. And the land is so fertile around there. The Tor, Chalice Well, and all these white horses carved into the hillside, because there's chalk underneath the topsoil, and the chalk can be revealed, and they create these shapes those white horses have been there for centuries in the hills.
It's so mystical. Like there's another part. Go ahead, Victor.
And the energy of the feminine divine is so preeminent there. My wife has been teaching at the Goddess Conference remotely. She hasn't been able to travel, but she's been teaching remotely at the Goddess Conference every year. And the information and the love is so intense and so beautiful.
Oh my God. It's like a mini Sedona. It's like Mount Shasta and Sedona got together and had a baby.
Whoa. What a great way to describe it.
That is fun.
And so an hour away is this forest that I went to a couple of times that I love. And this forest called St. Nectan's Glen, right? And you go through the forest, and this is where all the stories of elementals, pixies, fairies came from. This is the actual forest where the names fairies, gnomes, pixies were created, right? Because those names existed all over the world, but they weren't ever called pixies, gnomes, fairies. This is where those names came from, right? And in this forest, you walk through it, and all there are next to this creek, shrines to pixies and fairies all over the trees, shrines and little areas. And you walk through it, and you go to this retreat center on top of the forest that I stayed at. And there's the waterfall there. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. We did a whole King Arthur rebirthing ritual in that waterfall. And that's where King Arthur came and met the Lady of the Lake at the waterfall. And basically he met her there, and then he made his way to Avalon. So all these amazing stories. And if you're there with us, you'll be immersed in that experience.
What's the weather like at that time of year?
We did it in August this year, which is perfect. September this year, it'll probably be sunny. There's scattered rains, but it might not be like really hot. It might be like 60 to 70 degrees, something like that.
Neil, I just have to go soon. Can we just move on a little bit to the next topic?
Oh yeah. Let's talk about the cruise.
Right. Okay.
Is that what you're saying? Right?
Yeah. The Galactic Cruise that we're organizing for December.
And actually, Raquel, I know you're still. Oh, Raquel just left. I was about to invite you, but
we'll talk to her about it. Yeah, she'll be great on that cruise.
Let's All right, you want to speak on the cruise, Alan? Here, I'll show you some pictures of the boat.
Well, let's see some pictures. When I went on the UFO cruise, it was a fantastic journey with top speakers. You know, Travis Walton was there. My favorite line about that, and I don't think he's going to be there this time, but we can all say we've been on a ship with Travis Walton. That was my line. But we are all going to be on a ship together, guys. If you sign up, we are going into the unknown through the Bermuda Triangle, down from, where do we start?
Near Orlando.
Yeah, Orlando, down the coast of Florida, around the Yucatan, Belize, Honduras. So we're traveling that whole East Coast into the tropics. And so who knows what will happen.
The first 5 people that sign up for this event get to have a kombucha with Alan in that jacuzzi. Okay.
Right. In the Bermuda Triangle.
So it's going to be great. It's 7 days, December 14th to December 21st. And basically it's called Portal at Sea. Yeah.
Yes. Portal at Sea. And no, I was just going to, the Hertox will be there. Who else do we have so far? Me, you, maybe Michelle will join us. Who knows?
Sarah Brexman will be there. I did ask Michelle, so we'll speak about it some more. And JK Ultra is going to be there too.
Oh, great. Yeah. Michelle could call in dolphins as we're traveling south into
that would be pretty epic because there are dolphins out in this area too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Dolphins and whales. And so how do people sign up? Because it's just really going to be a fantastic journey.
Right now, the website will be up in about a few weeks. So I'm just going to leave my email here. If you guys are interested, just go ahead and email me. And it's 7 days, right? So, and as I was sharing yesterday, that a lot of the people that are the foremost researchers of these areas are going to be with us on the cruise, right, Alan, including JJ and Desiree Hertak, that I would say is probably one of the best resources for real, I would say, true and conscious awareness around these pyramids and these structures we're visiting.
Right. They've done lots of archaeological and acoustic archaeological research on the Mayan structures. So we'll be with some real experts, just like we were in Egypt. They were fantastic. So they're going to lead us into these other sacred sites. And we'll also have a chance to do lots of lectures on the boat, lots of networking with each other, lots of just downtime together, looking at the stars at night, going on the deck of that ship out at sea is just a fantastic.
We'll do CE5 on the deck.
Yeah, we'll do some CE5, definitely calling in the ships as they because they actually are in that area. That's some of the places the U.S. Navy has documented those encounters with those craft. So we're going to be right there, 2024, as it all comes together. So
and it ends on the solstice, which I think is a pretty beautiful time of year for us to be there together.
Great. Yes. Come to Orlando, meet us there. We're going to travel together. And you'll have everyone's email anyway who's on this call. Because so
I'll shoot an email out to everyone. And we're going to get into our next guest in just a second. But just to let you know about the next upcoming conference on Portal to Ascension is the Essenes in Ancient Judea conference. You can see all the speakers we have here. We have 4 plus 6. We have 10 speakers on the Essenes in Ancient Judea. So it's a real big deep dive. We're not only going to talk about the mysticism of the Essenes, the years, the couple of hundred years before the Essenes came, before Yeshua came, and how they're preparing for over 100 years for the return of a Christ, but also the esoteric awareness of the Essenes that connects to philosophies from all around the world, super mystical philosophies. We're going to have transmissions as well. My good friend Eugenia is going to be there, and she actually was an Essene in a past life, and she's kind of integrated that soul awareness now, and she does transmissions from the Essene energy, which should be very beautiful. Plus, we'll be talking about ancient Judea in general, what's going on in that area, what's been happening in that area. And something that I've been thinking about lately is how sacred this land has been to so many people for so long. Why is it the promised land? What is going on in that area? So we'll do an exploration from archaeology to like even a little bit of science, and of course, metaphysical awareness for the Essenes. And that's going to be Saturday, February 17th, and from 9 to 4 p.m. Pacific. So if you're interested, portaltoascension.org, upcoming events, you can sign up there.
And I want to mention what the topic I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to be talking about the purity teachings of the Essenes. I was an angelic then, a male that looked sort of Palladian, and I remember them. So I'm going to roll out what were the purity teachings. I don't know if we all want to do them now because it's a lot of discipline, and a lot of that included things like no sex and so forth. And but it was to be able to get to embody that Christ-like rainbow body, to be able to get to that point, because there were those that wanted to embody that, and so there were certain things that you could do to achieve that and to maintain the vibration of the body, to be able to hold that without actually dropping the body, which a lot of these states you can't do
I can't
that.
wait to hear. Yeah, it's going to be very informative and just very unique event. Like this type of event, I don't think has ever happened. And you know what I do at Portal to Ascension a lot is when I want to learn about something, I just put on a conference about it. So it's not like I'm an expert. I'm going in here just like ready to learn. So there's we have some really amazing experts here and people that have had connections to the Essenes. So if you're interested, again, check it out on our website. And I'll send everybody a link as well to this in the replay email.
Fantastic.
I'm excited.
That you are touching on many places and many topics that I'm personally very ignited by. And I feel like there's a lot of people here that were drawn here, not just to experience the ultimate star seeds, but to hear about these future events and webinars, because this is the culmination of that set point of our new beginning. Really, really makes sense. Raquel really brought it forward, Neil, that, this is your year. This is your year. You really stepped into it. And I just say, way to go. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a session with Raquel soon because I need some clarity on 2023 myself. And, it's interesting what you're saying, like, because I didn't even realize, like, how we've been talking about how 2023 has been challenging for many people. It's been kind of, it's a lot of things to move through. And it was right after COVID, right after all this density. It's almost like that weight of that experience is permeated through the world. And maybe that's what we're moving through on some level, right? All the things that brought to the surface.
For sure.
Well, and it was really inspiring to hear that, because I don't know about you. It's, we're all intuitive, right? So, I've been feeling 2024. It's one of those mixed bags. It's like we went through the dark night of the soul. It changed everything, but honestly, it kind of needed to. We needed to kind of stop, right, and stop and pause. But I do feel like that this is going to be a real breakthrough year, which means there's going to be still more obstacles, but then the payoff is so great. So there's a lot of, I see excitement and activity, but we've been through so many difficult times as a nation, as a world, that I don't even want to believe or trust myself sometimes. Because I'm thinking, it's hard to, like, well, I'll get excited when it all happens. But I keep moving forward and trusting the universe and knowing that that we're here now and we're supposed to be here now. But I do feel a big event is happening in the next year, and I think it's a series of events, and I think a lot of it has to do, it's a collective thing, and I think it's a response to the things we don't like, and then it's a positive side to it. What excited me, what she said, was that not that you know, we're all kind of rebels. If we really cared about being thoroughly accepted, we wouldn't have stepped out of our comfort zone and from our families and everything else, or our friends. But it was nice to know, wow, that we get to step up, and people actually, you know, get to listen to us, because, you know, only people like us listen to us, but others have not had the ears. And it's so nice to hear that others are now willing to have the ears to listen to.
Yes,
I think there's many people here that have been, some of them are new to some of this information.
Oh my
So
God,
this,
yes.
yeah, and that's what's really exciting to me, is to see how we're being utilized as a bridge for people that are new to this information, to help them navigate with discernment, to trust their own inner guidance on, you know, where are the authentic beings who, you know, can help bring through information that will help others awaken. And that's what really we're seeing. A lot of our speakers are doing that, each one in their own very unique way. And that's what's so beautiful here, is that I noticed a while back, probably like two or three speakers ago, somebody wrote in the chat that what she really liked about all of us here is that there's no competition, that we just love each other so much, and we appreciate the subtle nuances of our own unique blueprints. And we want to celebrate everyone here for having a unique soul signature and adding that to this collective container. That's really what makes that vibration. Each speaker is saying, oh my gosh, I felt the vibration when I came in the room. And that's the goal. Right. That is really the goal.
And one of the blessings I've been able to share in my day job is that people who might not have asked about these things in the past, or needed some type of encouragement to move forward, are asking.
That's true.
And that's a wonderful, wonderful gift.
I think we need more t-shirts. Many years ago, I was at Disneyland and I saw a very offensive t-shirt walking towards me. And I remember thinking to myself, yuck, I just read what that said, and I don't even want that in my field. And I didn't even know what a field was back then, really. But I remember thinking how offensive it was and how it made me feel. And how do you shield your eyes when somebody's coming right at you with words on their t-shirt? And I'm very inspired to see that the vision I had way back then, which was, wouldn't it be great if more t-shirts said things like love and compassion, or had a question on it that's an invitation to go deeper into remembering who we are. I'm very inspired by seeing.
Okay, I'll work on that. I'm a designer.
Let's do more t-shirt lines. Neil, maybe that's something you're going to work on this year. You know, just what you need, more, but a merch line, a merchandise line.
I've always like fantasized about just like getting a bunch of billboards all over the world. Yeah. I was in a mall, the San Diego mall, the outlet mall, I forget what it's called, the border. And they had this like huge thing right in the middle, and it said call to put your sign up. And I was like thinking about it, but that'd be something cool, right? Do a crowdfunding campaign and just put billboards up everywhere.
That would be awesome.
Oh yeah. Instead of it reminds me of the old movie They Live, and where it would say obey.
Yeah.
Bye. But no,
you could do a t-shirt that says the new Declaration of Independence: all beings are created equal. There you go.
These are really great. I mean, to put that out there.
I feel that definitely needs to happen.
And we're changing the language to the regular people out there. I mean, I noticed that, you know, you're going to get, I noticed some people in chat, thank you for making this a safe space, Neil. I do that as well, because people want to feel safe. And I have to say, I go, Cosmic Papa Neil, you do that. And it's important that we, not only that we make people feel safe, that we can communicate in a way, but that we also hold that environment of love and that love vibration.
And I do want to comment on that, Neil, that you caught what I was getting ready to send over. You know, that it's not that we're trying to not let people have a voice, but when something doesn't feel right and our intuition is saying there's a little bit of ugliness that is in the chat, you just remove them and send them on with love, you know.
Send them on with love.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah. And you know, everybody starts somewhere, and that person, whoever the persons or whatever, you know, that people change. You know, they don't stay the same. There's still hope.
Yeah.
It's just that's just where some people are right now. That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, how are we doing on
So
time?
we're going to get into our next speaker now. So
Here
what
we
I'm going
go.
to do is I'm going to play the scenes trailer, the Glastonbury trailer, and then when the trailer's done, Tamara's going to be the only person on screen, and you can go ahead and bring on Emily. Okay.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, let's do it. So first one up is the trailer for the scenes. Here it is.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So if you haven't signed up for these events, look at portal2ascension.org and sign up for one of them, not only online, but in person. So let's get moving to our next presenter. We're saving the best till last, right? So we have today Emily Gosh Harris. And I hope I said that middle name correctly. Emily is an intuitive guide and multidimensional business mentor here to help humanity reconnect to their divine gifts and remember what it feels like to love themselves unconditionally and as well as to return to unity consciousness. She's the founder and CEO of Soul Media, a company focused on elevating conscious companies and spiritual entrepreneurs through digital marketing, holistic consulting, intuitive practices. Early in this incarnation, Emily received a master's degree in business and spent 15 years in the business world. Her personal path of self-discovery has been drawn upon a deep love for astrology, as well as neuroscience, psychology, energy work, which has all assisted her with her client sessions, as well as she is currently working on her approaches, holistic and intuitive approach to identify and remove past blocks or blind spots in the subconscious to help people to cultivate a business and a marketing strategy that integrates their soul essence. I love that word, soul essence. Beautiful. So she has an international spiritual show called The Soul Collective, featuring interviews with inspiring individuals and is dedicated to serving humanity to raise their consciousness. So welcome, Emily. I guess she's going to be in the show. Right there she is. And you're muted, so we need to unmute yourself. You look lovely there. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you for that introduction.
I want to hear how when you were in the business world and then you got into your spiritual practice, and if there was an overlap. Many of us were also in the business world, and some of us tried to return it. It didn't work too well. It's better to incorporate it in who we are now, and maybe you can speak on this.
Well, I really think as we do the inner work, and this is such a great time of transformation and change, and I think business as we know it is going to evolve and shift. And really what's going to be exciting is to really see each of our unique gifts and talents be at the forefront of how this great shift occurs.
Well, I think it would be helpful at some, I don't know if you're going to have it in your presentation, but at some point, I certainly would like to know what your thoughts on how businesses might be changing. I don't know if you heard Raquel beforehand about how things are changing for 2024, and now the whole frequency vibe is changing more toward people that are light workers, and how that's going to affect business. That would be interesting.
I do touch upon that in my
Great.
presentation.
Wonderful. Well, look, I'll let you have at it. Everybody's super excited to hear your presentation, and thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Neil, if you can give Emily the full screen, we are ready to go.
All right, so what I'm going to be talking about today is embodying our cosmic soul song. And what I really feel guided to explore at this time as we prepare humanity for open contact with our galactic community, the importance of really embodying our cosmic soul song at this time. And in a world where we are interacting with extraterrestrial, interdimensional life, I'm going to be sharing about the importance of each of us remembering our cosmic soul song, how we know what that is, what the power is of being our cosmic soul song, not only for ourselves, but for all of humanity, and ways we can really support that as we navigate the challenges of this time and the opportunities that are also available. So just diving into a little bit about my personal journey, as Tamara mentioned, I am a galactic astrologer, sound practitioner, and 5D business mentor. And one of my greatest passions in this lifetime has been podcasts and interviews. And what I didn't realize at the time when I started is that what I was being guided to create is a safe space for starseed transmissions to grow bigger and louder on the planet at this time, which I feel many of us have been called to do. But really, as I expanded, I started to be drawn to explore blueprints from the lens of astrology, numerology, gene keys, galactic astrology. And what I found was missing, really, that was illuminated through galactic astrology, is really helping us to understand the multidimensionality of our existence. And so from there, my guides nudged me to begin working with sound frequencies. And through the experience of working with sound, I realized that not only is sound a catalyst for reharmonizing and relaxing, it really is a tool for healing on a mind, body, and soul level. I really feel sound to be the science and the medicine of our future. And so really, a lot of records are coming back online at this time, illuminating how governments and secret space programs are tracking extraterrestrial and interterrestrial beings and their interactions with Earth. And so we're receiving more and more every day about this information, about secret space programs, about the existence and the vastness of our universe. And so one of the ways that this is really coming back online at this time is through QHHT sessions, through starseed readings, through whistleblower accounts, and through platforms like Portal to Ascension that really have this deep mission to help us illuminate and remember this information that has been hidden for so long and that is so critically important to remember at this time. And, you know, there's just, as an example, the Book of Alien Races, which was originated by the KGB, the Russian, government. It started in 1946 as a way for special forces to really connect with all the information, the treasure trove of alien species, their places of origin, their traits, and how they're communicating with and contributing to human evolution here on Earth. And so now we have access to this kind of information. It is becoming more and more in our mainstream media and news, and just really easily accessible. And so it helps us to reactivate memories that have been shut down, blocked, mind controlled. Now, all of a sudden, the frequencies on the planet are getting so high, to a point that we are able to really remember. Those barriers of forgetfulness are not holding any longer. And so what I really want to share about galactic astrology is that we have the ability to tap into our galactic pasts and soul memories. We're able to really better understand what our soul's directive was prior to this incarnation, why we came here, what our soul mission is, and how we can have the courage to really live and embody that mission in this lifetime. And so really by integrating galactic astrology, we're able to explore our soul's origins and journey through the cosmos, which can be often really deeply comforting to discover life that existed beyond this physical earth plane. And so many of us have a deep knowing that we're not from Earth, and that we come from other star systems and maybe have a connection to the Pleiades, to Arcturus, to Sirius, to Andromeda, to many other fixed stars and constellations. And so through the process of galactic astrology, it's really looking at the fixed star alignments and placements to be able to better understand our soul's journey through the cosmos. And so just to illuminate a few for many tuning in that may have connections to some of these star systems, through these galactic readings, what is illuminated are these common themes. So perhaps somebody that has a deep connection with Lyran history may have a feeling of guilt or responsibility, not seeing the destruction coming that took place during the Lyran Wars. Lyran starseeds have a tendency to really live naturally in harmony and alignment with cosmic law. These are deep record keepers that have such a profound relationship, oftentimes to the Akash, ability to recall history. And when we look at Syrian starseeds, oftentimes there is a memory of having been maybe sworn to secrecy, or having the experience of religion being manipulated and distorted from the original teachings. And a lot of times Syrian starseeds have a deep connection to Atlantean timelines, and they're often very advanced souls. For example, Nicholas Tesla, Rudolf Steiner. So these are souls that, a lot of times their wisdom wasn't recognized and fully appreciated till many years after their time on the Earth plane. Arcturians are there. Often starseed characteristics have this tendency to really help with the rehabilitation of souls, healing emotional trauma, energetic connections to other timelines. Arcturians have a very scientific approach and a very deep connection with many different healing modalities. They're helping us to really break free from the emotional binds of our past. And so while it can be really fun to tap into, lives and other star systems, what I find to be really helpful and relevant to share about these starseed readings is that we can find sort of this common theme, this common thread that is still expressing and playing out in this current incarnation. And really the invitation is for us to heal, to integrate, to be able to learn from the past so we're able to move forward in a new way. And so many of you are so well versed with our galactic history, but there's some things that I really feel are important to point out. And we already are beginning to understand that we have a very complicated galactic history. At one point, we held a much higher levels of consciousness here on the Earth plane. And it was really never supposed to be the way that it is, with really being in more a 3D realm of consciousness. In fact, this Earth experience was intended for us to have access to many different dimensions of consciousness and to be able to move freely through them. It is important to note that many starseeds, really prior to first incarnating on the Earth realm, has spent considerable times in higher dimensional realms. And Lumeria was an experiment of establishing a place on Earth that many different star nations participated. And what is really important about the energy and frequency of this time is that beings were very psychic, very telepathic, very connected in many ways to higher consciousness. The divine feminine was really celebrated at this time, and women were spiritual teachers. And really during this time, we honored the planet, we honored Gaia, we honored nature, and we honored each other. And really during the period of Atlantis, during this time, there was a tendency to adopt really more, different kinds of technology, but also more of a masculine mind-based way of thinking and feeling, and really sort of abandoning in many ways this heart-based way of living. And so we saw sort of this split between those who had the highest intentions for Earth and those who were really more self-serving and wanting to control and dominate. And so what I really want to underscore and highlight is that this is a history that's played out in many places and spaces throughout the universe. And so we're really being invited to learn from that at this time. Again, Earth was never supposed to fully resonate in the 3D, but through these cataclysmic events, it really pulled us down into a lower realm of consciousness. And so what is exciting about this time is that each of us is helping to realign, to reharmonize the frequencies on the planet at this time through our communication, through our art, through our creativity. And so for everyone out there who is inspired to create in some way, your gifts and talents are so needed at this time in helping us to heal distortions within the field. And so why now? I know Raquel touched on this in her presentation, but this is a heightened time of awareness that we are experiencing collectively. And there are evolutionary cycles that coincide with Stargate openings. And during this time, we have historically seen a heightened time of chaos and activity on the Earth. So this isn't a new phenomenon. These processions of equinoxes and cosmic evolutionary cycles bring forth a lot of disclosure, a lot of activity on the planet. And so we are becoming more aware of the forces that are not in alignment with cosmic universal law at this time, and those trying to create as many distractions as possible to prevent collective awakening. Essentially, we are in a battle for consciousness, for our life force energy. And so what's important to to point out from a timing perspective, in this year, Pluto is going to be re-entering Aquarius. And this is a big cosmic event that's going to take place when Pluto is conjunct the sun on January 20th and will be traversing back and forth between Capricorn and Aquarius throughout this year. There are these turning points and helping us pull us more deeper into the age of Aquarius. And this really is a build, I would say, of momentum that is taking us forward into these years of great change. Between the years of 2025 and 2027, many of the outer planets are going to be changing signs. And these movements are going to coincide with great Earth changes that have been predicted by many different sources, including the Mayan predictions, including Ra Aruhu's 2027 prophecy, where we're going to be moving from the cross of planning into the cross of the sleeping phoenix, where that is going to really have a shift where we're in much more of an individual energy as opposed to more of a tribal way of thinking and being, where each of our unique gifts are more celebrated and accepted and needed during this time of great change. And so if we are aware of the changes that are taking place, we're able to really find, I feel, our center during this time of great change, to be in our heart space, to be in a place of neutrality, of doing the inner work, so that we're able to embrace the changes of this time. And so a part of this disclosure is really recognizing not only about ETs, which can be really, exciting energy to tap into, but it's also about the manipulation that's taking place within plain sight. There's massive change that's taking place upon the earth at this time over the last 3 years. We are all aware of all that is taking place. And, with this, I just really want to highlight some of the interference that's taking place at this time. Starseed children being targeted, toxins that are in our environment, our water and our food, chronic diseases that are skyrocketing, the violence that is infused into the media, into television, the censorship that's taking place, and the power dynamics that we see in governments and different structures and systems. And we really truly are at such a pivotal time that requires us to learn from our past, to integrate, to heal, so that we're able to make different choices moving forward. But the really beautiful thing about this time is that each of our gifts are so needed, and we each get to play a role in helping the planet to become the beautiful place that we know it can be. We truly have all of the resources and the gifts to help make great change at this time. And it's really going to be activated through our creativity, through the embracing of each one of our cosmic soul songs. And so our seeds during this time. Through these galactic readings, we begin to see how we are creating the environment. We're creating the energy to support new star children coming in. These are amazing souls that are incarnating on the earth at this time. And these souls have the ability to come in and bring in codes, bring in cosmic frequencies, bring in different wisdom and teaching and technology to help us to heal and help us to raise collective consciousness. And what I really want to share about this is that this has been made possible by the awakening of many across the planet, and many of us doing the work to heal, to clear, to harmonize. And we've come so far, and we really do need the tools to be able to witness and support these new beings coming in. So just a few things that maybe to be mindful and aware of to support these new souls coming in this time. I really have the honor of bringing in one of these star beings at this time, and they really are our teachers. They're here to help guide us. And so if we can bring levity, bring this joyful energy, creativity, and play, this can be so helpful because they come from really higher levels of consciousness, lower density. And so it's also really important to create an atmosphere, an energy of unconditional love and safety, because many of these beings are bringing really unconventional ideas, wisdom. They have still such a deep connection in place. And it's really important that they feel safe to be seen and to be witnessed, to be their authentic selves. These beings also need time out in nature. They need less connection to devices, to, or anything artificial, whether it's sugar or processed food. They really need high vibrational foods and water and time out in nature, time to connect with Gaia, with nature, with animals. And they really come here to help us heal. But as we heal, we make room for that process of sharing to be even more clear. Again, we are paving the way. And so what I really want to share here is this is not just about the new souls coming in. It's really about each and every one of us, because everybody tuning in to this gathering, this amazing gathering, are star seeds, are coming here to help during this time of great shifts on the planet. And so some of the ways that we can further support ourselves and each other at this time is, again, healing our trauma. These are times when some of the trauma that we've been through can make it difficult to really access our authentic cosmic soul song. We might feel disconnected from our guides, from our higher self, from our own innate divine wisdom. And this is really a clue, an indication that we need to go within, that we are being invited to those spaces and places that are maybe a bit more tender, that need more of our loving awareness and consciousness at this time. Because truly what's important to remember is that we are a part of the collective. So all of the events and the turmoil that is happening externally, we are not separate from that. And we are so deeply connected to all that's transpiring. And so it's not surprising that many, past life memories, ancestral traumas are coming to the surface at this time, with an invitation for us to bring more conscious awareness, to be able to heal these at this time. And so what's beautiful about the healing work that each of us do is that it has the ability to not only impact us from an ancestral perspective, but also for future generations. And really bringing us back into our pure vibrational essence. Another thing that we can do at this time is to let go of false frequencies. these frequencies that are not even ours, the frequencies of competition, of fear, of comparison, of jealousy, of unworthiness, not good enough. These are so infiltrated into our collective consciousness. And I feel we are so empathic. We are all such sensitive beings that oftentimes we can internalize these thoughts to become our own. And through this repetitive brain wave activity, it becomes sort of a part of us that we need to remember that these are actually not our thoughts, right? Because they can be reinforced over time. But when we begin to realize that these thoughts are not us, they are not ours, they are distortions within the field, we can begin to release these false frequencies. And so keeping in mind that these egoic structures in our collective consciousness are really meant to be released at this time. Any forms of superior thinking or inferior thinking are really two sides of the same coin. You know, the thoughts of feeling better than someone, feeling higher, feeling more important than, or similar to the thoughts of feeling less than or unworthy or not enough. These are originating from the same inflection point of feeling a lack of unity consciousness, of not realizing or remembering this one eternal source of God consciousness that we all are, that we are all sparks of the divine. And so forgiveness, acceptance, and love, our emotions are the key to unlocking hidden gifts and abilities. And we can recognize that if we're holding on to shame or guilt, we're essentially blocking our soul's evolution. And we're blocking some of the most potent and magical gifts that reside within us. And we all, you know, through these starseed readings, through our remembrance, we recognize that we have a very complicated and diverse galactic history. You know, we've likely experienced roles and being the victim or the victimizer. And we need to practice forgiveness in order to be able to alchemize, to integrate these past soul memories. And I really do feel that with all that's taking place, you know, loving ourselves fully and completely can be one of the greatest acts of rebellion. It really is the ability to bring unconditional love to ourselves, in each now moment, and to be that compassionate witness for ourselves. And so, as we enter this age of great transparency, you know, it's important to know that higher consciousness beings can really see all emotions and thought forms. And these are gifts that are really beginning to come back online for many of us. And so, you know, in an age of transparency, it's not about hiding anything, right? Because it all comes to the surface. It's about alchemizing. It's about bringing compassion and non-judgment so that we're able to move forward in a more loving way, which really allows us to illuminate our path back home. So a couple of the things that I want to point out that can be so helpful during this time. Working with sound frequencies. I mentioned in my own personal journey just the potency and the medicine of working with sound. And what's unique about sound frequencies is that they have the ability to transcend our thinking mind and bring us back into the heart, really transforming us on a cellular level. And so we're just beginning to tap into what ancient cultures and many star races already know, which is that sound can help us in so many different ways. You know, ancient cultures worked with sound to aid with fertility, to help in childbirth, to rid the body of sickness and disease. And we know kind of all of these biological markers that sound can help us with, you know, such as, you know, lowering our heart rate levels, lowering our blood pressure, helping to release tension in the body. But we're starting to recognize the profound impact that sound has on a multidimensional level. You know, as Dr. Stephen Halpern said, sound is a carrier wave of consciousness. So that really alludes and illuminates the fact that it is sound combined with the power of intention that can create that potent formula of healing. And so one of the most powerful instruments is the human voice to help us heal. And so we can tap into chanting, to toning, to really speaking prayers and intentions into the universe to be able to shift us on a cellular level. Another thing just to keep in mind during this time is to align with our highest timeline, not getting caught up in the fear and the chaos and the drama that's taking place. As we talked about, there are a lot of distractions that are taking place intentionally right now to divide us, whether it's, politics, whether it's war, whether it's, current events in our news. But what's so important right now is to hold the highest timeline for ourselves and humanity, really anchoring into the physical body these the sense of calming our nervous system, being in a grounded place and space so that we really are the eye of the storm, so to speak. We can create that divine peace in really any situation that's happening externally. And I think it's really important for us to use discernment at this time, and this time of disclosure and connections with extraterrestrials, because there may likely and has already been manipulation to create or instill fear at this time. But really using our discernment, we're able to tap into what is our own unique truth and focusing on the beauty that's unfolding instead of getting caught in the doom and gloom. I think it's helpful to know that change is going to play out regardless, but I really do feel that these changes are going to affect us differently, each and every one of us, depending on sort of the inner work that we've done and our own inner journey. And so the greatest gift that we can possibly give is our frequency. And we each can play such a pivotal role in assisting humanity during this time. We can ask ourselves, what does the earth need? What does humanity need at this time? What does Gaia need? How may I be of the highest, greatest service? There can be this belief that aliens are coming to save us, or there's going to be this big event that's going to change everything. And that's not my understanding of, how this time is playing out. It really is my understanding that each of us is going to play a role in this collective change. It requires each of us being the leaders that we came here to be, sharing our cosmic soul song that will create a shift on the planet and beyond. So, there's this idea of spiritual devotion and responsibility. It can be exciting to focus on all the revelations that are taking place, but there's also this invitation to really do the work on a daily basis to live in alignment with the highest frequency and vibration possible. And I know that this is going to shift for each of us moment to moment and day by day, but really it is that intention to be our best selves, connect with our higher selves, and to really look no further than our lives as the ultimate reflection of our spiritual path. You know, if our life is in disarray, or our relationships are in disarray, or our home is in disarray, you know, this is maybe likely a clue that we need to take the wisdom and the teachings that we hold and to integrate them further onto a day-to-day basis into walking our spiritual path. And you know, as we do this inner work, our field can receive and transmit with more clarity. And so we talked about this a little bit with Tamara in the beginning about business really shifting dramatically at this time, mirroring the shift that each of us is undergoing. And so what we'll begin to see more and more is people following their passions and supporting community, as opposed to just, you know, being more motivated by maybe recognition or just purely financial gain. What we're going to see and witness, I believe, with businesses is that they're going to have to be much more agile and in tune. We're going to see businesses really start to rely on more of these spiritual modalities and teachings, you know, getting the support of intuitive guidance and being open to many different modalities of healing. And so we can also, you know, see that businesses are going to need to look at events from a creative lens in order to solve problems, in order to innovate during this time. And also, I think that we're going to see that, you know, a lot of starseeds are called to healing modalities, which is amazing and so needed at this time. But really what is needed is starseeds to be in so many places and spaces where they're called to be able to help uplift and change different systems and structures. So whether it's medicine, whether it's, you know, law, whether it's banking, whether it's politics, we're going to see many beings called to changing these systems and structures. And we're also going to see so many new fields emerging, which is really exciting, new gifts and talents and teachings that are going to be so needed during this time. So as we just wrap up our time together today, you know, I really want to share that when we've reached this point in collective consciousness where we're truly awakening to our divine potential. So whether it's, you know, the cosmic evolutionary cycles that we're in, or something that has been more divinely timed and orchestrated to play out at this very now moment, what's important to realize and connect with is that we have free will, and in order to evolve, we need to consciously choose love instead of choosing fear. And when we lower our energy, we also limit our conscious bandwidth, and we can forget who we are. We can forget our galactic memories and history. And so we're really being called to remember at this time, and each and every one of us awakening, we send a ripple effect into the universe and beyond. We have each been encoded with these gifts that are being activated and shared at this time. And so we can, I truly believe, co-create a world with no war, no poverty, no chronic illness, no top-down power dynamics, a world where we can be of service to each other and come into greater harmony and unity. And it is that creating from a higher octave requires our energetic vibration to be in alignment with our thoughts, with our beliefs, with our actions. And as we remove discordant frequencies, as we remove false frequencies, we begin to create from a higher octave of consciousness. And each and every one of our authentic cosmic soul songs can flow forth. So thank you, each and every one of you, for the energy that you bring at this time. It is so needed. Thank you so much to Neil and to all of those involved with this amazing gathering. I just want to share a little bit about my own unique path of service. I assist with starseed readings, with helping people to really connect with their blueprint and infuse that into a conscious business, and also through sound activations, in-person sound healing events. And so for anybody in resonance, I would love to invite you to connect with me, send me an email. I've also included my links here as well, and look forward to connecting. And again, thank you so much to Neil and to the entire team.
That was beautiful. Well done. My goodness.
Very well done.
And you really, you covered, I got the feeling of your presentation, which I thought was very grounded. You gave a lot of information, and you built a picture of where we're going and what possibilities there are and how it's not going to stay the way that it is. But then when you wrap it at the end, you say, oh, I do sound healing, I do all these things in readings. I'm like, we didn't even get to touch on that. So you have such an expanded personality and capabilities. We didn't even get to hear it all.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this presentation was, I think, like 70 slides in the beginning, so I was able to.
Oh, okay. So we're just putting the touch of this. I'm curious, what is your sound healing? Do you do, or is it what's that? What is that all about?
So I work with a variety of different instruments, including the voice, so crystal bowls and different percussion, kalimba, flutes, gong, lots of different.
Oops, she froze. Okay, she froze. Talking. Oh, you're back.
Okay,
there you are. You froze for just a second.
Your energy is so high, you glitched.
Exactly. Oh, wow. Well, you got through a lot, and you're just such a beautiful soul. I mean, you have such a strong, divine, feminine energy. That's just so confident, just full of grace. I mean, you have a beautiful presence.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
And I loved your sharing about being of service to one another. And this can be as simple as acts of little kindness, just being kind to each other, holding a door for someone as they're exiting a building, helping someone pick up something that they've dropped. Simple acts of kindness that show that we truly do care and love each other.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Victor. I love that. It's so true. I mean, it's in the little moments and the little acts of kindness that can make such a big difference. And even, smiling at somebody or giving them a compliment who don't know, the vast impact that can have.
Saying thank you to someone at a store who's just served you, and recognizing their name if they have a name tag, mentioning their name back to them, showing that you do see them, that you're aware of them, that you care about them.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. You just so many nuggets of golden wisdom there. I love the forgiveness piece as well. I think the forgiveness piece is such an important thing that a lot of us don't realize we can include ourselves in there as well. forgiving ourselves, forgiving others, and really that is the true path to freedom.
There's a question in the chat by Paul. And have you, let me see, okay, it's moving. Have you met, it looks like 7 of the stars and her mother or mom. It says starseed children really need your support for their parents and community. Would you be interested in collaboration?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love that, Paul. Please feel free to reach out, and I'd love to connect further.
Okay, perfect. And it sounds like that you do work with families, and you talked about the new star children coming in. And don't you find that they're a lot more in tune with being a starseed and light code language and just remembering, and all their forgetter mechanisms, they're just gone?
It's really, truly amazing to witness, and exciting as well. And, I feel, one of the things is just, the work that we've all been doing, it really is so interconnected, and we really can support, I feel, this new, the new beings that are coming to the earth at this time.
I love the fact that you included in your presentation an image of the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin. And for those who are not aware of Kuan Yin is a Chinese Bodhisattva. It's also in different traditions. And the concept of the Bodhisattva is someone who has so much love and compassion for humanity that even when their karma is complete, they promise to stay around and be here for us. And if I may just share just a little poem that came through me about Kuan Yin a couple of years ago. She completed all of her karma, nirvana to be her new home. So compassionate was her dharma that she vowed not to leave us alone. She saw humankind as her charges, stayed to free all from suffering and fear. The promise of Kuan Yin enlarges, to love all and dry every tear. The great chant will make us take notice, her compassion and love in full bloom. Hail the jewel in the lotus, Om Mani Padme Hum.
Oh, wow.
So beautiful, Victor. And that was on the forgiveness, acceptance, and love slide. I was taking little screenshots of your slide.
I did too. I was doing that too. I was like, oh, that's good. Yeah, you really squeezed in a lot today. And I felt like that this, really the whole conference of synchronicity has been, divine. I know Neil's good, but I don't know if he's that good, because it was some divine planning going on. And your follow-up from Raquel's was perfect, because it just went right into the next segment. And it just shows we're family, we care, we love each other. Don't buy into the rhetoric that you hear out there. I know it's tough being in this world, but we're not alone, and we have a plan. We're working on the plan. We got a game plan. We got each other. We're here. We're prepared, right? We know what we're doing, and there's people that if we don't have the answer, there are other starseeds that have specialties that we can go to, like yourself. Tell everybody when you're doing a session what they can expect with you.
So I do different kinds of sessions with starseed readings. It's really about connecting with different star alignments and looking at that through the lens of galactic astrology. And I also integrate in human design, gene keys, numerology. So it's quite multi-dimensional way of looking at one's divine blueprint. But I also, am a 5D business mentor. So one of my greatest passions is to help people to really integrate their path of divine service here, because, it can be confusing from a business and marketing perspective, but also what I find is that limiting beliefs that can arise, or different blocks, when we're really, connecting with our cosmic soul song, when we're really putting ourselves out there in an authentic way. And so that's one of my greatest passions and joys.
Well, it definitely shows. It's and I'm going to put back again. You've got your website, and you have all your services listed on your website.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, including the sound healing as well.
Yes.
Wow, we need a whole segment just on you and not your opinions, because it sounds like there's a lot going on there. But I like what you mentioned about the businesses having to be more creative and to be more open to spiritual guidance. And there was a time I can remember, maybe 20 years ago, I wanted to offer that, but I didn't feel like the time was right. And I don't know if any of you watching have wanted to present things through the years, and you're like, it doesn't feel like the right time. I feel like the time is now. Don't you agree? Like it's now to start unfolding that.
Yeah, that's such a great point that you bring forth, Tamara. And I think it's exciting because I feel like we can feel the shift. And at some moments, it feels like it's not happening quick enough. But at the same time, there is so much change that's taking place, and I feel like we can sense that and feel that. And there's big changes that are taking place, I think, in business that really allow more. Yeah.
Well, there and because of all these openings coming up, I think that it allows us as the star seeds to maybe re-examine. I know we've been on a path and a trajectory, or a trajectory, but we need to look at it now in a different way. What are the skill sets we have? What are things that really strike us as passionate? And what is our past? What parts do we want to take with us? I like that. Okay, I'll take that with me. And then how do we want to move forward? Do we want to incorporate any of that and look at it in a different way? Because I think that it's a time now that we can look in whole new areas to offer people things in this world that haven't really been invented yet.
Spiritual business practices. I was involved in industrial technology sales for 42 years. And one of the things that I taught the young salespeople was take ownership of customer satisfaction. And I said, if you take the word ownership and you take out the W and the R, you end up with one ship. And it's the one ship where you all sail on or sink on together.
I love that. That's such a great point. And I love to, it's like many of us come maybe from like the corporate or different explorations, and it's the ability to really like translate and use those gifts in a different way that is so needed at this time.
Absolutely.
And then we did get a comment from Paul, and he was talking about, I think, Paul, maybe connect with Emily through her website, and I think that would be good because, people are going to be making connections, right? They're going to be listening and going, wow, I need to connect. And they're going to refer you people, you're going to refer them. There's going to be connections. And I think we encourage that, right? I mean, it's not just be here and let's enjoy each other's company and the topics, but if you feel led to connect with someone, do it, right? So Paul, connect with Emily. He's in the chat. He's all excited, and he's telling you more about the Starseed Child, but you can connect with him directly. Yeah, because so he's going on. People are very excited about your presentation. So just connect directly, or he's already on the website. So good. So
awesome.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Keep shining in your radiance and doing this and spreading this to far and wide. This so resonates, and you have such a graceful, elegant way of presenting everything that's so heartfelt. And
yes.
I commented on your impeccable integrity. You can really feel your impeccable integrity through the slides and the way that you presented. And I would like to point out, the chat is really moving, but I did see that Neil gave another opportunity for all of our listeners here. They're commenting that they're getting so much out of each presentation. And I just want to remind everyone here that Neil put this on as a free or by donation. This is the new commerce that we're anchoring in, which is a commerce based on energy and authenticity and integrity. Really, I love that word because you really can feel Neil's heart in how he's putting these together. And so if you have the means for our listeners and that you want to donate, there is a link there to donate to Portal to Ascension to keep these going. Let's
Thank you.
prop our brother up for putting all these amazing
Yes,
speakers.
it's been fantastic. Day 3, and you just locked it down today. It was perfect,
did.
and it's inspiring me to think of, wow, well, maybe I should go back and look at things in new ways. What does this world really need? I'm always looking at the Starseed community, but then again, we got to look at the moguls. You know, what does the regular people need? What do they need in the world? They're part of our community and our family and our tribe. I mean, they're part of humanity.
There are no muggles, just those who are asleep right now, and they need to awaken.
Okay, the sleepy ones. And then there's the overachievers that are here, right? That have to eat and breathe this stuff all the time. Even on our rest, we're doing things. So it's been wonderful today, and thank you again, Emily. And I encourage everybody to connect with her. And thanks for mentioning about donations, Michelle. Portal to Ascension and Neil Gar has been so gracious to offer this. It's from really Thursday on, from all the Ascension and the Galactic panels to now, and then day 4 is tomorrow. And I'll be speaking tomorrow at 4 Pacific and 7 o'clock Eastern time. So don't miss that. And don't miss tomorrow's another big packed day. Yeah, we've got a lot of people. Matter of fact, yeah, we have got Geraldine Arazo, Stephanie Redfeather, Matthew John. We've got Flo Corona, which I cannot wait to meet him. And then Mary Rodwell and myself.
And I am so excited to introduce Mary Rodwell. That's going to be a thrill for me. That really is going to be a thrill for me.
You got
wonderful.
Yeah, you definitely won the lotto with that one. She's amazing. She really, I've followed her work for so many years and referred many, many people to her because she really has a grounded way, very pragmatic, to bring the awareness to what we're all talking about without being woo at all. She just is very matter of fact.
She is.
And this is how it is. And she's a great person to introduce those who are a little bit skeptical, because she has such a unique way of just sharing the stories that really speak for themselves.
Absolutely. And I have to go to my day job in the morning, but I'm going to run home to be here for that portion of the conference. So yeah,
great, Victor.
Where are you located, Victor? What
New York City, Queens, New York. Queens, New York.
Oh, Queens, New York. Okay, so you're on the East Coast, like Alan and myself. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. He's in New York too. So we have some East Coast people. I think we needed an East Coast convention. You know, I love the West Coast, beautiful, but we need some we have East Coast people here too. So we need to make this and then global, which is
people
happening.
From all over in the morning when they're chatting in and saying, I mean, we've got people from Australia, from all over Europe. It looks like it is a very global platform. And I'm so inspired by each of you, and I've really enjoyed co-hosting and being able to share our thoughts and our opinions and our reflections. It's been such a deep dive, very, very rewarding, very, very rewarding.
Oh my God.
And I think we have, it is time, I think, for you, Victor. You're introducing our last hurrah for the day, huh?
Absolutely.
And it's night for you.
And I just want to say, I love you, my sisters. I love you so much. I love my brothers and sisters, all of you. I love everyone. I love everyone who's here, because you people are the people who are going to change this world and bring it to the next level. Thank you so much.
Oh, I felt that. Whoop. I felt just a love burst. Thank you, Victor.
Yeah, thank you.
I love you too, brother.
We are a team.
And I want you both on my Seeking Heaven channel and communicate with you. I just think that I feel so blessed to have met both of you and to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you. It so I can't, my mouth hurts from smiling so much behind the scenes, like I feel like I used my smile muscles so much these last 3 days that they actually are sore.
It's joy, right? I mean,
it is joy.
This is great. Imagine living like this, except for maybe not the long hours and sitting in a chair all this time, but imagine being in this state, talking to people just like us all the time and having a world like that. And being happy all the time. I'm not saying we're not we're miserable once we leave here. I'm just saying that to be in this state, how awesome would that be? Isn't that what we're working toward?
To feel safe and supported and seen and accepted. And that's what I always feel when I come to these events that Neil puts on, is really safe and accepted and supported and seen.
It's a reunion of soul family.
For sure.
Oh my gosh, I just know it and feel it. And oh my gosh. And you do have such an angelic vibe, Victor, but you're one of those quirky little angels. You you got one of those that went off and did your own thing. You're very creative and very unique. So I love
I'm
seeing.
I'm just a boy from Brooklyn who learned a few things along the way. That's who I am. So.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I believe that, but it has been a joy. And this is the world we're creating, so we can have these conversations with others just like us, and be in a world that we're creating that's positive instead of, all this wonky stuff, that's out the door. And it's just think all of our life we've been working for now, and it's getting ready to happen. I mean, like, this is the big kickoff. I can't wait.
And it's, I do want to mention as well, because I see the names in the chat, and I see one of my friends in the chat, Shakara Tosha, and she has written a book recently that she's getting ready to launch. And I know that she'll be one of our presenters on one of our next conferences. She identifies strongly with Arcturus, and that she has so many star systems within her. But I feel that many of the people that are here in the chat, that they're contributing because they have things to say. So yeah. I do feel that we will see some of these names in the chat here on the screen in some of the future gatherings. Absolutely. And I want to encourage everybody that's in the chat to think about that, because we have this theme of remembering who we are and of sharing our voices and our unique soul signatures. So I do feel that Neil launches a lot of people, and we have close to 2,000 people, I think, that signed up for this event. So exposure for everyone here. And thank you for using your voices, to everyone in the chat, and being so supportive of each other.
Absolutely.
That was beautifully said. And, I always say, come out and play. Mm-hmm. Come out and play with us. I mean, there was a few people, especially the first, they were a little nervous about talking. So not everybody's, a Victor Furman, where you can have a radio voice and be at broadcast. Not everybody, and you have to work toward it. But we all have a voice within us, and we need to use it from time to time. And it doesn't have to be, the most beautiful voice. It could be any kind of voice. I think all voices are beautiful, but just bring yourself here and show up. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think 99% of the time it's like, well, what should I do? What should I say? How should I be? We all might get like that before we speak. Just show up.
Just be.
Just be.
And by the way, this voice, I was gifted this voice for healing. That's what I use it for. So.
Oh,
beautiful.
You're kidding. Oh, I bet. Oh my goodness. Oh, do you sing with that voice?
No, if I sang for my supper, I'd starve if I had to sing for my supper. So.
Oh, goodness.
I have a speaking voice. I do not have a singing voice. I was not given that gift, but that's okay.
Oh my gosh. Well, I want to hear more about this healing
Victor,
sound.
I hope that you have a YouTube channel where you read your poetry. And
I am actually in the process of working on a book of the poetry, and also my book about my story. I think I shared a little bit the other day. About 15 years ago, a friend of mine in business who also knew about this other stuff, my interfaith ministry and the other stuff that I do, the spiritual work, he said, how do you balance the fact that you have a day job in industry and all this other stuff that you do? And without even thinking about it, I said, the day job pays my salary. The other work pays my soulery. This word soulery came out of me. And my first solo book, I've co-written, but my first solo book is going to be Soulery, the Compensation of Spirit, and I hope to get it out this year.
Gosh, well, let us know. I really want to support you in your soulery work.
Thank you.
But a YouTube channel with that voice, put with the words that come from your heart.
Yes.
I really feel that we would visit it quite often, because Victor, what you do for each one of us is bring us back to our true heart's knowing. And sometimes, we talked about the ups and downs, and your poetry is needed when we hit a dip. I would definitely tune to your channel when those dips come, because you do help uplift.
I do have a YouTube channel. It's primarily some meditations I've done and some other small pieces that I've done, but I'm
Okay.
going to spend more time working on that. I've devoted this year to getting all my product out, all my stuff that I want to share with the world. So.
Okay, I just have to tell you right here, people love you, Victor. I mean, it's not just Michelle and myself, because I'm looking here as Karen, excellent voice. Well, hold on, there's a bunch of stuff here saying how much they love you. I mean, we might as well shout that out. Victor, excellent voice and cadence. Victor, I feel the vibration of your voice. You're so soothing. Let's see, I feel the same. It's so bone chilling. Victor, a bliss of poetry, solitary. They love it. Cadence is a great word. He also has that edgy Brooklyn vibe, well, like the old Beastie Boys. And so they're saying you got that cool edge. I mean, it's just on and on. They just love you. And I love the one that said earlier, oh, here it is up here. It's so cute. Victor is darling. And I can say that Victor's just darling. And
thank you.
like you are darling. Have you been called darling in a while?
No, but I have been called, and I know that I'm very blessed, and I'm grateful for everything. Thank you. I really am grateful to all of you and to my family and to everyone. So thank you.
Have added so much. And Michelle, you are just sunshine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tamara, so are you. I love everything that you add and the way that you connect with every single speaker, and how much one of the most moving moments was when you had that dialogue and you were crying, and I think it was you. What's so funny about that is I'm a crier. Everybody knows I'm full of water, right? Scorpio sun, Cancer moon. Everybody's always joking about you're all water, 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 water. So I cry a lot when I'm grateful, when I'm happy, when I'm moved, and I could tell that crying is not what you do often, but you were
not at all. Not even when people die.
Right.
I don't mean it. That sounds awful. I don't mean it, but I'd like to cry more, but I just don't.
But that when you felt so home and started speaking your light language and just carrying on a whole conversation, it was like that term that we use, I'd love to be a fly on the wall. When we were those flies on the wall, when you had this exchange in this moment, and
we witnessed
it
your
was
tears.
such an honor, to be able to be here on the screen watching you have that moment, because it was so cosmic. It was incredible. So thank you for showing up and being who you are in this world and being so real.
We witnessed your tears yesterday. We witnessed your tears.
Oh, well, thank you. I was vibrating actually my whole body, and I was like, what is going on? Stop doing that. And when she went into, I studied in the British evidential style of mediumship, even though I was speaking of spirit at 3, and also trance and channeling. Very few people can go into it at will. I mean, we know some people, of course, but that's one of the things we train, and also working with ectoplasm, this kind of things. But when she went into her voice change and went into the Michael's voice, I was shocked, because I usually use just my own voice, but when I have channeled before, I think one time it was Jesus, and I said, just come on, step in. And I walked around and talked like a man. My mom saw it. She goes, oh my gosh, is he back like you? And so I don't do that, but she went into that. And when I felt the power of Michael, or was it Metatron? And then when she started going into it, I just felt like I felt it was surreal to me. I felt like I was home. The last time that something like this happened was when I had an in-between life regression. Never had an in-between life, with Dr. Linda Bachman, who studied with Dr. Michael Newton. And I didn't know what to expect. She was coming through. I let her speak for IONS, the International Near-Death Study, Charlotte. And I'm coming through. Okay. Well, I'll move my speaker and have you speak. And then she said she was staying in town a couple extra days to give sessions, to give, these regression or in between lives. So I did it. And we went through, a lot of some starseed stuff, reptilian, different things. I was a nice reptilian though. And it was all good. Okay. But then at the very end, said, where's your origin? And she goes, who do you serve? And I started screaming, and I should play that if I could find it. I mean, I don't scream. I'm not like a screaming person. I started screaming, the one that always been the source of all things. And then I started like rattling off all these angel names, and then I started hysterically crying, saying how much I miss home. And they said they elected me because I was the one who liked to dance and to sing, and the quirky one. And they said I was that, what do you call it? Eclectic, that I would be the one to bring in all different kinds of people because I was so eclectic. And they said, we chose you to do this. So it felt like the moment that I recognized, and that, I was like, oh, this was one of my angel things. I said, I don't know. And they said, how do you know? She goes, well, usually they have a lot of angels around. I have 6 feet angels in the front and back. I was so we finished the session. I went into the bathroom. I'm putting on after leaving the bathroom, washed my hand, put on my jacket, and I held it up, had huge sparkly rhinestone wings on the back. And I'm like, could be just a coincidence.
My angel sister, you are loved. You are loved.
Yeah, you are. You're so loved and seen. And I see that Neil is ready for us to introduce the video, because I think he's got somewhere he's got to go. So we want to honor Neil's time, because he has been so gracious in letting us go over, but I think he's got plans tonight. So if we can get to that. I have so enjoyed your stories, and I love being here with all of you. And I think I'm going to turn my camera off so that we can do the introduction. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. And Tamara, I'm ready for your presentation tomorrow. I'll be so excited to see it. Love you all. Mwah.
Love you both. Mwah. Bye.
And we're going to close out with a wonderful video from Ben Carroll. Ben Carroll is a gifted and intuitive sound worker. As a former full-time touring musician and universal recording artist with sales reaching the hundreds of thousands, Ben has a quite unique background as a perpetual student of metaphysics, consciousness, and the effect of sound and vibration on the body and consciousness. The transition from rock star to sound healer wasn't as far a leap as one may imagine. For several years now, his focus has been on using sound coupled with group energy to strengthen intuition, facilitate healing, access higher dimensions of self, and facilitate the recalibration and expansion of the mind-body-soul connection. His sound healing journey work events have had a profound effect on many that have had the opportunity to experience them. To find out more about Ben, his website is innerselfsustained.com. And now please enjoy the work of Ben Carroll.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So today we are going to get right into it and just do a nice long session with sound. And I want to set an intention first, because I feel like setting an intention is always important when you're working with sound and energy. And today I just want to set a simple intention of just decompressing, releasing tension, releasing stress, and just getting absorbed into the sound and becoming so big in the sound that all of this denser energy that's been accumulating in us can just drain away. So we'll start with a very short guided portion, and then we'll get into pure sound for the duration. start by connecting with your breath. With some nice, big, deep, full breaths, breathing all the way down to the bottom of your lungs. Feeling your belly rising as your lungs fill. And a big, full exhale, releasing all of that air. Breath is so important on so many levels, but it's also directly connected to our state of consciousness. Continuing those deep breaths and starting to focus in on the sound. Hearing the droning of the singing bowls, the nature sounds, and just letting yourself get lulled into a state of relaxation. Feeling your body relaxing. Feeling tension draining away. Stresses starting to recede. And just fully opening up and allowing this sound to travel down into your body. Feeling this sound, these vibrations, creating space in your body. Feeling yourself, your energy body, your physical body, your consciousness expanding out into these sounds. Moving out further and further and becoming so massive